Okay, there we go. Don't know what that was. The power went off, then it turned right back on. And it was off for about 15 seconds. So, let's see, what else? Okay, so let me go ahead and just see what I missed in the comments, if I missed anything. Somebody had said something about somebody's mullet, and then it went dark. Okay, good. Okay. So anybody here, I had a couple of emails, there were complaints about the wrench squad being too zealous, and don't worry about it. I just gave them wrenches too. Morky Love, you're hearing echoes. Cover one of your ears. No, I'm just kidding. You shouldn't have any echoes. Does anybody here have an echo? All right. Okay, everything sounds good. Just making sure. I didn't think there was an echo. We got a lot of trolls in here, or people who play jokes, pranksters, whatever. They're like, we can't hear you. And then I start freaking out, and then I find out it's just one person doing it. It's kind of a funny joke, I guess. Okay, so let's get back on track. Yeah, this is unsnipeable, Hangnail. And I thought you said you were going to bed. No, I'm just kidding. You can stay up. All right, here we go. 88 watching. I guess we can just go on. So what we were talking about a minute ago was going through the list of things that are okay, here we go. Oh yeah, neo-Gnostic, neocentric co-authorship. That's what I wanted to talk about earlier today and got distracted. If you remember the image from Jay Leno's chin, I'll put it up on the screen. He gave us the image that says neocentrist, which I thought was brilliant. But this idea here ties into entertainment, the government media entertainment complex, and how they create boogeymen. They create things to scare us, like terrorists under every bed, school shooters in every basement, an environmental catastrophe right around the corner. They're constantly inventing boogeymen to scare us with. And one of the things that's interesting about this is that now that we're conscious of it, we're able to disbelieve in their little illusions and actually get some distance. Like I remember just a couple of years ago, I believed in militant Islam as a fundamental threat to our life and liberty and survival as a nation. Like I actually believed it. And then when I started looking deeper into psyops, I started realizing, wait, I'm totally being played, and I'm being more or less tricked. And this isn't really a gun thing. It's just that they keep inventing things. And one of the things when I talk about co-creation is I think that we are more influential, more powerful than we think as individuals. In fact, how many of you here were earlier today? How many of you here were here listening when Mad Mike called in? Any of you? Because Mad Mike is, if you haven't looked, his name was, I'll pull up a link for you. He's on YouTube. But I'm going to go ahead and pull this up on the screen so you can see who I'm talking about. I was looking into his background a little more, and this is really going to be something as far as Flat Earth couldn't have asked for a really a more credible member or better friend. This is Mad Mike Hughes' manned rocket jump. He made this rocket on his own in his garage or something. I mean, this is crazy. He's in that thing.
It looks like we're within 30 minutes of launch time. At this interview now, we're at 400 PSI. We're 20 pounds away from being at launch pressure, which basically dictates the thrust this thing puts out.
But anyway, watch. He's actually in that thing. He's actually taking a risk. It's not like these stolen valor characters from NASA, and it is stolen valor. They're claiming to do what this guy actually does. I mean, how pathetic is that? So, my point being is that this person he called in today called because he saw the billboard. He saw the billboard and he's like, man, I want to say that's a great idea. It got me thinking that I've got this rocket. And so he called because he wants our support. He's going to be in 45 days. He's going to go 62 miles up. And so we're thinking, if we get behind him and support him, fund it in any way we can get him to actually put a flat Earth on the side of his rocket. I mean, what do you think about that? You want the link? Here's the link. I'll post it. His name's Mad Mike Hughes. Look him up. I'm gonna do a lot more reading and research, but he's done some incredible stuff. There's the link. I kind of spanned it 3 times so you can all put it up. So now think about this. This is like the Captain Picard of our time. He's going to go 62 miles up in his rocket. I mean, it's going to be setting a serious record. And he's someone, if you listen to the call earlier today, he called out NASA and Elon Musk as the hoaxers that they are. And OBS is open broadcast software. It's the software that you need if you're going to stream live and show slides and images and screen caps and live feeds from your monitor. Yeah, give his rocket a Fepe makeover. Honestly, Peter Flynn, that's your comment. Yeah, I was like, we ought to have a beak on the front of that thing. I don't know if we can get that far, but honestly, if that was a possibility, I would do it. I would campaign hard for it. I would try my best to raise the money if I thought I could get that guy to paint that thing like a freaking penguin, because it's going to go 62 miles up. How amazing is that? I think he said 7 Gs. I mean, the people that we're taught to admire pretend to do it on a TV screen, on a green screen or underwater. This guy's actually doing it. So the only reason why he reached out and got on this live stream today is because he saw the billboard, not in person, but online. It got me thinking. We paid for 348,000 people to see it. It's going to be difficult to really enumerate how many are going to see it in total. And for those of you who weren't here earlier, there's a lot of journalists observing flat Earth, and they're taking a different tactic here. They're not looking at it to say, are you sure it's flat? How do you know? What's the history of your movement? Are you dumb? It's not the typical attacking flat Earth. It's not Jimmy Curvert mocking the idea. Yeah, Russian vids, give me a beak. Someone ought to take his meme, the rowdy Roddy Piper with the glasses, put a beak on it and say, give me a beak. I want to totally spoof that. In fact, Russian Vids has some shirts made, like Research Flat Earth with the UN flag and stuff. And I'm thinking he ought to do it with one of his catchphrases, like give me a break, or it's all a mockery. I was thinking it would be, I would actually wear one. I happen to like those phrases. I actually have to listen to him just for that, because we need someone who can, we need somebody who can be constantly calling it out for what it is. And it sounds repetitive at first, but you're like, no, it's not repetitive. What's repetitive is the constant application and reapplication of their propaganda. And lies require that. It requires the constant reapplication. Truth stands on its own, self-evident. And so were it not for their constant lying, we wouldn't even believe we were on a ball. We were brainwashed as kids with Jesuit doctrines. We were taught heliocentrism under a different guise. What we were taught as heliocentrism was Roman polytheism under disguise. We were taught religious garbage, mind control, myths, dressed up as science. And so the only reason why we believe that we're on a ball at all is because we were brainwashed into it. Naturally, we would be more synchronized with what I call cognitive harmony, the fact that we're on a flat stationary plane, stationary. And what this Mad Mike calling in about, yeah, he said he's setting records for real. Well, what he called in about, though, is that he recognizes that we are being disconnected from reality. Like, he called himself a nuts and bolts kind of guy. And I'm like, that's crazy. Like, he was saying he's not techie because he can't figure out live streaming or whatever. And I'm like, you know what, honestly, what he does, this nuts and bolt thing, that's realistic. What we're doing, it's not fake, but what I'm saying is that overall, people are being conditioned to exist in a sort of augmented virtual reality. And here's someone who works in reality, and he built a rocket on his own. And I look at that as sort of like a Renaissance man. You know, it's like Da Vinci stuff right there. A guy making a rocket and planning to go up into space without the help of the government. You know, they're not faking. It's all real. That's the interesting thing. So, give me a beak. I like that. Let's move along. Pay attention says, I am 100% Illuminati shill in total cognitive harmony. I like that. So we're going to be following along with Mike, Mad Mike, because in 45 days or something, 45 to 60 days. So we're going to be following along. I'm going to make sure I get behind whatever it is he does, because that's going to be amazing. It's going to be awesome. Let's see. The Daily Plane. Yes, thedailyplane.com. Check it out. Also the flatearthreport.com. And the flatearthreport.com, by the way, I've already had all the, for issue 1, volume 1 sent out. Number 2 will be assembled tomorrow. So if you have any last suggestions, go ahead. All right, let's see. The next thing I need to bring up, I need to get to earlier. Well, I was talking about Renaissance, not revolution, because I think it's not a coincidence that there are, if you look at the number of people who are involved in this, then more often than not, they're creative types, creative thinkers, philosophers, musicians, etc. And that's one of the reasons why, hold on one second here. I think I need to go back over something really quick here. Let me go ahead and go back over the basic rules so those of you who are new aren't confused when you get wrenched. Basically, we like to stay focused, and so we've had to come up with some essential rules. Like when I first started, I was overrun by Bible thumpers. And so people who remember me from my first 3 months, I had a bunch of videos that were just hostile to religion. I deleted them since. But one of the reasons I had to do it was I was tired of it. Like, you know, I have Jehovah's Witness, the same 2 people knocking on my door 3 times a week. So I'm just like, all right, please don't knock on my door. And I have the same attitude. Like, if you're here to thump a Bible, get out of my face. If you're here to thump a globe, you're not going to sell me on your globe, get out of my face. If you're here to sell me on communism, socialism, National Socialism, Hitler, anything like that, out of my face. We don't need it. We don't have room for it. And if you want to go push that, go do it on your own channel. We don't deal with naysayers. We don't deal with people with any sort of pet issue that's not tip of the spear stuff. That's stuff we can't do something with. And so if you just want to go talk or bullshit, go somewhere else. We don't have room in the chat room. Maybe if we could make it, we can't really, but if we could accommodate more, but we can't. We just don't have the space. It's limited space. But we added a new rule, which is no drama thumping. So if you want to talk about drama, like let's talk about this creator, this video content creator, this person, what this person did in their past, what that person did yesterday. Let's talk about their feelings. I'm like, no, that's chat room cancer. And if you're going to bring chat room cancer, somebody here in blue with a wrench is going to eject you. You know, just going to unceremoniously throw you into the pit. And I probably won't even care. Like, I don't care, honestly. I say, hey, let 10 go to the dungeon if it means, you know, not letting one troll go free. We don't really treat this as like, this isn't just open chat. This is a focused think tank, and it has to stay that way. So in order to preserve the integrity of this, if you come over here demanding answers about one thing or another that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, you're done. You go into my file, you go onto my spreadsheet, and you get shared with all my friends with blue wrenches, and you're essentially excluded from our little environment here because you're not playing by the rules. The wrench cult, exactly. Thank you. And so I'm not ignoring you. I'm aware of your dramas, but I'm just like excluding it. Now later, if you want to be addressed, you know, send me an email. Like some guy today was asking for proof of what lodge I went to and stuff, and I'm like, sure. Send me your driver's license, your shoe size, and I want to know the name of your dog, and what are the last 3 digits on the back of your credit card? And then we'll talk. You know, it's like, why do some people feel entitled to demand information from you? Like they own it. It's like, I'm sorry, you're not entitled. You know, it's bizarre. It's really bizarre. But we have to break that sense of entitlement. And so when someone asks for info, I'm like, yeah, tell me your shoe size, and then we can talk about my personal data. I don't owe you any explanation. In fact, you shouldn't be focused on me anyway. You should be focused on the information. If you're not focused on the information, you are not useful to us. Let's see. So we got that out of the way. Let's move on. Oh yeah, church ladies and selective moral outrage. This is something else. I'm not going to bring these up on the screen, or maybe I will. I mean, I don't know. I don't really want to necessarily bring these up, but I had 4 death threats today. And this isn't and I think they're all stupid. I mean, obviously these are just basement dwellers, but one of them was in all caps. And, when people say stuff like that, I say stuff back. So one guy said that I'm through and that, something about watch your back. And I'm like, sure, I don't dial 911, come over, your brains, my ceiling, and I'll kill your dog too. And then I delete it. Like, if you want to just talk shit, I'll talk shit. But I think it's fascinating that people are willing to kill or make death threats to flat earthers. It's like, hey, we're all like in this thing together. We have a common enemy, but then you want to shoot the guy next to you because you have a difference of opinion. It's bizarre and it's psychotic. And so I'm saying that channel your selective outrage. I mean, because you're pointing it at me. Channel that energy, that vitriol towards a legitimate target. This fratricide's not going to help us. Oh yeah, I get death threats from flat earthers. Isn't it crazy? Or I just get weird threats, like from the Nazi guy I was commenting on earlier, this Hitler lover. He's like, why don't you people love Jesus? And why don't you love Hitler? And so I went to his channel. And in fact, I'm going to go there now just so you can see what I'm talking about. It's funny. I just don't think that people should be immune to criticism if they're going to decide that they want to associate. Well, I'm not going to dig it up right now. He'll be around. But he said basically, don't you love Hitler? Don't you love Jesus? And I said to him, so if you had to choose one to be your daddy, would it be Jesus or Hitler? And he got pretty pissed at me and he made a threat. And I'm like, all right, cool, noted. At Upside Down Head remarks, it's an egoic problem. The disconnect of personal relationships through the internet leads people to make what you say personal. It's a cognitive issue. Now that's a good point. That's actually a very good point, because I was talking to THC gets you high, but helium gets you higher about this. And he was contending that one of the reasons they want to keep us on the internet and not in person, they don't want us meeting face to face, is that they don't want us to develop, empathy and real relationships. And I remember this study. It was you can find it, I think, in Tony Robbins' book, Unlimited Power, where he was describing how if you put 2 people in a room together, have them maintain eye contact for 5 or 10 minutes straight, they will begin to develop some romantic attraction in many instances, just from staring at each other in the eyes. And one of the reasons for this, having us mediate everything through a screen, is you don't get that deep intimacy. Rusted Soul says, rule number 7 is the bee's knees of my life right now. Yeah, so rule number 7 means no drama thumping. So you can eliminate or reject someone for drama thumping, much like you can for globe or Bible thumping. And the nice thing about that rule is that you can take it out and apply it in your real life. And you can just make the case that we don't have enough time for certain things, whether it's a meeting with the Ball Earth Society or time to commiserate. We really don't. Our time is very valuable, especially right now. Still Focus says, faith is a great cop-out, an excuse to evade the need to think and evaluate evidence. Faith is belief in spite of, or perhaps because of, the lack of evidence. Yeah, I like to say it as faith is the abnegation of your responsibility to think, and that it's the mind killer. And I call religion malware for the mind, because it destroys your operating system. And when I say religion, I'm not just talking about stuff out of the holy books. I'm talking about the religion of heliocentrism, the religion of communism, all the different political identity groups. Many of those could be considered religions. Llewellyn Von Helen says, I'm sick of tired of people saying science tells us all. Yeah, exactly. Science doesn't tell us anything. And people who say, well, science tells us. Neil deGrasse Tyson, well, if you don't believe in science, you get these people like, the Captain Spock wannabe, what's his name? Bill Nye, the bow tie guy. He's like, this guy, I don't know. Some of these people, they're so blatant about it. Where they're like, if you don't believe in global warming, you are therefore a threat to everyone else's very lives. That's crazy talk. And I'm going to save the world. And he says he's going to save the world. Well, who wants to save the world? It's always a religious crusade, whether it's the communists want to have a world revolution, or it's a worldwide caliphate, or a universal religion, which is, Catholic universal. It's this idea of a one world consolidation. And Bill Nye is marching at the head of that. And the people behind him are so brainwashed. It's just Earth Day, or Flat Earth Day 2017, really opened my eyes. I just thought it was conspicuous that with a crowd that size, a gathering that size, that out of thousands of people, there would only be one or two people there who actually don't believe in global warming and are willing to say so. And yet on their banners, on their signage, on the news coverage, they said, oh, this is not political, the March for Science and Earth Day, not political. Well, Earth Day has always been a communist holiday, always. In fact, its founder was a communist who was so green, so considerate of Mother Nature, that after he murdered his girlfriend, he composted her. I mean, isn't that green? He didn't, waste fuel or carbon or fossil fuels by cremating her. No, he just put her in the compost. But anyway, it's always been a communist front because they could not disabuse people of their love for capitalism and a higher standard of living. They couldn't get the workers of the world to unite because capitalism was actually benefiting people. So they said, well, let's just poison the well. Let's go into the institutions and convince everybody that money sucks, capitalism is evil, and we all ought to vote commie. And I've had to get rid of commies because they're naysayers. They're programmed to be naysayers. If you hate money, you were programmed by the Frankfurt School of Cultural Marxists. And so they try to take away anything that might give you power. Economic power means less dependence on Big Brother. Big Brother needs you to be dependent. It's a codependent relationship they want you to have. Humanity has had a codependent relationship with big government and big religion forever. And the flat earth thing is an anti-status movement. It's a movement towards sovereign individuals, towards individuals reclaiming their own power from openly denying the very existence of royalty, of demanding, or rather claiming, our own unalienable rights. We're basically saying, no, there are no royal bloods. I'm not on the lower class than anybody. We're all equal. And we're all equally connected to the Creator, despite what all the different religions would have you believe. One isn't better than the other. Having one belief system doesn't put you on a higher plane than someone else. We're all on the level, the same plane, the same flat plane, be it infinite or otherwise. And so that's what unites us, this flat earth thing. And that's why I call it a meta tribe. And I don't think there's anything else like it. And I've been when I was talking to various people have been asking about this. Like I told you, there are reporters digging around here and they're asking questions about it. I'm like, well, what you're going to see when you look into it is, and I said this earlier, and I think it was, I don't know if it was Mark Sargent came up with this first, but that it's like a big dysfunctional family on a cross-country road trip. And there's a lot of bickering. They throw French fries at each other, they pinch each other, punch each other in the arm, just nonstop. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? But we're all going to the same place. And when they're looking at it in this context, because this guy, from one of the newspapers, he was just blown away. He was like, man, a lot of people hate you. I was like, yeah. If you speak your mind on this contentious subject, you're going to be hated by the other factions, but we're all like on the same team. It's kind of interesting to watch. And he was intrigued by it. So he said, I'm going to need to take a day off to watch videos on YouTube. And I'm going to call you back and we're going to talk. And then Monday, I'm going to have my story out. And so that Flat Earth Billboard has really opened a dialogue here. And so these reporters are all over. That's why I'm saying be on your best behaviors, because you know what? They're totally into the drama of it. And the more drama they see, the more they're going to write about. Leo Frigg says we're Freemasons minus the oath. Well, we just have to invert the oath. So instead of taking an oath to keep everyone else in the dark, we're taking the oath to take all that has been hidden in the dark and make it, externalizing it. So we're basically stealing the fires of Olympus and lighting things up. This is like in a way, it's like the mother lode of all WikiLeaks, what we're trying to accomplish here. We're trying to provoke it. We're trying to provoke it. So what we're working towards here is creating a tsunami. In fact, the reason why this is titled 723 is just a little flag there, something to pay attention to. I think we have to go ahead and, make a plan to see if we can't. Well, we can. I say to see if we can. I think we can go ahead and just say, we're going to go ahead and start a tsunami. And I think we ought to set a date. And by tsunami, I mean a day when we take over the narrative of the mainstream media. And 7/23 is the perfect day for a lot of reasons. I'll go through a few. Like many people, my, whatever you want to call it, awakening, whatever, it was triggered by seeing things that didn't make sense or add up. So, for example, when I was watching The Truman Show, it wasn't, like at the time, I knew something was up with the movie, the subtext. But there was something else I was seeing. I was noticing that different actors would be associated with different archetypes, and they would encode numerology and symbolism into the movies. And I started noticing that they would carry from movie to movie along the same actors. And what really kicked me off here, and this is going to explain the whole 7/23 thing, was Jim Carrey. You know, JC, Jim Carrey. He had that movie, The Number 23. Well, the movie The Number 23 is actually about a book called The Cosmic Trigger by Robert Anton Wilson. And the number 23 has to do with synchronicities that the author of the book, The Number 23, was constantly having. He was having a ton of synchronicities with the number 23. And the whole book is about him trying to discover what it means. Awesome, Core Jefferson. Thank you. Incoming memes. Let me go ahead and take a look at that. So anyway, he finds out that the number 23 pertains to the dog star, Sirius. You know, the brightest star in the sky. Oh, this is great. Fepe Militia is here to take back what is rightfully theirs. Research Flat Earth. That is fantastic. Kyrie, these are fantastic. All right. I'm going to go ahead and share this. I'll get back on track, but I'm going to do something with these ones. Nice work. Nice work. Okay. That is great. We're going to definitely do something with those. Those are some of the, I like the top one with the machine guns and the maps. That is fantastic. Okay, so anyway, in the book, the number 23, in the movie, they don't cite it directly, but it's absolutely about the book, The Cosmic Trigger. And the Cosmic Trigger, the whole idea here is that the dog star, it rises every year. The heliacal rising of Sirius marked the flooding of the Nile. And this is the 23rd, generally, of the 7th month of July. And so they call it the dog star for a number of reasons. One could be that, like a dog that barks to warn you of oncoming danger, the rising of the dog star over the sun would tell you, okay, get ready for the flood. So you could prepare for it. And so the whole idea in this movie, and it pertains to the book, The Cosmic Trigger, is that when you pick up on the synchronicities, and it can lead you to a bigger awakening. It's the trigger to cosmic consciousness or something like that, right? Well, after the number 23 movie, he does The Truman Show. And in The Truman Show, this guy's in this normal reality, and then what happens? A star falls from the sky. It's a light, a stage light. And so he looks at the stage light, and if you look at it, it says on the back, Canis Majoris. Evolvement says Fepe can bark. Oh, interesting. Well, that star that fell, that triggered the awakening of the character in The Truman Show was Sirius, the dog star. And there are all kinds of number 23s in that movie and other stuff. The subtext is deep, and it goes through several of his movies, actually like 4 of them. Llewellyn, you're right. The rule, 48 Laws of Power, law number 23, concentrate your forces. Intensity, not extensity. That one's worth rereading several times. But that's from Robert Greene, if you haven't read the 48 Laws of Power. So anyway, my point here is that the number 23, the idea of the flood, Sirius rising, it has a lot of different interesting connotations. And so I thought that would be the perfect day to time something big, an awakening, a cosmic trigger. So I'm like, why don't we cause a trigger? Why don't we cause a Truman Show awakening moment for a lot of people at once, like a tsunami, a flood? Monique says, Fefe brought you synchronicities, got your wallet back. Timing couldn't have been better. And here was what's more. Okay, in the movie, I think it was The Truman Show. Was it The Truman Show? Was he a dog catcher? And he had a dog named Alpha, and another dog was a black and white dog. No, that was in God, I got to find out which one. But anyway, no, I did this analysis of Jim Carrey's movies a while ago. It even ties into Me, Myself, and Irene. But anyway, let me go ahead and get back on this one part about the synchronicities in the wallet. The person who brought me my wallet had a black and white dog. And the dog star in the symbolism is often shown as having black and white and dog star. And so in the movie, one of the Jim Carrey movies, he's a dog catcher. It might even be The Truman Show. Which one was it? Was a dog catcher? But in the dog catcher one, he has a black and a white dog he's catching at the very beginning. I think that might have been in, man, I have to look again. It's been a little while. But anyway, I followed the subtext. And this was years ago. But I think it's interesting here is that now that I look back, what started me even looking into the quote rabbit hole or whatever, what were synchronicities. That was leading me into this. And so what I'm thinking is, why don't we use 7/23 as the day to create a tsunami, a major flood? And I have a few ideas on how to make this happen. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Is that the one where here's a dog catcher? And in that one, he went to Montauk, which was kind of interesting. Montauk and the Pet Detective, that's right. Well, there were some certain, and I pick up on this a lot, but a lot of people have. And it just took a while. Like for a long time, I was studying different movies. Like, why are they encoding it with the symbolism? What's the story? What's the subtext? And now it's all starting to kind of pull together here. You know, Flat Earth is like the meta conspiracy. And once you understand that one, the other ones just kind of tie together. They fit together. The pieces fit. Parapoly Logic says Dumb and Dumber is coded with references. I don't know. I like the phrase from Dumb and Dumber 2. He says, "Oh, it's just water under the fridge." Like, I use that one. They say they have some pretty good lines, but most of their humor is just a little too, whatever you want to call it. Hey, pay attention. Said 7/7/17 coming up soon. Interesting. It would actually be 7/7/2 AG after Globe. Yeah, Mr. Drobot, the thing about Jim Carrey is that, yeah, it does carry across the 23 thing. It's all very intriguing, but it shows you something too. Because if you read some of Robert Anton Wilson's stuff, you can see that he was kind of foreshadowing a lot of stuff we're seeing now. Some of the stuff, it's out there, but I'll probably not go too far into that right now. Well, actually, I kind of can. Because when I said neo-Gnostic, neocentric co-authorship, what I mean by this in neocentrism, neo-Gnostic, Gnostic is basically someone who understands that you are not dependent upon a mediator to know that you're in contact with the creator, or to directly be a conduit for the creator, or to be a conscious co-creator in this reality. What they try to do with movies and books and the fear porn that they call news is they try to get you to lend your co-creative powers as an ensouled being to their vision, their dark vision. They want you to bring about their hell on earth. They want you to think about zombies and death and perversion and whatever they can get you to keep in your head in order to control you. And so that's because your capacity as a co-creator is being mediated through their media, right? So as long as you're a mediated being, you're feeding the beast matrix. And so what I'm suggesting here is that the more we disconnect from that thing, the more we refuse to have our perceptions and our reality mediated by their lies, the more we empower ourselves to be co-creators in a vision that is a little less misanthropic and far more connected to reality. Instead of heliocentrism, neocentrism, you see? The idea that we recognize that we're no longer caught up in their stupid matrix, but we're in something of you could call it geocentric, it doesn't matter. We're just in a system where we aren't being flung through the abyss, that we are actually stable, stationary, and that life has meaning, that we're not some accident, that we're not imagining this, and that the idea that we're conscious isn't delusion or narcissism. It's what we're here for. And it's just interesting how, that's why I'm always talking about this Illuminati thing is so dumb for us to let them get away with saying that they have any sort of access to light. All they do is they take it and they hoard it. And so when I said the whole Masonic oath thing, yeah, they swear to keep you in the wilderness, in the dark. Well, what makes them so special that they should, feel justified in deceiving you? And this is one of the things that Mad Mike brought up. It was that the Masons in NASA are swearing oaths to deceive, which is just, to me, it's just like, that's why I call them the forces of endarkenment. And so I was like, let's start appropriating this stuff. Let's take the stuff that they don't deserve anymore. Let's take these titles. And so I'm like, yeah, let's take it. And also it's a provocation, kind of like taking the frog from the alt-right and the purple pillars. And you know what I mean by purple pills. If you haven't, just briefly here, in case you haven't heard this yet, we all know the whole Matrix thing, red pill, blue pill. Well, it turns out that most of the people who think of themselves as red pill philosophy, various people, and it's not a personal attack on them, it's just that they don't know that you can't really have one foot in the Matrix and then 1 foot red pilled and then be awoke to anything. If you're still buying into their lies, you're actually still by default serving the other side. So for example, if you look at the list here, number 6, crossing Styx. Styx is a perfect example, and he's worth studying. Take a look up Styx Hexenhammer. Look at his channel and watch how he talks about Islamic terrorist attacks. All of them are real, according to this guy. Yet he considers himself to be a red pillar. And I'm like, all right, what we're trying to do here, and he's a worshiper of the frog. He has the whole Pepe the Frog. He understands mimetic magic, and that's his idol or whatever. He's all for it. But what we're trying to say here, by taking their symbols, by taking the frog, is we're trying to say, you're no longer relevant, you're no longer cutting edge, and you're actually kind of dragging us down. Yeah, exactly, Caveman 444. Your derpleness will not save you. Yeah, Stexenhammer 666. Smart guy, like his channel. I followed him since day one, but then I saw he hit a wall. He can't see through psyops. And if you can't see through psyops, you're still in the Matrix. The psyops keep you complicit in their wars, in their division. It gets you to vote for bigger government, for more control on their side. I left a comment on Stexenhammer 666 asking him to come hang out with us. Yeah, I'd like to talk to him because he's been derisive of the whole flat earth thing. And one of the things is these purple pillars, a lot of them, they've fallen into the trap of thinking that this is a popularity contest. They've allowed consensus to trump truth. And they think that if they go further down the rabbit hole or they stray from the consensus trance, that they will lose everything. And I think when they see how many of us are here, that we understand what he knows, and we know that he's deceived. I think when they see that there's more to it, and there's a lot of people that support him on the other end, they might actually take that step. And we want that to happen. We want someone with his audience, with his intellect, his mind, his focus, to lend his voice to this. And not just say Earth is flat or whatever, but to actually follow it to its logical conclusion and join us here at the tip of this thing as we make a concerted effort to expose a 500-year-old plus deception. And we're trying to get them on our side. And if they don't join our side, we want their followers on our side. And that may mean that we're going to be exposing some fakes in the process, which doesn't bother me at all. Like there's this idea that there's this alternative media, like alternative right. Sorry, alternative right is just Fox News 2.0 or Fox News 3.0. That's all it is. They're all controlled opposition. We kind of expose that inadvertently, and I've been following this thing. All knowledge is self-knowledge, said Bruce Lee, Jay Leno's chin. Now, you could probably find a similar quote by Mikio Kaku, because it's the same archetype, same character. We all know this. We won't get into that right now. But that is a fascinating topic. That's not really tip of the beak stuff, but I love to talk about it because it's so funny and it's so jarring. And it's about the Overton window, or the window of discourse. Like if you want to confront a bigger topic than someone's used to handling, bring up something even bigger and then walk it back, but don't walk it back all the way. It's the Hegelian dialectic. You can use it in discourse. And you have to know the tools of the enemy. The Exterminating Angel. No, I'll check it out. It looks good. No, I talking about the book or the movie? Sorry, I got sidetracked. Yeah, Al Bandito, Stex Hexenhammer is too smart to be a purple pillar. I agree. I agree with that. Although, it's not an intelligent thing necessarily, because you could be extremely intelligent and fall for the deception because they're getting you when you're young. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to go to the dinosaur museum and just kind of point out how ridiculous that stuff is, because they brainwash the little kids to believe in dinosaurs and mass extinction. And they get you when you're young before you can think. That's why I'm against the idea of a children's book teaching them about flat Earth. It's like, I'm sorry, but you got to wait until they're smart enough to think for themselves before you indoctrinate them. And that's my problem with the globe being taught as it is. They're being taught to accept something on faith, something that cannot be scientifically validated, that has not been. Somebody said, can I expand on Dusty Blue's comment? What comment? Repost it. Yeah, Flat Earth, another hot potato said, it's so disappointing when good channels won't go all the way. And the interesting thing about this, though, is that many people don't go all the way because they don't know it goes deeper. They don't know what they don't know. And that's exactly what, earlier today in the conversation with Mad Mike, that's exactly what he said. He said, a lot of people don't know what they don't know. And I added to it a Mark Twain quote, which is, it's easier to fool a person than convince them they've been fooled. So that's what we're dealing with. So I don't fault him for it, but what I do fault him for is when confronted with the information, attacking the carrier of the message. It's a good barometer that kind of tells you where they're at. You can triage them and realize if it's worth focusing on them. So if somebody has a negative reaction or a jarring reaction when you tell them that Lion Brian Williams doesn't always tell the truth, then they're not even close. Because I know people who are just totally, their reality filter is CNN. I have others who are just Fox. Like, I know people who fall into these filters because I've fallen into them. You know, there was a time, like, I listened to Rush Limbaugh for like 5 or 6 years straight, every day. I was a subscriber. I never called, but I was like really into his whole narrative and approach and his worldview. I considered myself to be very conservative for a long time. And I didn't think of him as malevolent or nefarious, but what I think happens is these people are in an echo chamber and they never stray beyond a certain boundary. And whenever certain things are brought up, everyone around him kind of laughs and they reinforce the echo chamber. They're insulated. So I don't think that they're all in on it. I think it's just a matter of breaking through this bubble. Jay Leno's chin says, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. Right. Exactly. And Chainsaw Samurai says, as a magician, more intelligent the person, the easier to trick. Yeah, you're right. I understand where you're going with that one. Interesting. And Jay Leno's chin, by the way, is the one who gave us this image of neocentrism. He coined the term. But it's worth talking about because one of the big things they hide from us is not just about land or resources. One of the things they hide from us is the knowledge of our own souls that we should have and what role we actually play in reality, in the reality that manifests before us. It's like once Neo realized he was a conscious co-creator and he unplugged from the Matrix, he was then able to work miracles, you could say, dodge bullets, jump off buildings, whatever. And it was because, and then this is all just, it's just all allegory, of course, but it's just showing how the average person or the sleepers, the ones who are blue pill addicts, they're not even aware that they're anything more than just scripted beings following a script. They're just robots. And it's not until he separates from it and Morpheus takes him around that he shows, okay, you have agency, but you can easily be distracted. And then the woman in the red dress walks by. And so I instituted rule number 7, no drama thumping, because drama thumping is a trick by the Matrix to get you to lose your focus. And I'm realizing now that one of the reasons why so many movies and TV shows and sitcoms are all about dysfunctional interpersonal relationships and making a joke about it. Like, it's funny to talk down to your father or your mother or to make jokes at your kids, to be a narcissistic control freak, I mean, the characters they give you on TV, they're not the kinds of people you really want to be. But they put it there so you can model your behavior after this. And so we see all these people who in these YouTube channels, in these discussions online, they lose all decorum. They don't treat people with respect. They kind of objectify people. And it's kind of a fascinating thing to watch, but at the same time, it's pathological. And to me, that's people who are programmed to police each other. Like, why would somebody devote 3 or 4 years of their life to attacking people who look into flat Earth, or any conspiracy for that matter, or any non-conventional thought? Because they've been programmed. They've been programmed that way. James Gibson, I'd be trying to get that woman in the red dress's number, master of distraction. Well, I mean, it's addictive and it's seductive, the whole idea of just going with the flow, because it's easy. It's easier to go with a cultural default and to just laugh when they laugh, follow their laugh tracks. Oh, look, Jimmy Curvert's smiling. Let me smile. Oh, he's mocking that person, that idea. Let me mock that person, that idea. That's the easy way to go. And I call it the cultural default. Like, being a globie is the default. You have to actually make an effort and think to stray from that. There's that old saying, all it takes for evil men to succeed is for the good to sit by and do nothing. You can adapt that to many things. Like, all it takes for the ignorant to succeed is for those who know better to stand by and do nothing. Because I think that evil wins by default. And the only thing that it takes to stop that is for people who know better to actually stand up and do something about it. And so I say that all of us, you know, every person who's fallen into this particular rabbit hole, or who, it's actually not a rabbit hole, to be quite honest. We call it a rabbit, it's a path. I don't know anyone who went from straight blue pill, matrix addict to full red pill because they saw a YouTube video. It's always a path. There's something in your life that led you to reach a point where you could be receptive to certain ideas, to be in tune with your intuition. And this matrix is designed to cut you off of your intuition. So when I say they're cutting us off of our innate connection to reality as conscious co-creators, I mean they're cutting us off of our intuition. Intuition is what helps you, or rather, your intuition is what allows you to perceive synchronicity. And here's the thing. I didn't go from heliocentrist, I'm on a spinning ball, to flat earther. I had already deconstructed the delusion to myself, in the sense that I didn't care that it was a spinning ball. I already knew that this was some type of matrix, for lack of a better word. I love this analogy because it makes sense. I knew this thing was a deception. I just didn't know how. I just wasn't sure how the deception was made or what shape it was, but I just figured it doesn't matter whether it's a ball or not. I just knew it was fake from every aspect of it was somehow a trick. So then when I started seeing false flags, it didn't shock me to recognize that there's big deceptions being played. But then I went a little further, mainly because of Robbie Parker. Robbie Parker and that Duper's Delight really revealed a lot to me. My intuition honed in on that, and it was like, that's not natural. Because, you know, I've worked in different fields and stuff, you know, but where I've been around people who are bereaved a lot. And if you've been around that, you know that it's not normal for someone who loses a child to goof around and laugh with people right afterwards. Like, that to me was just like so inhuman. I was like, there's something wrong here, that he'd even be in front of the camera. And that he would be advancing a political agenda. That's the part that gets me sometimes. And sometimes these psyops are so fake, they're like, boo hoo hoo, I lost my family. When can we vote on this particular legislation to ban this gun? They're so blatant about it. They're so flagrantly fake, and they don't care. They're bad actors. Government Actors Guild, gag. Their performances, gag-worthy. And the reason why, it's typical government ineptitude. You know, Robbie Parker would probably be a DMV employee. These people are all failed. They're failed in the private sector. And so it's like, this is the last resort. And by the way, the term actor, we need to start expanding our definition of it. This is something else I want to get into. And I mentioned this yesterday about Joseph Atwill. He talks about this a lot. You'll find him in Gnostic Media, all about lifetime actors. Like, we all know about actors. We all know about the Matt Dillons or the Leonardo DiCaprios and all these people. Well, they act when they're on the screen, and they try to get us to separate it. Like, oh, you did a good performance on the screen. Here's your reward. Here's your money. Here's your big, but no, that's part of the trick. The truth is, they're actors anytime you see them. on or off screen. Anytime they're actors, top to bottom. And so their opinions aren't really theirs, they're mouthpieces. It's one of the reasons why you see so many of these guys who in movies are just shooting people with guns like crazy. But then in real life, quote unquote, they're advocating for gun control. Well, why is that? It's because they're using the movies to make you scared of guns. Like I say, it's entertainment, media, government complex. So in the entertainment, they give you the idea, ooh, guns are scary. One man with a gun is just an army in himself. And then it's the media, somebody in real life does something like they saw in the movies. And then the government steps in, oh, we've got to solve the problem. So they mix it together. It's all, so government media complex is connected. So with that in mind, we have to recognize that anything you see in the media now is suspect. Whether it's a reporter or somebody claiming to have an opinion, they're all suspect. In fact, more than likely, they're going to be actors. You're better off assuming that they are. Be an auto hoaxer. I mean, you're safer being an auto hoaxer. You're safer just saying, the mainstream media has lost my trust. I'm just going to consider it another soap opera, and I'm not going to believe any of this crap. I may open up the phones. It depends. You know, I don't want to open this up to people who are thumping right now, and there's a lot of that right now. I kind of want to wait till tomorrow, to be quite honest. I did talk on the phone to a couple of people today, though. It was really interesting. So I am going to leave my phone number open because it forwards to my cell. And it's always interesting to talk to people about this because, you know, everyone has their own story. That's one of the reasons why I like, the Flat Earth, Another Hot Potato show is that she brings people's backstory. Because I don't talk about my backstory very much. But it is interesting when you actually talk to someone. Because I'm like, I take it for granted. To me, it's like, Flat Earth, it's like, yeah, that's like 2 years ago. Like I'm past the honeymoon phase or whatever you want to call it. I'm like, yeah, it's flat. What now? But I am interested in hearing how people came to it because sometimes I forget. I forget what it was like to be in the Globy cult. Let's see. I'm looking through your comments here. Designer babies and archetype correlation. Yes, there's something to that. This archetype thing is intriguing. I haven't found the name yet, but there's a character by Isaac Asimov where he wrote the character that was going to become Stephen Hawking. And on the subject, actually, right now, I'm about to watch 3 movies back to back that are all, I think, related to this topic. The Giver, Maze Runner, and something else. I want to look at because these are all like PG-13 movies, and I'm curious, what kind of garbage are they putting into the minds of the teens? Because that gives you a prediction about what they're going to bring out. Remember, it goes entertainment first, and then it comes into the media to advance a government agenda. Everything. Everything. The Giver is legit. I just started that one. Interest in Hero. I was semi-awakened to Flat Earth by J Dreamers, or J Dreamer Z, as I was calling him until someone corrected me. I was like, J Dreamer Z. And then fell back asleep again. Interesting. Yeah, my email is infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com. Oh, by the way, let's see how it's going. J Dreamers was one who had his account blocked out by Thought Police, a bunch of crap, for no good reason. And so to be more productive and to create more content on a whole new level, he opened a GoFundMe account so he can start working with the Nikon P900. His goal is $600. He's at 517, raised in 3 days. Not bad. I predicted a week, but 3 days. And look, if you look here, this is interesting. If you share it, it'll tell you what your donation brings in. And so even if you don't have anything to contribute, if you tweet it, chances are you're going to bring something in, or if you Facebook it. So hopefully he meets his goal within the next couple of days. We can never have enough of this type of stuff. We need more people out there just looking at the world. Anthony's, oh, hey, man, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Anthony, with his contribution, his truth enabling, putting some more accelerant on the fire. And speaking of accelerant on the fire, we have a couple more billboards in the works. One in New York that's going to be a month, 4 weeks. and another one in the works in West Virginia. And there will be another one. Maybe, we're not sure yet. We're going to find out when, but there's going to be another one before the end of this month. Ed Upside Down Head says, why would anyone buy a P900 when the P1000 will be released next quarter? You think there'll be a lot of used P1000s? Igloo Wars. Awesome. That is great. And that's the InfoWars logo. That's beautiful. Here's your wrench, man. That's very creative. Where in New York? It's going to be, here we go. I-78, New York City, 6006 Kennedy Boulevard. That's the one. What's up, Tim Collins? Here's your moderator stat. Feel free to share any content. And then You've Been Exposed keeps sending his people over here, which is great. I get this big spike in thumbs ups and in shares and all that. And I try to give them all wrenches, because if you're gonna have these, you're welcome to post links. And I'm trying to get this habit where I send everybody somewhere. We all go to the same place afterwards and do a like, share, subscribe thing. In fact, we should all go to Candy's after this one. Is the Earth still flat? The Flat Earth family needs counseling. I spy NASA lies. That'd be fun. We'll go hit them up next. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Go find the others. This is why I call this a think tank. Listen to this. Stephen Byerly is the crippled, disfigured guy in Isaac Asimov's story Evidence. Now, he's also the guy who designed or invented geostationary satellites too. Let's see. Anonymous guest said, instead of going to another channel, let's look at the moon and wonder. Sure. Well, a lot of times what I'll do is I'll go to the other channel, I'll like, share, and subscribe, and then I'll go do something else. Like, I'm just saying, like, it's just a good way. You just give them a little boost in the ratings, some shares. But yeah, I don't usually have time afterwards, but I just make it a point to do something. I figure if there's 200 of us gathered here, or 300 of us, why shouldn't 100 of us at least go and hit a thumbs up and a share? Because that's another way to help spread this thing out, is to support those who are already doing stuff just by sharing. Like, sharing does as much as anything else. Like, I would not have found some of the content that I have right now if it wasn't for people just sending me stuff. Let's move along. An armed society is a polite society. Exactly. Tip of the Beak says, yep, it's a think tank. Don't take offense if a zealous wrench times you out. Hey, thanks, Michael Prescott. Means a lot. Another truth enabler. So many of them here. We all are, in fact. And what we're going to do here, and I think it's going to be pretty fascinating to see what happens, is I think we can, with proper coordination, like, this is how it's going to look. I imagine this thing as being, like, the other day, we were just watching basketball, and for some reason, people started posting a bunch of penguins in the chat. It wasn't like it was that coordinated, but it happened. And we strove for 1 million penguins. It was, if you do 200 penguins per post times 5 posts a minute, that's 1,000 a minute per person. You get 20 people, that's 20,000 a minute. And you're like, well, okay, in 50 minutes, we could have 1 million penguins. And that's what we were doing. I was like, well, I think we could actually focus this on a certain date, a certain time, in a certain way. And I think we could actually dominate the mainstream media's narrative for a day by doing something. Not destructive, though, but I have some ideas on how we could do something. Kind of like well, I don't even want to get too specific yet, but it is going to require something here. It is going to require that we all, at some point, you're going to need to get an account on Twitch TV. And so if you go to the link number 15, twitch.tv, I have an account there, twitchtv.infinite plane society, because we're going to go ahead and how do I want to put this? I don't want to use the wrong words to get people to think we're doing the wrong thing. But yeah, we're going to find a way to create some, I'm not going to say havoc. I'm just going to say draw attention to something in a creative way. But the way we're going to make this happen is, our objective here is to create a tsunami, to break the dam. Essentially, what we want to do is break the internet. So it's going to require all of us getting on Twitch TV, because there are too many trolls on YouTube who can stop us, and they've tried. And I don't want to cause any trouble necessarily, not in that way. And it's only going to need a crackpot team of maybe 150 of us, if that. But I'm planning on 7/23, so that gives us a little bit more than a month to plan. But it's going to require a few little things, a little bit of practice. We're also setting up, it's Operation Mockingbird. We're going to set that up, and it has to do with that, Operation Mockingbird. Hey, what's up, Christopher? No, you got a wrench. I gave it to you. I heard what you said, and I agreed. You know the proper call and passphrase. If you're here without a wrench, you don't know what's going on, and somebody asks you a question, the question they're asking you will determine whether or not you're far enough along this path, deep enough down this rabbit hole to be of service to us, to be deserving of a space. This is limited seating on the tip of the beak. Oh, what is this tip of the beak says? This is a brand new live. It's only 2 minutes. You'll love it. Oh, a new ISS video. Okay. Thank you. I will definitely, if you have any links to share, hand them over to me and I will look them over, put them into the flatearthreport.com. Michael Prescott, I don't know where he is. I saw his last video. Very interesting. He felt like he had to, this is something that's worth addressing. He felt like he had to explain himself for earning money by traveling around, talking about flat earth, meeting people, whatever. And when we spoke, I was like, I told him, hey man, the reason I'm interested in what you do is we need people with this approach. Kind of like you look at these really cool documentaries by Vice, gonzo journalism at its finest, where people get into the story, they interact, they become the story. And I'm like, man, it's better than Netflix. And if you have 1,000 fans or followers or supporters who all pay Netflix $10 a month, it's not a big deal to ask them, hey, why don't you just help me instead, and I'll provide better value, better service. I'll flatten out America by myself. That's what he's doing. And the fact that people want to support him, I think, is awesome. But he felt like he had to explain it in a video, and then his association with me. I think it's probably a good idea that, you ask him directly. I think he wants to disassociate, which I'm cool with. I'm like, that's fine. I understand. This is a very contentious place. But like I said, we're just on a big bus and we're going across the same flat plane. We're going to the same destination. Anthony says, this channel spreads confidence with the flat earth community. I love it. Well, for too long, I think we've been essentially bullied or gaslit or psychologically abused by the globe paradigm. It's always saying, oh, if you don't agree with this, you're bad. Kind of like if you're not in this religion, you're a sinner, you're an infidel. Well, if you don't believe in the religion of scientism and their globe religion, you're considered to be intellectually inferior. You're a fallen person. You're not worthy of understanding the higher mysteries of physics and astrophysics. They make you a bad person for it. And so there's this misconception that people who look into flat earth are like the bottom of the barrel, the most deceived, the most gullible people in the world. And the opposite is true. 180 degrees, the opposite, it is true. The opposite is the truth, because the people who come to this are the ones who've looked the deepest, thought the hardest, and all of them have tried to deny it. Like, oh, I hope this isn't true. This can't be true. Nobody wakes up and says, what can I come to believe in that will be not only alienate me from my friends and families, but cause me to lose all respectability? To cause me to, you don't do that. You're just like, it's almost a cliche now. Everyone becomes a flat earther trying to debunk the flat earth. Which means that just because you've come to this, just by coming to this realization, you know twice as much as anybody else. Like, who doesn't know this? Because you know their side and your side. And one of the things, like in the art of war, they say, if you only know your side, you're going to lose half the things, half the battles. It means that you'll fall for bullshit half the time. If you only know the enemy and you don't know your own plan, or your own plan's not articulated, you're still going to lose half the time. So you have to know both. And right now we know both. They only know their side. And so we actually have a stronger advantage. They have no business claiming an intellectual high ground. Many of them don't know enough to argue effectively. Hey, Tim Collins, thank you. Oh yeah, I love this one. Yeah, exactly. And I think everyone knows now. You're the one who, and that was really awesome that you did that, because see, when someone has that, they're able to plan in advance and make plans to do more things. And So I think it's great. I think it's great that people want to support him. I want more of it. I hope you start a trend. I hope a lot of people start realizing that. Actually, a lot of them are. You have to check out Authentic Intent. Have any of you been to his channel? And he even has a Patreon. I just started. Authentic Intent. Let me see if I can find his account for you really quick. I found it. You can find his YouTube here. This guy is relentless. He's going around with high quality presentations. He's going around with laminated images, and he's engaging in people in a way I haven't seen yet. It's good. I mean, he's doing, well, actually, I've seen Dell do this. But this guy, I don't know, different approaches, but kind of the same thing. But this guy is like nonstop. And he's live streaming it. So you're seeing it live. And he's engaging anybody anywhere. He's fearless. He doesn't care if they're in the car, if they're sitting around just like talking. And he's talking to all ages. And what was interesting is he was talking to some younger people, and they were like intrigued. This topic is fascinating. It's not like kooky. It's really not. When you actually start talking about it with people and you start explaining the details, they find it intriguing. That's what I've seen. I haven't seen anybody like, I mean, he talked to the lady with the bag of chips, and she sat there intrigued. She was like fascinated. But then when he said the word flat earth, she threw her head back and was like, oh, but anyway, it was just fascinating. Okay, we're going to play a song here by the resident flat earth bard, Lucifer Tim. It's called Love One Another. And I think it probably is relevant to what we're talking about. So we'll play it.
I always felt I might be bad. Now I'm sure that it's true. 'Cause I think you're so good, and I'm nothing like you. Look at you go, I must adore you. Oh, I wish that I knew what makes you think I'm so special.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that. This is, if you haven't noticed, and I think you all have, I think that the flat earthers, you know, far from being misinformed or ignorant or bottom of the barrel, dumb, gullible, we are in fact the vanguard of a new renaissance. Agree or disagree? Because I've noticed this, that most, like, in fact, I was just talking about this with Flat Earth A-hole, is that he's a musician first, you know. A lot of musicians, a lot of philosophers, a lot of just overall creative people all over the place are finding this. And I think that's part of what leads you to it. You can't be like locked in the left brain prison, you know, believing everything that Bill O'Reilly says. You can't be caught up in that thing and come to this information and understand what it means and consider the bigger implications. It takes a great deal of imagination, I think, the ability to conceptualize things. You have to be something of a visionary. And the thing about being a visionary or conceptualizing things, new things, being creative, is that that state of mind, the creative state of mind, is the opposite of the fight or flight state of mind, or the state of mind of caring about what everybody else thinks. You know, you can't be like a narcissist. Like, you're not going to find many it's just like one of these things where I think that they engineer the culture to take you away from daydreaming, to take you away from conceptualizing and coming up with new ideas. I think they want to kill creativity to the extent that they can't control it and direct it. They'll ridicule it, and especially when it comes to creative thought. And I think there's a lot of creative thinking comes into this whole picture. And that's one of the things I was telling this guy from the newspaper. He was like, I was like, hey, just a hint here. You're not going to ignore flat Earth out of existence. There's something like 17 million videos. Is that what it is? 17 million? I'm like, you're not going to get rid of it that way. It's too vibrant. It's alive. It's alive. Yeah, I see a penguin up here. Joseph Lynch, awesome. Space only exists in your head. Hashtag globe exit. Hashtag enter the Fepe, exit Pepe. Exactly. Enter red pill, exit Durple pill. Exit the Durple pill. And that's the hardest one, I think. I think that's the hardest one. Like the struggle, I mean, the analogy in The Matrix, you know, when he was like trying to jump off a building, but then at the last minute, he kind of lost confidence and then he fell. He almost escaped the Matrix and it pulled him right back in. And I think a lot of the purple pillars are like that. A lot of them do put the brakes. I mean, it's normal, I guess, to an extent, but what's also interesting and probably normal, or it's encoded, it's programmed, is we're programmed to pull people back. I always think it's funny to watch the progression from, oh, you're talking about aliens? You're a tinfoil hat kook. And now Neil deGrasse Tyson's like, if you don't believe in aliens, you're not cool. You know, that's their attitude now. It's like believing that there are no aliens is like saying that because you dip a cup of water in the ocean and don't pull out a whale, that there are no whales. Like they have these weird analogies just to make it seem like it's ridiculous to not believe in aliens. So they're constantly moving the line. And so now that line's been crossed, now it's fashionable. You have to believe in it. And then it just keeps getting pushed further and further. But at every step of the way, the people at the fringe they do this trick where if you're on the cutting edge of societal evolution, they'll tell you you're on the fringe. No, you're not on the fringe. You're on the tip. They do that intentionally because they want you to turn you away. They don't want you on the beak of this penguin. They want you dangling in the back of the mullet. They don't even want you on the penguin. They don't want you on this thing. They want you facing them. They want you mediating your reality through them. And what we have to do, I mean, I think it's interesting. You turn your back, you turn 180 degrees from North Pole, whatever, and you just keep going south. To me, that's the attitude I have towards big government, big religion, big authority on anything. You just turn your back on it and you go the other way as far as you can until you break out of this pretty much enforced codependent relationship. And when I say codependent, it basically means there's an imbalance, a boundary violation. So when you look at the relationship between someone who's codependent and their narcissistic abuser, the narcissist will always know more about their abused, their victim, than the other way around. There's an imbalance in their boundaries. And that's one of the reasons why Big Brother wants in your head, in your life, in your thoughts, in your pocket, in your bedroom, everywhere. They want to be in you because they're inscrutable. See, you can't look behind their curtain. You can't look at their fourth wall. You can't look at what's going on in the ISS, even though we know it's bullshit. But they can look into your bedroom. They can read everything that you write. And they can know your thoughts and they can put you into the appropriate folders and categorize you. That is a dysfunctional relationship. That's codependency. And the only way you break out of this is by becoming increasingly independent. You make them irrelevant. You don't take up arms because that's their game. There's nothing they would want more than an armed insurrection. You know, history shows us that's what they want. That's what they always incite. So the only thing that you really need to do is make them irrelevant. So for example, stop buying Bill Nye the Science Guy bow ties. Why would you pay Netflix at a time like this? It's critical that we not give them our time, attention, or money. So right now it's just not a good time. You know, we don't have time for a meeting of the Baller Society or any of its propaganda outlets. We don't have time. I liked the Rush Limbaugh show, but now I know it's all fake. It's all blue pill. So even though I like the program, I don't have time for it. It's not relevant to my life because I know how fake it is. It's like, well, no thanks. Whether or not he knows he's part of the program, and I know he is. Patrick Roser it sounds to me, it says, have you heard these people claiming? And all I see is rule number 7. And if you don't know what rule number 7 is, just really quick, rule number 7 is no drama thumping. So if what you're bringing is going to direct us into the Bible, the globe, Mein Kampf, urine therapy, the Constitution, or drama, or communism, or naysaying, I want no piece of it. What's up, Nathan Oakley? Have you installed your OBS yet? Tim Collins, I like Limbaugh more when he was Jim Morrison. Well, you know, honestly, I actually like him more now that I know. It gives him an extra cool factor, like finding out that your dad had a cool high school band or something like, whoa, you used to be cool. And so I don't really mind that. And I don't think he's doing a lot of damage because I don't think he makes any claims. He's not really a gatekeeper. Like, you can listen to Rush because it's very topical. It's like listening to a neighbor. He just doesn't go deep. He's not a truth teller in the sense that we're talking about. He believes in the psyops. I just like his commentary on the media personalities because we have all the same enemies. That's all. By enemies, I mean ideological opponents. Like, I like people who mock the man bear pig. I think it's fun to subtly mock the people who are against civilization itself and who are pro-slavery. No drama-thumping MFers. Thank you, Joseph Lynch. Exactly. Tim Collins. Yeah, that's the point, though. He's a cheerleader. Well, look at the thing. Look what he does, and look what his dad did. Look what Jim Morrison's dad did, and then you can understand Limbaugh. For those of you who didn't know, Rush Limbaugh is, in fact, Jim Morrison. Whether or not you believe that, it's true. But that's not tip of the spear stuff, so we're not going to focus on it. But, oh yeah, that's right. Earlier, we were talking about the Overton window and window of discourse. So by bringing that up, it's a tactic. So let's say you're hanging out with somebody and you're on a road trip, so you're stuck in an elevator. Let's say you're trapped in the elevator with me. And I'm like, hey, Jim Morrison's Rush Limbaugh. And, we're going to be here for a few hours. You're like, okay, well, tell me how it works. Well, I could spend an hour telling them how it works. And the end of it, they're not going to believe it. Oh, no, Boogity just said, who's Jim Morrison? No. Well, anyway, you could tell him it's true, and he's not going to believe you. But what you've done is you've expanded the parameters of discourse. So now the weirdest thing he ever heard in his life, isn't some mainstream conspiracy theory about Area 51. No, now the weirdest thing he's ever heard is that Jim Morrison became Rush Limbaugh. So once you expand the window of discourse, what you have done is you have opened a portal, essentially, to talking about bigger things. Like, so one night I had people mad at me. People used to get mad at me whenever I'd say that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. Now everybody's just cool with it. They're like, yeah, fine. Just don't try to claim he's a chick. And so I backed off on that. But by going that route, I opened up the window of discourse to where now the idea of Hicks being Jones wasn't so crazy. Exactly, Llewellyn, the Overton window. Who was Rush Limbaugh? Oh. The Doors suck. My dad saw them live. Okay, well, yeah, I guess I kind of do. With the Stones. I would rather have seen the Stones. At that time, anyway. Clyde, 1066, great insights about how they play us and neutralize our power and co-creativity. You know who has a really interesting grasp on this, and a good way of explaining it is Peaches77. You should look at that channel. She has a lot of conversations about this and the need, and this is something that I've done too. I stopped reading books that have very dark themes. Like, I used to read true crime all the time. Not anymore. I used to read a lot of books, just dark horror stuff. I don't, because I know that, where attention goes, energy flows. I don't want to be creating this nightmare reality that they've designed for us. I want to unplug from it. And I was talking to someone about this last night, and I was like, it's exactly like in the original, in the only good one, the Ghostbusters. At the end of Ghostbusters, they're at the gates at the top of the building to another world or whatever, where the ghosts are from. And this demon being comes out and says, whatever you think of will manifest. And they're like, no, don't think about anything. Don't think about anything. Well, then Dan Aykroyd's character, he can't help it. He starts thinking about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man from the Marshmallows. And next thing you know, the big giant Stay Puft Marshmallow Man marches down the street, and they've got, that whole thing. They got to blast him or whatever. But the idea was that they cause us to create our own destruction. They cause us to create in a number of ways. But it's all about turning us against ourselves and against each other and against humanity itself. If you want to listen to people who are truly misanthropic, go talk to an environmentalist. Environmentalism is based on what? Carbon footprint. The idea that man's carbon footprint is a problem. You're a born tumor on the side of Mother Earth, and you ought to moderate that, mitigate it, regulate it, tax it, in any way stop it. Maybe just abort a lot of them, euthanize them, whatever it takes to save the planet. And that is no different than saying original sin. They give you an original sin because they hate you. And if they get you to hate yourself, then you're going to fall. See, here's the thing about codependency and narcissism. The codependent has low self-esteem. And so they collectively lower our self-esteem with carbon footprints, with original sin, with white guilt, anything they can possibly do to lower your self-esteem, they will. And the reason, that's one of the reasons for all these supermodels that are all polished up and held up as ideals, unattainable bodies. The reason they do this, and with the actors, these are all actors. They're not that funny in real life. They're not that charming. They're not actually doing these, they're not actually superheroes, but they want to give you these impossible ideals and idols that you cannot measure up to. These are the gods. These are the gods of today, the idols. It's idol worship. And they put these big gods up there on big screens, so you don't even know this. When you're going to a movie and you're watching your favorite movie star, you're worshiping state-approved idols. And the reason they want you doing that is because as long as you worship externalized gods, you're not a god. You measure yourself up to the gods, you're less than. And as long as you're less than, as long as your self-esteem is lowered, you are then susceptible and you fall prey to. In fact, you are drawn like a moth to a flame into codependent relationships. Abusers know this. This is why people who are in abusive relationships will go from one a-hole to the next. They'll go from one dysfunctional relationship to the next. It's a exploit that, know how to find it. They know how to find people who are susceptible to it. That's why cults know how to recruit people. And big governments know how to make people worship them. Let's move along. Madison Avenue. Yep, exactly. Like in Fight Club, you think that's a man, church cantor. Interesting. Southern Cross. I don't know how you got the wrench with that attitude. A little bit of a naysayer. Somebody take care of that person. For some reason, I thought there was something wrong with that character. I thought I'd blocked him before. It's like, if you're going to come over here and complain about shit, go somewhere else. You have options. Go watch Netflix. I heard that Bill Nye the Science Guy has a great show. He can teach you about how your junk doesn't matter and just hump whatever's nearby for science. Go watch some of that shit. Go brainwash your kids. Go obey. Go worship an idol. Listen to CNN. I'm sure Anderson Pooper Scooper and Brian Williams have a lot of nice things to tell you, help orient you towards reality, right? They'll tell you what's really going on. I really don't understand that. You're not going to find me watching some crappy TV show or reading some crappy book. And I know if it's crappy to me, it's because that's my opinion. I understand there's a market for it. So if you're not my target market, if you don't like my content, it's cool. I don't care. But this is a think tank. And if you don't have anything to add, don't add anything. Otherwise, someone will take care of you. Little Flappy, you watching South Park? Hey, South Park is actually ahead of the curve stuff. In fact, someone said watch the second episode of the most recent season. I think they have some type of, not a flat earth map, but they have an album cover from an album called Spaceship Earth by Journey or something. And it has a domed thing on it. Now, if you have to send me an email, infiniteplanesociety@gmail.com. If you want to ask about sending the artwork in, I'll deal with that then. Is Man Bear Pig on? Yeah, I haven't actually even seen that episode, but I love the image and I like the title. Well, actually, I understand the premise of it, but I never really got into it, South Park. I have watched a few episodes, but I read the subtext. Like South Park was, or is probably, the only TV show that mocks social justice warriors, which is great. And what I find really ironic, speaking of social justice warriors and the whole hysteria that comes with them, I am seeing that many people on the alt-right who built their reputation on being politically incorrect with Pepe and using that frog to trigger SJWs, these same people are now acting like SJWs when they see anything related to flat Earth. Very interesting. Clyde 1066, looking forward to Globe Exit. Yeah, it's going to be great. I mean, most of us have already Globe Exited. I Globe Exited 2 years ago. But the formal event is going to be something. And I'm going to ramp it up a little bit. Like I was going to compromise. A lot of people were like, hey, why don't you tone it down? But nobody really tells me what to do. Nobody tells you what to do. You know, we all do what we want. I'm not going to restrict you if you go out and talk to people about flat Earth. I'm not going to say, don't do that. Don't say the F word. No, if you want to say the F word, say it flat. Say it in all caps. Do not euphemize it. The reason why we are in this deception is because words have ceased to mean what they are supposed to mean. 1984 style. So we got to say flat. Say flat as F. I mean, just be emphatic about it because it's effing flat. Exactly. Flat, flat, flat. Oh, let's move along. Okay. Cussing means you lack vocabulary. No, it doesn't. It means that you have a vocabulary plus one more extra word for every cuss word. So if you don't know the cuss words, and I do, and we have the same vocabulary, I have your vocabulary plus the cuss words. You have to know them. But what's more important is you have to know how to use them artfully, if at all. I mean, I would rather say A word or F word. I don't like using it. I prefer not to. All right. Oh, I guess XKJTX didn't know the answer to the call password. If you show up here without a wrench, we're going to be paranoid about you because you might be here to distract us. And if it's the case, somebody's going to ask you a question. That question will determine whether or not you're a flying monkey, New World Order sock puppet, or mind-controlled proxy of Big Brother. Monique says, just listen to 1984 and Animal Farm on audio. Yeah, 1984, must read, absolutely. There's the vocabulary there, the words, like own self. The double think thought, was it Crime Stop? We need that. We need that lexicon. Animal Farm's excellent as well, especially when you're looking at how they weaponize political identity groups. Like, I find this interesting. If you look at number 11 on the list here, number 11 says church ladies and selective moral outrage. And the reason I wrote that is that there are some people who get really kind of, I don't know how else to put it. They just get a little too triggered or frightened about things that don't mean anything. And so, I'm sorry, getting a call right now. Should I take calls? Should I take calls? One second. Someone just called. You can try calling again. I'll answer it. I'll put my number on the screen. I'll take some calls, but listen, all of the rules are still in play. And so if you try to make this a platform for engaging in globethink, speaking of Newspeak, which is the 1984's lexicon, I have a new word for us, globethink. If you're thinking in such a way that makes you pliable for our controllers, that make you someone who's actually eminently programmable, like if you're a racist, you're engaging in globethink. Oh yeah, the church lady thing. The reason I brought up the church lady thing is I have people saying the darndest things, like, oh, because he was once a Mason, he is therefore evil, Satan, untrustworthy, and if you talk to him, you're a bad person too. That to me is church lady behavior. And we need to get past that shit.
Yep.
Hey, what's going on? How are you?
Hey, how's it going, IPS? This is Lickety Split.
Oh yeah, hey, we gotta cut Mike some slack. You know, the guy's going to fly at 7 Gs in a rocket, 62 miles.
Oh, for sure, absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely. That guy was on point as far as that goes. I was loving that.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
this is still tip of the beak, and so no thumping. Even if
right. No,
but I did have an issue. I did have something for you might appreciate, because someone else said, "Hey, what's with this non-constitution thumping?" Or, you know, whatever.
Right, no, exactly. I wanted to address that too. That definitely triggered people.
Well, no, I think a good idea though is like, if this information, and I believe it is relevant to our interests. One of the things we're doing with Operation Mockingbird is we're setting up a bunch of 24/7 live streams. And so if you feel that this is something that should be understood by all of us, what we'll do is we will make that the subject of one 24/7 live stream. And we need someone like you, a subject matter expert, to assemble
that sounds like a good idea.
A playlist to go in there, because then I would sit there all night listening to that stuff. But we need someone like you to source the information that's good, so we can all get on the right page and not fall for any of the thumpery, you know?
Yeah, right. No, I agree 100%. That was just my other little worry as far as like Hitler fanboys, and then sovereign citizen. That's why I love how you've been dodging that term. I've noticed you've been saying sovereign individual, which is very proper. Yeah, because the sovereign citizen thing is another thing that cops love to hassle people about. So they'll try to attach that to people any chance they get.
Yeah, we got to watch out for those. We got to watch out for the straw men that they already have, and they want to like attach you to it.
Yeah. But I mean, other than that, I love that. What's that guy in the rocket? Mad Mike. That was amazing. Let's see. Also, you caught my attention when you were talking about the environment thing about they try to make us seem like we're not part of the environment almost. They try to make it sound like humans are a curse on the environment or separate or something like that.
Yep.
And I remember watching, just like as a kid, you'll watch shows with kids and it's like National Geographic, they're filming out there in the wild. And they're like, oh, we don't want to intervene while, these lions are attacking this elephant. But it's like, at the same time, it's like, if you're there, you're there. I don't know, we're all just part of it. But so, I won't get into it too much. I like the idea of something more dedicated to this whole maritime admiralty and constitution thumpery situation, because it's like I said, I just see it everywhere all the time. And,
I do too. And if you can dispel some myths, and if you can, like I said, tip of the beak stuff. If you can, cut away some of that stuff and get to the truth, we'll put a concise playlist together, and we'll have a dedicated channel to that. Because what I'm looking at,
it's all related to the declaration part too, because that's really the important part. I mean, that's pre-Constitution. It's the Declaration of Independence. That's where it talks about your unalienable rights and all that kind of stuff. And that's where if you're going to stomp anything, we got some of these declarations. So I'm just going to keep posting some more links as far as information goes, so that everyone understands.
Sure.
The Declaration, what that really means. And I mean, the Constitution is just a guarantee. I don't think people get that. That's why I want to make sure people understand that. Because I can see it triggers a lot of people if you start talking about the Constitution. But
yeah, exactly. And it's interesting because like Glenn Beck, for instance, I was listening to him last year. I do a lot of opposition research for these people who I know are just totally controlled, and they literally venerate it. In fact, he's made the case last year during the election year. He was saying that the Constitution is no less of a divine document than the Bible itself.
Yeah, see, so that's just, Crow 777 gets into this, that the Constitution, there was 14 presidents before George Washington. The Constitution is really late in the existence of America. So,
right.
It's just a guarantee. Everyone should go look up a guarantee. It's a whole other instrument. So,
well, I'm interested in your thoughts on it. And what I am going to do is I'm going to be setting up these live streams as, at first I was going to let's just make it like a bunch of bars, they planned the Boston Tea Party and the Dragon Tavern. It's like, let's have a bunch of bars and we just go bar hopping all night. But now I'm like, no, we're going to make this a university. And every 24/7 live stream is going to be dealing with a specific subject that's not tip of the beak, but just right behind it.
Right. And with the Flat Earth, I definitely see this, the knowledge of like the central banking shit, and just like that's how they try to make money look bad. This is how they make money look bad, is when they attach this fucking debt bullshit to it with the central banking. That's how they started trying to make money look bad. When, as you and I both know, it's just a medium of exchange. That's all it is.
Right. Yeah. And that's something else that's worth talking about. In fact, I've had multiple conversations about this with different people in the last 3 days about how they've really done a job. I'm talking about the mind controllers, the ones who turn us against ourselves. They have really, in order to keep us dependent, they have really sown some pessimism about the subject of money, entrepreneurialism, and business. It's like the media will glorify you if you play a character on a movie where you sell meth to kids, like Breaking Bad. But then, that's an they can make that a positive archetype. But then if you're a businessman or CEO, you're automatically corrupt.
Well, it only takes a generation, really. That's all it takes. It takes 20, 30 years. You get that one generation, and, they're pretty much sunk, and it takes a long time to recover. So they got that going for them as far as their strategy goes.
Well,
But
I think that this particular I think right now, I think that the internet, what it's facilitating, might actually have the potential to undo so much brainwashing and statement. Like, I've spent more hours in Flat Earth in total than I spent in, classrooms on this or that. If you actually count the hours.
yeah,
And this isn't.
yeah, and I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, it's not exactly passive. Like, we're not watching SpongeBob here.
Yeah, and also as far as the Franklin cover up, all that kind of shit. This is like a game changer for that. Like, they might not have been able to cover all that stuff as far as their little pizza parties back then in the 90s.
Good.
And
point.
also back in the 60s. They could not have covered that up. Now they're going to have to deal with that. And we're going to see what happens there. But
yeah, good.
Yeah.
Point. And that's a very dark subject, but it has I mean, it's like, that's not even the tip of the iceberg. That's just like.
Well, yeah. Again, that ties into what I want to talk more about as far as, if we get the stream thing going. It does tie in that's what got me more, like, diving more into this whole study of trust and the equity and private trust. That's how you protect your kids from all these goddamn CPS people, which, that's their little vector, little portal for getting a lot of their victims is through the child protection system. So when people start learning about family trust, we can protect all our Flat Earth community, can start learning about how to properly establish a family trust and keep CPS out of their business. So
right.
That will be something.
And it's like, we have to, like, I mean, I know here personally, like, I remember that there was this head of the Children's, Youth and Families, whatever here, where the guy was arrested with 3,000 videos. All the kids, 3,000 videos. This guy was a regional director. And then I had a friend who, his dad didn't live with him, but his dad worked for that company. He worked for Children, Youth and Family. And he was really cool, supposedly. He would take kids to go meet the governor and stuff. And later, I find out that this guy, my friend had actually seen his dad's van and saw some stuff in the van that shocked him. And I'm just saying is that this is so widespread, it's pervasive. It needs to be unraveled, and it's a dark place. But this is one of these things, I think, when we overturn the big deception, a lot of these people under the rocks will be exposed. They'll be brought out to light.
Exactly. It's all like a derivative of the control system that is the globe and the shitty money, fiat currency, whatever. But that's all just the control system. It's all just part of it. But so there's more reason for everyone to step it up a notch, I guess. All right, I just wanted to cover all that. And
I appreciate your input, and same with everyone else here. I think that what we're going to come up with this Operation Mockingbird and having all these live streams everywhere is we're going to be able to pull together all this knowledge. So instead of ignoring things, we'll just become more focused so we can get up to speed faster. And so we'll definitely need your input when I set that one up. Maybe my first.
For sure.
All right. Well,
I've been trying to do a blog, but I've just been super busy. But I got my notes together. It's ready to go. But we'll be in touch. All right. Cheers to everybody in the chat.
All right, lickety split. Good talking to you.
All right, take it easy.
Infinite Plane Society. How may I help you?
Hey, what's up, IPS? This is Spiritual North.
Oh, what's up, Spiritual North? You want to post some of your music in here?
Yeah, I just did a new song. I should blast the links for it.
Yeah, why don't you? I'll play it.
Okay, cool. It's kind of dark. It's like I went a little bit to the dark side for this tune. So maybe we'll see what the fellow beakers think of it. All right.
No beak biting, says Boogity. Go ahead.
No beak biting. All right. I just put it in the link, so you guys play it and go ahead and use your beaks and tear it out. Flap 1,000 penguin wings. Cause a 19 miles per hour hurricane.
All right, everyone. It's Spiritual North here.
Yep.
Pulled up on my screen.
That's what people say.
Here we go.
Oh, thanks for doing that with Flat Earth Asshole. That was great. You got him like $500 from now.
A lot more than that. I think it's $1,200.
Yeah, I know.
It's awesome. And you know what? The guy's great. I mean, he's honestly, He's an asset. He's an asset to the movement.
Jake. Yeah. It's he's killing it, and he's just so down to earth, and he's a salt of the earth kind of guy. So,
wait till you see some of the museum footage, because he's brazen. He doesn't mind laughing at dinosaurs and stupid solar system models in front of people. Guys are reverent is the word. Reverent, and we need that reverence. That's what I love about it. We need that.
And that's like the tune is like getting into the irreverence and the comedy of it. I really think that's where so much of the magic is.
Yeah,
you laughing.
Exactly, reverence. That's one of the reasons for taking their idols or just
right. It's like I think Nietzsche said, "Not by hatred but through laughter will we slay the spirit of gravity. Come, let us slay the spirit of gravity." And he just like laughed a bunch. So like laughter will. Against Mark Twain said, "Against laughter, nothing else stands." You know what I mean? It's like the ultimate fucking knock it over.
That's good.
But yeah, I just want to call in and say, we're all here, man. Tip of the beakers.
So this song is called Magnetically Attuned Investigations. And everyone click the link.
That's just my spiritual North tagline. I think it's called
Stationary Place. Okay, here we go. The lyrics are here though.
Palace. Yeah. Go ahead and bump it. I got the video from some like old 1920s like school footage.
I like this here. I got a question for the scientists. Why the horizon rising with level with my eye and shit 20 miles high with it. This is good stuff, man.
Yeah, it's like I got a question for the scientists. Why the horizon rising with level with my eye and shit 20 miles high with it? Is NASA fucking lying it? ISS surviving it? Attempts to melt aluminum live streaming.
Man, this is great. Hey, thanks for sharing. I'm definitely going to put this in rotation. In fact, you know what? This gives me an idea. When we're doing these live streams, these 24/7 live streams, we're going to have one dedicated to just flat earth music. Like,
oh, yeah, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
That'd be great. Yeah, there's a lot of good artists out there. I like some of the stuff that Issa Mahal puts out. And I've heard a couple other good tunes, so I'll keep my ears open. I'll start getting a little flat earth music playlist together for us.
Yeah, well, hey, check out some of these comments. People are like, Stationary Place. Yep, Llewellyn, Flat Earth Accord. This song is awesome. Nice break beat. That sounds cool. Love the lyrics. Yeah, this is good stuff. Yeah, we'll have to do one of those. That'd be great. Because that's one thing that they can't do is like, you could have all these clever arguments by the Neil deGrasse Globey and the bow tie guy.
Right.
But what are they going to do when like
guy?
Yeah, exactly. The scientism guy. Well, what are they going to do though when these guys are outnumbered by music that's just way cooler than anything they have to say? Or when we have flat earth comedians that are funnier than anything Joe Rogan can say, they can't compete in the culture, then we win.
Right. And I think you're hitting it on the beat, bro, because like the main point is to outdo them with our artistry. I mean, it's one thing to stand there and listen to someone talk about flat earth. It's a totally another thing to look at the sculpture that they made or the dress they sewed or listen to the comedy bit they wrote. I mean, we can really shine and show our shit. And, it's totally, it's not a debate. You know what I mean? It's like, it's more about expressing our truth and letting people see it from the level that, that we rock at. That's that tip of the beat.
Exactly. In fact, someone just here said that song is in the tip of the beak. Little Flatty says we need flat earth death metal. Yeah. Anything, honestly. Someone else said flat earth comedy. Yeah. Yeah. Well, actually there is flat earth death metal. There's one of my favorite albums. It's by a band called Kraft. It's called Death to Planet Earth. It's like this.
Oh, cool.
It's like this 3-part band. I mean, they got a good sound. And it's more black metal than death metal. But I used to listen to it because the intensity of it. But now when I listen to it, it's consciously about not killing the earth, but the globe. So it's war music.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And you need a little, we should rev up some of these things. You got to do a little black metal flat earth to kick off the chat, get everyone's blood pumping.
Yeah, no kidding. All right.
It's like rev this thing.
No, that's awesome.
Yo, I'm gonna hop off the line, though. I want to let another caller, run through. But I just want to say, yeah, man, thank you for doing what you're doing. We're keeping our ears tuned, and let's keep growing and sharing the truth with people.
Yep, exactly. Hey, thanks, man. We appreciate you sharing your music with us. Stationary Place, killer lyrics, and we're definitely going to do a music channel now. All right, you have a good night.
Cool. You too, bud.
Flatasf.com says Kraft is legit. You have some of the records. Yep. You have what do you have? There's Terror Propaganda, Death to Planet Earth, and what was the other one? It's something else, but in fact, I'm gonna play. No, I will. I'm gonna play one song. I'm gonna find a song by Kraft. See what you think. You probably will hate it. I don't know. Does anyone want to hear it for a second? Al Bandito says, no. Yeah, above that. Flat Earth Accord. Norwegian black metal is rad. Yeah, we'll play a few seconds. I'm not going to blow your ears out. Not going to be loud. I'm not going to wreck the ambience of your room, whatever you have going on there with this, but I'm going to play Death to Planet Earth by Kraft. Oh, the album is Total Soul Rape. Okay. The song is Death to Planet Earth. That gives you an idea. But anyway, we do need a music channel and other stuff as well. Lots of stuff to do with this thing. And like I said, it's going to be like, I'm looking at it as a universe, because there's so many people who have things to say that are just kind of not quite tip of the beak, but relevant anyway. And I would like someone to go ahead and just put together a nice course, more or less, like a course. Daniel Reza says Flat Earth, the mosh pit. That's cool.
Anyway.
Hey, how you doing?
Hello? Hey, what's up?
Just having a chat here with 250 people. How you doing?
This is Joseph.
Hey, what's up, Joseph? Hey, I appreciate the support there, man. Awesome. Thanks. I'm glad you got a call in.
No, I shouldn't call, but I did.
No, that's cool. I was I was leaving my.
I was enjoying. What was this music though? I was like, that's heavy. What was that?
Oh, that's Kraft. And yeah, they're actually.
What is that though? What is that?
It's like.
That was pretty. I mean, I liked it, but it was like, whoa, what's going on?
Yeah, I think it's like Norwegian black metal. Like, death metal in America, it's more clunky and it's more like just like an extreme version of Metallica or something. But black metal's like extremely fast. That it sounds.
No, it's good. That's good.
Yeah, it's a different sound, but the reason why I liked this music, and in fact, the reason why it's kind of relevant to what we're doing, is that it emerged. There's a really good book on the subject called Lords of Chaos. And it was basically this. A lot of teenagers growing up in these parts of the world realized that, wait, all these big churches were built on top of holy sites that our ancestors venerated. In other words, they saw that Christianity was imposed on them and that their old gods were taken away. And so black metal came up not as a satanic thing, but as a rejection of Christianity in favor of their old gods. So, for example, Thor or the whole Norse pantheon would figure heavily. So it's not Satan; it's just these other gods that were demonized. But anyway, Lords of Chaos is about how these groups of musicians became somewhat radicalized, and on 6/6/1996, there was like these coordinated church burnings. And the idea here was they were saying, we're taking back our own heritage and we're rejecting what was imposed on us. So it's kind of a synchronized thing, and it scared a lot of people because on this date, all these things happened. But what I'm saying is that it was kind of like what you would call it's kind of revolutionary in a sense. And the idea of burning churches is bad, obviously, but the symbolism of the act, it was basically saying, hey, we recognize that the reality that was handed to us is bunk. We're going to take back what our ancestors had before they had it taken away from them. So, so to those who say it's dark, it sounds dark, but it's really not. It's just the sound of rebellion, of war, of taking back. But I think it's a genuinely interesting phenomenon. That book, Lords of Chaos, is worth reading.
Who was that by again?
The book Lords of Chaos, I don't know who wrote it, but it's got a lot of... No, I read it a while ago, but it's just a collection of essays and articles and interviews.
No, it sounds good. I'll look it up. All right, man. I just wanted to say hi. Hanging out here in Iowa. We got corn.
It's flat as hell out there. Hey,
yeah,
hey,
really
were you listening earlier today with Mike, with Mad
Wait.
Mike?
I saw it. Yeah, I saw it earlier. I was driving around for a minute and I was trying to I kept losing signal and I was trying to get home so I could listen to it because I don't know what the hell's wrong with my 4G. It's not working, but I did hear a lot of it. I saw the clip, but I got to go back again and check it out again.
Yeah, it's a trip. But anyway, we're going to be following this guy. We're going to support him on his next thing and see if we can't get him to put flat Earth on the rocket when he goes up 62 miles.
That's going to be... Now, I can tell. Just looking, there's something there.
Yeah. Well, by the way, maybe this will pertain to you. I am putting all my stuff on iTunes.
I'm trying. I downloaded the app so I can get on the pod. I added your podcast.
Oh, killer!
I can't remember. I don't know that. There was an app though. I couldn't do it through my regular iTunes app. I had to get a separate app that's just strictly for podcasts. But then I searched it from Plain Study, it popped right up. So cool. I got it on there now.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep current with it every day because especially, and I'm doing it now. I want others to do it as well. And tomorrow, either tomorrow or tonight, depending on if I sleep or not, I'm going to put together a tutorial on it because I want more people to put out these videos to get onto iTunes because I'm going to be doing a lot of walking around and cardio in the next few months. And I'd like to have something to listen to. But anyway, hey, thanks for calling. And again, I appreciate your support as always.
Hey, man. Have a good night.
Good night. That would be Joseph Lynch. Bravo says, they say we can dig from China, but we will pop out in America. Only on the globe. Flat Reality, Billboard meme on iFunny. Lots of trolls. I need help in comments. Okay, let's take a look at what this is about. Flat Reality posted a link. I think this might... Oh, yes, let's do this. How does this work? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open my screen. Spam that link if you don't mind. We're going to take a look at this other site and see what we can do as far as coloring the comments section. Okay, so this is ifunny.co. Pay attention, says 1,000 beaks of light. So what this is it's just a matter of time, everyone. So somebody posted this and there's comments below. All right, Tip of the Beak, thanks for hanging out. Let's scroll down and see what we got here. So we paid money for a billboard. Doesn't mean as much as you think. Anybody can put up a billboard. Money wasted. Physics is greater than billboard. Not very convincing. Okay. I'll make sure to spam this up. All right, let's see. We've been on for 2 hours. Okay, let me go down the list, make sure I didn't... Oh yeah, more accelerant, please. More accelerant, please. That's number 13. Is all about what we're talking about. More accelerant means empowering creators to earn more, which is why I think everybody should be doing super chat. There's no reason for someone who's dedicated to this thing to have to compromise. We should be more, open to helping people out as far as getting them to create their content, get on the road or whatever. And so this more accelerant is just basically saying that one of the things I want to do, like for example, the iTunes thing, is just finding more ways for the content to be utilized. And so I was thinking about it. So many people have like hours and hours of content that could be transcribed. And so I found some software. And so I want to find some channels or some videos that would be worth transcribing and see if we can't get the ball rolling on that. Because, you know, whenever you publish a book on Kindle, it goes, you can put it onto unlimited where people can pick it up free. And when you do that, you can get hundreds of downloads a day to people who wouldn't have been looking at it otherwise. dailyplay.com, you have the Russian Vids tribute. Thanks. Let's take a look. Give me a break. Now, those of you on Russian Vids, just... oh, this is good. I'll put this on. Give me a break. That's pretty clever, actually. The globe being a painting. It's one of his catchphrases. I would have used an orange paintbrush, but no, actually, that's killer. Good work. Good font, by the way. What site is this? Oh, Redbubble. Redbubble's a really good one. So is Gear Bubble. Super Champion Rocker, when Masons talk about being on the level, is it a flat earth thing? I believe so. Orochi says, hey, I can send 20 memes. Yeah, please send them. Please send them on. Anthony says, this super chat is in the name of Flat Realm. We support IPS. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Jessica Trom says, Red Pill or GTFO? Agreed. 100%. The red pills are coming. Okay, so we covered that. I think I've covered everything. I was just trying to pick up on everything we missed, but I want to go to I Spy NASA Lies next. One more time, I want to reinforce one more thing. Twitch TV. Twitch TV. If you know how to set up a live stream on YouTube, it's easier on Twitch TV, but I want to do some experiments where we go back and forth, because what I want to do is I want to make the trolls tired of chasing us around. And I want to make it more difficult for them to control the narrative. And I want to get into other areas. And part of the tsunami that I think we're going to create on 723 is going to require that we have sort of a very wide, broad, cross-platform approach. Because if we're planning it on one thing and we execute it from one site, we can be stopped. Monique, you're working on stickers. Excellent. Keep sending me stuff. Keep sending me pictures or stickers that you've created and uploaded, and I'll go ahead and promote them. Okay, Jessica, oh, you have Twitch. Excellent, excellent. Trying to get onto that. See, here's what I'm thinking about doing. We're not thinking about. Here's what we're going to do. Well, what I want to do, and you can come along with if you wish. I think that with a concerted effort and a number of us, just a crackpot team, I think over a course of an 8-hour period on, we'll say July 23rd or July 22nd into 23rd, overnight, I think we can raise enough hell. I don't want to overstate it or say that we're going to do something bad, but I am going to say that I think with a concerted effort, we could make some serious inroads into making this a headline thing, the flat earth thing, making it apparent and clear it's not going to go away, but not in a belligerent way. But I have some ideas on how to make it happen, but it's going to be tied into a couple other things. But it all presupposes first that we have enough content out here as far as the Operation Mockingbird goes and spreading out our live stream, our network of live stream channels. Joseph Saunders says, Flat Earth saves your soul. Hey, thanks a lot, man. And actually, you know what? It does. It does. Because your soul is actually compromised to the extent that your mind is plugged into the matrix. That's what it's for. You see, because your soul is supposed to have a direct connection to your mind, like you have a direct connection to your creator. There's no mediator. But when you plug your mind into the matrix, be it a religious paradigm, a false religious paradigm, or the mainstream media paradigm, or any other cult, or anything that puts something between you and the creator, anything that does that is essentially cutting you off of your soul. And so the only way you're really truly in touch with the soul is in those moments of cognitive harmony, when everything comes together. And you're in a system designed to keep you in cognitive dissonance. It's designed to do that. The globe is designed to do it. Now, somebody said that David Icke had a flat earth video, and I hadn't checked it out because I thought it was clickbait, because he'll throw flat earth in his titles to get you to watch his stuff. But it got me thinking about his books, because I used to read his books, a lot of his books. I liked his stuff. I liked his ideas. Little Flat, he says, I mainline my red pills. Yeah, it's interesting that red pillars tend to mainline, and blue pillars tend to put it in the blue pill crack pipe. Different strokes. But anyway, one of David Icke's books is Tales from the Time Loop. And in this book, he has this idea that life and that we are these infinite beings, right? That consciousness is infinite. It goes in all directions, that we are all part of the same thing. You know, he gets kind of mystic, you know, whatever, but he has this idea in Tales from the Time Loop that our souls collectively are on this path, like in a stream. And then we get caught up in some type of a whirlpool, and it keeps spinning and spinning and spinning, and that we are essentially caught in a vortex. And he called it the time loop. And that until we collectively get over our imprisonment to this thing, we will not be liberated from this time loop, right? Well, this is all very mystic or whatever, but it got me thinking, what if David Icke, what if he's not actually as controlled as we think, but what if he was intuiting what actually is, but that, yeah, exactly, new perspective says, oh, I heard he was a Freemasonic shill. Okay, I would cite number 11. We can't say that you know how many people have heard that I'm a Masonic shill? Everyone. You know, if that's your standard, because I could make the argument that you're Masonic. We are all Masonic. That it's, I mean, I don't want to get into that necessarily specifically right now, but I'm just sick of the word shill. It's such a distraction. Because I'm focusing on the information, not the character or his intentions. This is us. Because here's what he revealed in this statement about the stream being caught up in a loop. How is that the idea of an infinite thing, of infinity being caught up in a loop, right? And he says that the reptilians represent our prison wardens, but our true prison warden isn't the reptilians, but it's us. Now, this was before he got rid of that whole thing. But what if he was just merely putting into words, using the lexicon he understood, something that is true? Something that is not only true, but that isn't so mystical, but really down to earth. In other words, what if what he was intuiting is that we're on something else, an infinite realm? And that the spinning ball, not a time loop, but the spinning ball run by who? Kronos, Saturn, the cults of Saturn and Kronos, time, that this is the time loop. The time loop, the heliocentric system, moving in a circle, stuck in a loop, that we're spinning. And so I'm wondering if maybe this whole idea of reptilians is, yes, that we're policing ourselves. We're in a toxic codependent relationship with power, centralized authority, the mediators, the media. And so I'm thinking now that David Icke's book, Tales from the Time Loop, may actually have been telling us the story about our own enslavement from an infinite plane to a spinning ball. And the reason why I trust David Icke, not trust, but the reason I follow him, is that he's guided by intuition and synchronicity. And nobody talks about synchronicity as much as he does. I think he embellishes. I think he writes to please his publisher and his audiences. And I think there's a bit of a showman in it. But I think the subtext, that the basic fundamentals of his concepts are accurate in many ways. You just have to recognize that he's just taking, as many mystics do, because it's ineffable. When you're taking a big truth, you can't just put it into words right away. You describe it with allegory. It's why I have constant references to blue pill, red pill, matrix, because that's a common cultural reference that we can all understand. So tonight I'm probably gonna watch David Icke's latest videos, and where he talks about flat earth and see where he's at with it. Yeah, thanks, pay attention. And something else really bizarre. Well, not really bizarre, but, well, I don't know. This is really strange. When I bought that book, Tales from the Time Loop, after I finished reading it, I gave it to my brother. And my brother said, no, you already gave me that book. And I was like, no, this is the first time I read it. And we went out to his car, and he said, no, look. And he pulled a copy of the book out of the trunk of his car. And I had no recollection of ever having given it to him. It was just one of these weird moments, But that book is actually rather good. I'm going to reread it. Let's move along. I see all these comments. David Icke has a beer gut. David Icke's a lesbian. Listen, David Icke, one thing on David Icke that you can't say. You can't say that he's a thought policer. And you can't say he's not looking for solutions. But his solution is, pretty much the right one. He talks about love as being the opposite of hate, and that if you invest in hate, you're going to get more hate. If you invest in love, you get more love. And that the prison wardens in our own heads and the prison wardens that rule this place are, in fact, manifestations of hate. David Icke is a globie. I don't know. He's teetering. We just got to let him know, hey, man, don't be a Derple pillar. You're the guy who wrote Children of the Matrix. You're all about the Matrix analogy. Of all people, you ought to be on the red pill and only the red pill. And yes, Way BMX, Unlimited Power by Tony Robbins, required reading. Rick Woods, you know what? Maybe he's got other agendas. I'm not sure, but David Icke has like a knack. He's a good storyteller. I'll say that. But many people would say that he's just there to taint everything. In fact, even Alex Jones was derisive of him for such a long time. Rusted Soul, great artwork, says Monique. Let's go ahead and put that back up. I can't wait to see what other people come up with. I'm going to do some paintings of Fepe as well. Jay Leno's chin, how much sugar do I drink in a day? I drink my coffee black. You say sugar affects the pineal gland? As in it closes it off? Is that what you're suggesting? Nathan Oakley, David Icke can't see flat earth as it discredits his moon nonsense. Well, you see, David Icke is also subject to his publisher or something, because he went from reptilians to shadow people. And shadow people? Come on. Are you saying that sugar decalcifies the storbang? Chris Frisk says he's about that mullet. Yeah, about the mullet. The mullet, yeah, it's an alpha male haircut. You'll never see a beta with a mullet. But there's with regards to the mullet though, in some parts of the world it's a little different. It doesn't have the same connotation. I want to see Fepe with a mullet. Llewellyn says David Icke has some stuff wrong with his hands. Well, if you read his story, he was a pro soccer player, and he said that he was having these experiences while playing soccer, where time would slow down. And he would have these transcendent experiences while running, whatever. But his dreams of being a pro soccer player came to an abrupt halt when he developed arthritis, and it's really bad in his hands. And he's someone else. Something else about him that's interesting is he was in the Green movement, the Green Party. And so here he was, goalkeeper. Interesting, goalkeeper. You got that. But he was in the Green Party. Little Flat, he says, we all rocked mullets when we were 6. Hey, I rocked mullets much longer than that. No, actually, my friends in high school all had mullets. Mullets, nothing wrong with mullets, honestly. No mullet thumping. Joseph Saunders, he had done ayahuasca. Yeah, true. Yeah, he might. I think he did. I actually think he did. Oh, I see. You go with no sugar in your coffee. Yeah, no, I don't really care for it. Unless it's really bad coffee, but if it's bad coffee, I'm not going to drink it. Rusted Soul, just noticed the globe sucker. Oh yeah, if you're looking at these paintings, Mike Hogan says there's everything wrong with mullets. Come on. If you look at these paintings, these are by Rusted Soul. Oh, I see. He's smoking a globe crack pipe. That's beautiful. This is good stuff. Oh man, this is too funny. This is going to be interesting. Good work. Flat Earth Subgenius, praise Bob. So, okay, I think we're done here. We're not done. We're never done. The Flat Earthers' work is never done. But we've gone through everything in the list from the Billboard, rule number 7, healthy cults, have a cookie. The fortune cookies are out. You can pick up Flat Earth fortune cookies now from my site if you want them. Daniel, I don't know what you're talking about, but listen. Death warrant, number 5. Oh yeah, unflappable. Unflappable, we all know what that means. It's just a state you have to be in. You have to be somewhat stoic to deal with the constant wave of trolls, proxies, flying monkeys, agent smiths. Death warrant. Yeah, Big Brother's watching you. You signed your death warrant when you agreed that the world might not be a ball. Not that there's anything to worry about, but I'm just saying that, we either follow this thing through to its logical conclusion, or I'll see you at the FEMA camp. Renaissance, not revolution. Church lady, no more church ladies. Just because you see a Masonic symbol doesn't mean you need to act like some soccer mom during the satanic panic where every 5-pointed star means your kid's in a satanic cult. Like, we kind of got to get rid of that. More accelerant, please. Yes. We need to find more ways for content creators to finance their operations so we can expand and grow this fire. No sacred cows on flat Earth. There aren't any. If you think there is one, point it out. We'll go tip it over and see how sacred it is. Twitch.tv. Everyone needs an account there soon. Patrick Rogers, why don't we go darknet soon? I mean, what we're going to do here is going to be fascinating. I think it's going to be a big test. It's going to be a test to see what we can do. Like, I really think there's nobody outside of our reach. What's up, MBM Industries? Okay, so we have covered everything. There's a few letters somebody sent me, so what I'm doing there at the bottom here. If you have anything you want to submit, like a website or a link, feel free to post it there or submit it to me and I'll list it here. If you have a blog or a news site, we'll link it here as well. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, awesome, Daniel. Good one, actually. How funny. Is Robotham a sacred cow? No. He's not a sacred cow. None of us are sacred cows either. I'm not a sacred cow. Good evening, Infinite Plane Society.
Oh, so this is just your sacred cow slaughter waving next. I was just
yeah, sharpen your beaks.
I was just like really thinking about how are you sharpening your beak? Are you out there on the streets living it? Are you breaking down these paradigms as you walk through life? Do you have the live contacts in at all times? Do you have the nighttime? So it's like these different. It's all these different YouTubers. So it's really like strange when somebody wants to say like, I own this thought. Like the only reason you're even here is because people think the same way. It's a synchronicity of thought, synchronicity that brings us together. And so, there's that division. I've seen it like with Santos Bonacci getting called out by the True Heresy. And it's like, hey, dude, you had your time for heresy. You want to go against like Santos and just like make videos just like crying, saying that you grow apples and he's stealing your work. It's like, whatever you think about the person, what he's saying, you take the content. It's the content. And so if you are saying the only reason I subscribe to you is because you're talking about the Masonic handshakes. You're saying you are a whistleblower, right? So there's so much beauty in all of these jokes that have just been memes characterized. And it's like, hey, you don't want to take the flat earth pill, but like these are the jokes that you live with. These are the jokes that are on you, Globey, every day. Not on me. I'm just laughing at them because that's all I can do at this point. No one's waking up, except for, the 300 or 2,000 will even watch this,
Right.
What do you think about that?
No,
like Titanic. Did it really exist? You saw some black and white photos. The bankers, the federal court went away. You know somebody that built scuba diving equipment that went and they carry around this one piece of steel they apparently picked up and they carry it from city to city and make people go worship. at this where the federal bank was, this atrocity that created the federal bank really is what they try to say. It's like a hoax. There's so many hoaxes at work. So like, that's a hoax.
Yeah, that one's a big one too. And one of the ways that they convince us is fascinating. It's almost like reliquaries. Like they used to have a reliquary for every church or whatever. They would like, oh yeah, we got a piece of the cross in this box. We got a piece of a saint's bone here. And they're showing us stuff. They'll parade around little artifacts. Like at the Dinosaur Museum, I saw something that was said to be like moon basalt that had fallen down the moon and landed on Antarctica or something.
Yeah. Everything's fine here. It's transpermia, right? It was just like planetary spermia. That's what created everything, like some evolution. That's easier to believe than saying, hey, like go to the beach, go look. It's not a ball. And you're crazy, but hey, this chunk of Mars blew up and like traveled here with some transpermian life. They're literally, it's the obelisk of Osiris. It's the only piece. So that's the piece that they metaphorically, fantasize about. So there's all these stories of space travel, and it's all just them like, this is fucking the like you're coming to this like religious paradigm that everybody's fallen into, and like, it's like the Durper pill. Like no one gets it, no one knows it, they never will.
Well, what I found kind of like shocking was when I've seen examples of people who just are just so ambivalent they don't even know why they should care, and that's the scary part, where you realize that some of these people are so deceived.
Just zombies. Like it's just so programmed to these certain narratives that they have nothing to back it, but they have faith in these things that they never even want to look into. And it's like, hey, they're like, I don't care about flat Earth, but here's Jesus, and here the world's gonna end. I'm like, what? Like, why? What's gonna end this time for? Like, how many fucking times are you gonna tell us it's just gonna end? And it's like, oh no, that's it. Well, it's just gonna end, but they were wrong that time. But here's the fucking thousandth end of the world scenario they're trying to fucking sell to the masses. Like, when are you gonna wake up? When are you gonna see that obviously this Josephine Rosie and Justine Barbie and what's his name, Michael Kardashian, whatever his name is, Christopher Ludy or whatever. Yeah. It's like, when are you going to see that this is obviously what they're doing? Like it's, you're not going out on a limb. We are here supporting you. And, like I did math all the time. Like whenever they told me this was a picture, I took it as, oh, that's a picture. Then I find out like, oh, well, actually a composite image of painting is considered an image, a picture to NASA. That's when that's all it says, because if AD oil is there, the peak oil is a hoax, then the Earth is constantly producing. And so there's like expanding Earth theory that I guess was there. There's like hollow Earth theory. There's these theories that have been out there forever. So it's not anything about a shape. It's about the way that you think about where you are at. And I guess, hey, my main question, I'll let you go after this, thank you so much, is, what about that you can't, like, I'm just asking, how many stars have been seen by passengers when they're flying on an airplane? Like, if the stars are not there above 1,000 feet, then you cannot have the argument that you're looking at something like a billion light years away to the nearest star. when what you're seeing is an image actually being projected onto your dome of existence in reality of where you can look around within 60 degrees, like your limit of the perception, you see the dome. And so that is where your stars are being projected. So if you look in a telescope, you're not seeing something a billion light years away. You're only seeing something 100,000 feet up.
Right. And we don't even know that there is such a thing as light years now. Like, is there even such a thing? Does light
obviously
even...
there's not. And
exactly.
obviously these are some Einsteinian farces. If you haven't seen Einstein's Idiot, and I forget the guy who was talking about the sun being there's the transistor of energy. You can't combust. You can't. There's no the fusion where you take nothing and you're combusting constantly. So just the concepts of what the sun is. But obviously that's why we're all here, because we know these like simple facts, and we're against this mainstream narrative of it all. And so it's like, yeah, what if I was wrong? What if it wasn't like the balloon? It wasn't a NASA blow up doll going up there, but it was still just like, it's like the private sector makes these missiles that go and supposedly kill people too. And so don't you think that's where the technology is done to, like, obviously, and then they put up a blimp and they shoot off the blimp. It's just like there's a lot of going on. It's like Matthew Powerland is infinite planar, and it's like
the thing about
he's got on this religious kick lately, which is interesting. It seems interesting.
But one thing I think it's important to emphasize here is that this thing, like I kind of want to I've been like kind of cutting away from a lot of certain things because I get a lot of spammers. Like they do a lot of stuff. Like one of the ways they try to derail this thing is they want to make it about individuals, and then they start attacking those individuals, and that's a bad habit to get into.
I really do think you should write that book about about confronting the anonymous person who is attacking you. Like I want to hear that story. I want to read that story too. Also, really, I got sidetracked, but the main reason I wanted to call in, I was like, your book is amazing. Like it needs just an edit to make just everything like more fluid.
Yeah.
But those are things that you should use, not whether you're attacking what the shape is, if anything. The Flat Earth Activist book is like an activist, like how you should think about all of these concepts. It's not a red pill, it's not a blue pill. Like these are constructs. Like what level are you at? These are memes made up, but that doesn't mean that that's a meme for reality. Like it's like someone wrote a little math problem about how something drops off a roof. Like that's not a scientific law, that's a natural law. Like no one can claim the fact that what we observe in reality happens. You cannot claim these natural laws. So, but I was just saying, great book, and I'll let you go. Thanks a lot, and talk about the anonymous. When you were re-trolling the trolls, I think that'd be a good story. Like so.
Awesome.
But
Hey,
thanks a lot,
thanks for
dude.
the call. And there was.
I'm gonna try to make it to the art show. Hopefully, I'll see you and Tim. So.
Hey, that'd be
hopefully
awesome.
It'll be good.
Very cool. All right.
Cool. Appreciate it, dude.
Bye.
Peace.
One of the things he was saying just a second ago was about how they always move the date back from these doomsday things. And you'll see the same thing if you look at how many times Al Gore predicted something and it turned out to be completely off. You know what I mean? Like, for example, I think Florida should already be underwater. And I think half the population should have starved to death. If you look at the book Population Bomb, doomsaying is a tool of government. There's always not just the doomsaying as in like in a religious context, but a scientific context, or it's a war. There's always something that they can hold over you. Sean Hemming says, simultaneously filming the moon from numerous strategic locations all at once will tell us many, many things. Agreed. And that just takes organization. And if you have ideas on how to implement that, we ought to start talking about that. And I think there's going to be a lot of used P900s up for sale soon. Oh yeah, if you go to dailyplane.com, he has a tutorial on how to set up a billboard, how to organize it, how to find one, and then how to order it. 1980, Nathan Oakley says, I'm pretty scared about the possibility of a rock from space. Are you scared of a rock from space? Isn't that great? Like, how is that? To me, that just sounds like if you don't please the gods, to me, it's just like a threat from above, the sky god. But the rock from space story is coming up again with a new movie or a new series called Salvation. What kind of crap is that? 13 episodes of people like, oh, we're all going to die and NASA save us. Talk about predictive programming and the fact that they're putting that. And then I've been seeing articles left and right. Like if you do a website search, a web search for asteroids, you'll find they're constantly spooking people like, oh yeah, an asteroid the size of a bus was 20 feet away from Earth, and had it hit the Earth, it would have wiped out New York. They're constantly doing that. Monique, I never trusted church as a child. Good. I didn't either. I knew it was wrong, or it wasn't completely legit. And the church I went to had some peculiar things. Then I had a friend who grew up in the church. His father was a preacher. And I don't know. I think the whole thing's just a big business. It's a business. It's not spirituality. It's a business. All right, so I was going through the list. Twitch TV. Oh yeah, the last one we were talking about was no sacred cows on flat Earth. And when I was saying no sacred cows, it's really just a point on the fact that we have to keep truth as our guide, not consensus. And then another element of it is we have to learn to become capable of accepting truth as our authority, not authority as truth. So Neil deGrasse Tyson globe head smoking the crack pipe there, the globe crack pipe. Just because he's on all the TVs and we're told to idolize him, that should be a sign that we should just turn the other way, turn around, and don't trust him. I mean, look at this. It's so crazy to me thinking about it, just how deep this mind effery goes. When they set you up for years in advance with archetypes, and then they provide you with an idol. And if you don't agree with what the idol says, you're dumb or you're bad or you're a fallen creature. Flat realm, yeah, there is something to that. All right, so let's see here. I'm going through my list of things. We covered everything today. It took a couple of tries. I was shut down a little while ago, but honestly, the high point of today, I think, was talking to that Mad Mike Hughes. That was something else. I mean, if any of you if you didn't see it, I'll be doing a video on it, and I'm going to cover what he's going to do so we can back up what he's doing. Okay, Zombie Feathers, you sent me an email. Excellent. Gerton, you don't want to lower your cable bill. You just want to cancel the whole thing. I would. I can't believe how much money people just shell out. I mean, football season. I was working for a cable company, and I just couldn't believe it. People would drop that much for... But then again, I can believe it. Because when your reality has been so corralled, that stuff is exciting. It is important. There's nothing else to worry about. Doesn't matter. And also there's something else. Oh yeah, that's right. One more thing I'll mention here. Number 8, hypnotic inductions. I was thinking about how they count down various things. Like there's like a clock on a game. And I think a lot of the countdown, it's all about hypnotic inductions. And so you're watching a game, like 5 seconds left on the clock, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I think a lot of what they're doing, it's all NLP, it's all hypnosis, but it's all about getting you to focus on what? The ball. Every game is a ball game. Why is that? Well, I think it's all designed to keep our eyes on their ball, on the prison. Replace the word ball with cage or enslavement. Keep your eye on your enslavement. Watch the enslavement. It's all about enslavement or entrancement. Entertainment is another way of just saying entrancement. But I'm thinking now that like even the clock and the buzzer, I think all of it's connected to it. Oh, Nathan Oakley, good one. New Year, total brainwashing, countdown to the 12 months of the calendar. Fascinating. Oh, excellent. If you're not on Discord, open up the link there. Flat Earth Subgenius. And then also number 15 on my list, Twitch TV, where basically I'm spreading out. Joseph Saunders says Frisbee. I had an idea for Frisbee if anyone's interested. Because when you're buying objects, like let's say you want to make a bunch of flat Earth Frisbees, there's a minimum order before you can order something like that. But I'd printed out some pictures of various flat Earth map concepts, and I tried just using simple Mod Podge as an adhesive, which is pretty waterproof because I used to use that to put artwork onto lighters, like Bic lighters. And that is an easy way to make some maps, flat Earth Frisbee maps, without having to go through a third-party company that has to give you a minimum order and it takes so long. You just do it yourself. It takes 5 minutes. You could take a dollar store Frisbee. Should the tsunami land on a full moon? Well, for maximum impact, it would be 7/23, the day of Sirius rising, which has everything to do with the idea of a flood and a cosmic trigger. It's all kind of tied into it. Joseph Sanders says clocks image the movement of heavenly bodies above. Yeah, they kind of do, don't they? Greg T, you stop watching Hollywood movies and you realize the stars are yeah, I think so. Or at the very least, they're fake. To the they're all political props. Like when I say government media entertainment complex, it means that also when you're looking at entertainment, you're looking at a government stooge. And just because they seem to be only government stooges when they're not on the movies, when they're just, talking out in public and espousing their opinions, no. Their roles they take are also politically charged, every single one. It's just all in the subtext. It's all in the behavioral modeling, the programming. Storebank says, I saw Wonder Woman today. The opening shot, a globe. And I've noticed that the globe that they have opening for InfoWars is like the globiest globe I've ever seen. Have you seen that thing? I don't watch InfoWars that much anymore. I occasionally I will watch a clip. But their globe they show is like, it's like just like uber globe. It's like big old ball in your face. It's all glistening, shining, and spinning all fast. And it's like, maybe Alex Jones is like, okay, we got to really emphasize this programming. And when I say hypnotic induction, I literally think that the image of the spinning globe might be something that they've, I don't know, like Pavlovian. Maybe that in itself makes you suggestible. But anyway, they're all in on it. If they're showing you a spinning globe in the background, yeah, Globosaurus, the globiest globe. I just couldn't believe when I saw that. I was like, all right, I like the whole Mercator map, kind of digital matrixy, but now they have a spinning ball. Like, why do you have to have that there? DailyPlane.com says InfoWars exists as a distraction from the flat Earth, solely as a distraction from the flat Earth. Hey, is this a controversial statement? I think that 9/11, the PSYOP of 9/11, was done specifically to make it feasible for them to lock down on flat earthers 15 years later. Does that sound crazy? Because I think that might actually be the case. Boogity, was happy to get rid of my globes in the house. Yeah, hey, I'm thinking now about opening up a globe recycling center where it'll just be like, yeah, just send me the globe, put a sticker on it, print it out, I'll collect it. 9/11 was for flat earthers because honestly, think about this. Who else would it have been for? Who else represents the same threat? Could it have been for Muslim terrorists? No, obviously not. It was to build the infrastructure for a new inquisition, high-tech inquisition, to enlarge the national security apparatus and to introduce waterboarding, among other things. And the reason why waterboarding is so critical is that they need access to your innermost thoughts. And the only way you can get that against someone's will is to torture them. There you go. So I think that perhaps, since we know that 9/11 was based on creating a fake boogeyman, the real target all along, flat earthers. That's crazy, right? But no, not really. Nerb of Doom says, I think it was to destroy the psyche of the public. Well, it was to foment this idea that there's a clash of civilizations, need for a war. It brings environmentalism and oil into it. I mean, this PSYOP was a foundational myth. That's why when they said in PNAC, the whole Project for a New American Century, it was all about, we need a catalyzing event, a new Pearl Harbor. But I think all along it has been in order to maintain control, right? PSYOPs. Total War is a PSYOP against, yeah, exactly. So what I'm saying is that it was to keep us from waking up to this thing. And the first glimpse into this thing is really seeing through the fact that all of the media is integrated. And that's the big thing about 9/11 that really should strike a chord with us with regards to flat earth is 9/11. Like, for example, you could make the case that Sandy Hook was done by CNN. Anderson Cooper did it. That one corrupt media organization created this event. But 9/11 shows that all of the media organizations collude. Or at least they can be compromised and made to collude. So 9/11 is a major eye-opener in that regard. But seriously, who represents a threat to Big Brother more than those who don't believe what their priesthood says? We're heretics. Patrick Rogers, do you feel that Flat Earth movement is giving you a new purpose in a way? Interesting. Yeah, actually, I believe so. Give me a focus for something, because before that, I had adopted and assimilated a lot of the nihilism and pessimism. Like, I used to paint nothing but zombies and dead things and scenes of desolation and chaos and just insanity. Like, I painted a lot of dark stuff, but it was just a reflection of what I saw. And I did actually agree with a lot of stuff. Like, I figured, well, mankind really is a virus, just like Agent Smith said. But at this point, no, I don't agree with that stuff anymore. And so my direction has changed. You blame Disney for a lot? Interesting. Hey, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing well.
Good to hear it. Let's see.
Yes, hi, this is El Bandito.
Oh, El Bandito, how? Yeah, I see you in the chat all the time. How you doing today?
I'm doing well, man. Thank you. And, well, you do see me, and I just want to say that I appreciate you, because I make sure that I support the kind of brands I think that have value, like your own.
Right. Well, I take that principle very seriously these days. And it's not just with our money, but it's with our consciousness and our attention.
That's a great point.
You know?
So I called you because I had an idea that I wanted to share with you.
What is that?
Okay, so I live here in Las Vegas, and I've noticed that you have been able to crowdfund for billboards in certain cities, and we've got plans in the future to spread out into other places. But at one point, I think using Las Vegas as a hub to try and get that communication out to people would be kind of a fruitful idea. There's an international crowd here, and I know the Las Vegas Strip usually during the summer is always popping, so I think you could really get a good response if one day you ever decided to come in.
Interesting. You know what? I would definitely go out there. I've been talking about it. There's a number of places there I want to visit again. And I know you're right about it. I spent a little bit of time there a couple of years ago, and it's something else. I mean, you're right.
Yeah.
The amount of people going through there, it's like having a whole new town move in every couple of days. Like, it's a whole new group. It's just the influx of people. I think you're right on target.
Oh yeah. When I say it's an international crowd, I really mean it, because I live several miles away from the Strip myself, but when I go down there, I'm meeting people constantly from other countries. Lots of different languages are spoken, and people are generally open. to new ideas. And the other thing is the local Las Vegas community too. It's another one of those things that they're open to ideas, and they tend to market their own ideas very well.
Right. Well, I think it's probably more ingrained in the culture there, but I think that everybody needs to, or should at least understand that it's not enough to have a good idea. You have to have the way to communicate it. Otherwise, it'll get lost in the mix. And marketing is just nothing more than communicating effectively.
Well put. Another thing I want to tell you that I appreciate with you is that you have a pretty straightforward stance on delivering a philosophy with people. I by education, am a philosopher, and I've been able to see that there's some concepts there that you're opening doors to people to where they're able to compartmentalize some thoughts and move forward in a much less scattered way, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, well, I've always been a reader of Ayn Rand, and I've always felt that philosophy is your operating system, and they want to give you a self-defeating operating system that disconnects you from reality. And so I saw objectivism as a way to reintegrate with reality and use an operating system that's consistent with reality. That's why she was so against mysticism in religion. It wasn't that she was hateful or just purely atheistic. It's that she recognized that if we don't base our philosophy in our physical universe that we observe and experience, if we're caught up in a dream world, we're going to be self-defeating all the time and susceptible to pathological altruism, to codependency, low self-esteem. And her philosophy is all about raising the self-esteem of the individual in relation to the collective,
There you go. Yes.
Awesome. Well, hey, I made this point earlier tonight. I said this is the vanguard of a new renaissance, because every single flat earther I talk to is either an artist, a writer, musician, comedian, or philosopher. And we're all philosophers, true philosophers, because we actually love knowledge, right?
Yes. Yeah. I know one thing that I've maybe expressed in the past was that I align the most with Aristotle's view of things, because he contributed heavily to things like syllogistic and prepositional logic, the natural order of things, geocentrism, and morality. And a lot of those things I feel like fall in line with this community.
Yeah, I agree. In fact, I wasn't joking a few nights ago, where I was suggesting that Atlas Shrugged is a blueprint for a flat earth revolution. And I could make that case because the book is all about recognizing that we are our own enslavers, and that it's because of a bad operating system. And once you restore your ego to its proper place, your self-esteem to its proper place, and you cease to be a slave to others, you can effectively take back the power from the parasitic centralized state. And that's the globe.
I can dig it.
Yep. And this is such a trip, though, isn't it? To actually be able to hang out with dozens or hundreds of people who are kind of thinking the same way. Because in my own, here, I had to outsource someone who thinks in the same lines as me. He had to drive over here from wherever he came from. It's nice that I like this idea of going out and meeting places. So if I go out anywhere from now on, I'm going to check and see, are there any flat earthers in the area that I can go just hang out with and talk with and bounce ideas around with.
If you ever pass through town, maybe I'll shoot you an email or something like that, because I do tend to get out of the Vegas area a lot, but I'm here, and this is my central hub. And if I ever hear about you coming through town, who knows what could happen?
I'll let you know. I'm definitely going to go visit some people in Texas here in about a couple of weeks, but then in July, yeah, I'm definitely down for that. And we're also looking maybe for the future. Later this summer, I've been talking about this film festival idea, and a number of people have said that they would produce a 20 or 30-minute film, and I'm like, well, interesting. We got to find a city to host it, but I don't know. If you have any ideas, let me know what else we could possibly do there. I'm not sure. We don't really have any place here. There's no people here is the thing. And the idea of a film festival is you're trying to get a bunch of people who've never seen it there before to go. It's supposed to be the opposite of echo chamber. It's you want to expose people to these ideas. Where can you go where you got a lot of people? Not here, that's for sure.
I want to let you know that in the future, I'll continue to support the brand, keep an eye out for things, and as always, if I don't get a chance to reach out to you, you have my appreciation and for what kind of work you're doing. So thanks a lot.
Awesome. Hey, thanks a lot. Flat Earth Accord, you say Portland. Portland might be a good place. All right. Well, hey, thanks for calling. Talk to you later.
You got it.
Yeah, in Portland, they had this one, and I just missed it when I tried to go last time. It was the H.P. Lovecraft Film Festival. And that one was pretty decent. Austin, during Austin might be a good one too. Now that might be a good one during the South by Southwest. But Portland, yeah, Portland definitely. I remember that there was one I was so pissed I couldn't make it on time. But it was an H.P. Lovecraft Film Festival. But here's the idea is that you would create films, not just like this is the flat earth model, this is how it works, but no, I mean like slice of life type films, 20-minute short films, 30-minute films, where you bring out these abstract concepts or alien concepts to people within the concept. Like, for example, well, there's so many examples. I've been kind of like coming up with different ideas, and people have said to me some things they want to do with it. A lot of it could be in the dialogue, but the idea is to introduce it in new ways, getting people to think about things in new ways. Portland may be it. I've only been there once. I was in Beaverton, and then I did see an LA Lakers game. I was actually going to go to school at Mount Hood, and so I was checking out Mount Hood, and so I spent a couple of weeks in Portland. It's a flat earth open city. Oh, Storbang, you're a screenwriter. Okay, you ought to send me an email, infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com, because a number of people have short film ideas and outlines, and we need that kind of thing. We should set up a crowdfund setup for Burning Man. Genius, Sean Hemmings. Oh, you know what we could do? See, if we were going to do a flat earth Burning Man, it would have to be a big globe head. Just basically a big Burning Man with a big globe head. How awesome would that be? In fact, no way. I don't know if we could get away with that. What's up, Citizen Z? Patrick Roberts. Let's see. You're from Austin? No way. Too mainstream? Yeah, could be. Flat Earth Burning Man. Well, the thing with the Flat Earth Burning Man, I find that very attractive. Joseph Lynch, what is YouTube Perfect Pitch 237? Is that a account? Sounds interesting. Perfect Pitch 237. I'll look it up. Let's burn Pepe, right? Burning Globe Head, Burning Globe Man. Libertarian, I co-opted the World Naked Bike Ride in LA today with Flat Earthers. Did I read that right? I co-opted the World Naked Bike Ride in LA today with Flat Earthers. Was there a naked bike ride? Is that legal? Is that safe? Burning Globe 2017 says New Perspective. Now that's good. Burning Globe. Let's go to Burning Globe this year. It's like, Mom, like this. Imagine 20 years from now, you're like, we're going to Burning Globe again. I don't want to go this year, Mom. What's with that? And they won't understand it because they'll be on a flat plane, and they'll be like, well, when I was your age, we believed that we were trapped on a spinning ball run by a bunch of pedophiles and psychopaths, and so every year we go to Burning Globe to celebrate the defeat of the Globies. Like, I could see that as a tradition. Naked bike rides all over the USA. Well, I don't have any problem with it if people want to do that. I think it has the potential to be unsightly. Very safe, okay. Very safe. I don't know if that's all that safe. I guess so. I don't know. I'm sorry. I would like run to the emergency eye wash station. And I'm not against nudists or anything, but I think the aesthetics of naked bicyclists, like, I don't know if I want to drive behind that. Like, wherever I'm on the street here, major street, there's always these bicyclists with their gesture costumes right in front of you. And I'm like, do they do that on purpose? Because I got to slow down for this guy. It's like, use the bike trail. I paid for you to get a bike trail. It's right there. Why do you got to get me on my road? And if they weren't wearing anything at all, I don't know. I'd have to pull over and rinse out my eyes. Monique says naked, sweaty people. Well, it depends on the context, but the bicycling thing, I don't know. Why am I going to Texas? I'm looking for just kind of looking around, inspecting different things, places to live. I was considering Santa Barbara or Ventura. I'm just kind of tired of where I live. There's nothing happening here. It's boring. I hate to use the word boring, but it's literally boring. Like the only thing to do here is, well, it's just boring. We'll leave it at that. Authentic Intent's channel is tip of the beak, like you said. Yeah, exactly. If you haven't subscribed to us, this guy is doing something nobody else is doing. I mean, everybody, not nobody else, but he's doing it differently. He's got a different tack, and that is he's relentless, nonstop, and he's very engaging. He's reaching people so fast. And he's not spending a lot of time with each person, but if he gets them into a Flatter Subgenius, you've been a part of 2 naked bike runs. See, I think if you're in it, it's probably funny as hell. I bet it might be fun, but I don't know. I can kind of see it. But I wouldn't want to be a spectator. I don't know. Sorry. I'm like tempted to look at some pictures of naked bike riders, but I'm not sure if I want to. Because I don't think it's going to be the type who you're going to see, on world tours, these major races. I think it's going to be more like Flat Earth the Court. I have a Pella in Santa Barbara. I have family in that area. Come to the dirty South, says Little Flatty. New York City. Just look up, says Flat Earth the Court. Yeah, exactly. Just look up. I don't know. I'm sorry. That picture's in my head. I'm gonna put something else on the screen right now and try to. Oh yeah, that's right. I was just going through my to-do list here of things that have to be sifted through before we're done. We covered everything. So now we need to go to I Spy NASA Lies. This is where I'm heading. New perspective. Yeah, what happened to James Dean? I'm assuming the death was probably fake. What bad actor or what obnoxious politician or media pundit did he show back up as? What happened to Dean? Speaking of Dean, if you love this movie Crash, you might get a kick out of. Have you seen Crash? The movie Crash, David Cronenberg, killer movie. The book's even better. It's by J.G. Ballard. It's about this, like a weird swinger cult. But instead of like doing the normal things you would think that people would do in that particular type of arrangement, they get off on car accidents and restaging famous car accidents. Yeah, you seen that one? It's an incredible movie. It's so great. Like, so they have like this, all these people are like sitting in the bleachers. They spend a lot of time making a perfect model of James Dean's car. They reenact his death scene, and these people just get in. It's called Crash. And I don't want to give you any spoilers, but the idea is that these people are, it's like a metaphor where car accidents is seen as a metaphor for indiscriminate sex and the impact it has on people's lives. But the movie's incredible. The girl with the leg braces, yeah, that was something. Man, that movie was messed up. The book was sick. In fact, J.G. Ballard has another book that everyone should read. If you like Lord of the Flies, you have to read High Rise, which is basically Lord of the Flies, but instead of kids on a desert island, it's adults in a high-rise apartment. And the people at the top, the rich ones, go to war with the people at the bottom. So it's like class warfare, like a microcosm for the class struggle in a high-rise building. It's a funny book. It's hilarious, but it's utterly just it's like Lord of the Flies crossed with American Psycho. It gets pretty dark, but it's a good book. Beer Fetcher, FEA is my man. Yeah, he's a genuine person. He's not a shill. Me, on the other hand, I'm definitely a shill. James Dean crushing pee on the flat terrain. Interesting comment. Now, somebody who was James Dean? Who did he become? Someone just tried my doorknob. That's weird. One second. Yeah, that was weird. I know is it a Saturday night or something? I don't know. Somebody walked down. Somebody just tried my doorknob. How weird is that? That's insane. Oh yeah, no, I have it. Like I said, I don't dial 911. Like, I'm not joking about that. And the reason why is that you know how crazy people are, and crazy only responds to one thing. Oh, thanks. Flat Earth Subgenius. If we hear a bullet go off, we'll know you were murdered, bro. No, I would shoot first. So who's James Dean? I'm still waiting. Hey, I'm not going to check my doorknob. I mean, I just heard someone twist it. It might have been I don't think it's my imagination, but what I am going to do is, well, what can I do? I'm just going to wait. You know, because sometimes people do that, by the way. Sometimes people will test doorknobs, and then if they have something open, they'll walk in. Because in the summer, and actually APD warned, the police department warned about this. Like, there's this thing, like, so for example, in the winter, people here will turn their car on to warm it up, and they'll go back inside and have their coffee. Then they'll go outside, get in the car, and drive to work. So people will wait around, cruising around, and they'll look for cars that are warming up, and they'll take it. Well, there's another thing where people will go around. There was this thing last year where there were gangs of like teens or teenage gangs, whatever, going door to door testing doorknobs just to see what they could open, and then they'd go in and take stuff. But Flat Earth Subgenius says, I just got over 1,000 subs. That was fast. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. Praise Bob. Post a link to your channel again, by the way. That didn't take long. I didn't think it would take long. All apartments look alike. I asked into the wrong one. No. Go out and blast that door. Okay, so I was going to head over to I Spy NASA Lies. It says 52 watching. Is that one still live? That's where I'm going to go. Okay, I'm heading over here to do some thumbs up and hang out for a minute and listen in. Thanks for hanging out and subscribing. Thanks all of you who have contributed 100%. You're truth enablers, and a lot of interesting ideas came out of this thing today. Like, so for example, on the 24/7 streams, we're going to do a music channel, but I am going to treat this thing as though it's a university. So we're not just bar hopping bar to bar, but each one's going to be used for getting ourselves up to snuff on different subjects that are somehow directly or indirectly or just tangential to the flat earth. Operation Enable Super Chat. Exactly. That is such a game changer, in my opinion. Because with YouTube ads, you may or may not meet the cutoff and it's not that much. But when it comes to Super Chat, to me, that's like, it gives you the ability to plan in advance, because you don't get paid until the next month. And so if you see, well, I built up this much money, I can afford to be 100% devoted to my channel now. So anybody who has Super Chat, I often go around. I like to just do that as an example, so other people know how it works, because it's kind of like a new thing. Like, a lot of YouTube content creators got screwed recently, and this, I think, can kind of restore that. All right, Gerton, you're gonna watch the whole chat since you missed most of it. Make sure you check out the one earlier today, by the way, where we had Mad Mike, the rocket scientist guy. That was crazy. Anyone else going to Candies with IPS? All right, that's where I'm headed. Anyway, thanks again, everyone who contributed and shared content and ideas and everything else, your soul. And I will probably be on at some point tomorrow. Just stay subscribed and have a great day or night. The live stream, this is gonna be a short one, maybe about an hour. Just gotta get some things done. Daniel Ressa, I saw your comments on someone else's channel. You're not on our side, so goodbye. Welcome to the live stream. This is gonna be a short one, About an hour. Just so we have some interesting developments. Daniel Ressa, really quick. I just got off the phone with Mad Mike Hughes with regards to the launch and how that's going to work out. It's going to be a 1-2. It's going to be 2 different events. One's going to follow the other. What's up, Tesla's Apple, plain sailing? Mike Fanning, Sino Blazing. I just got off the phone with a couple of people about a couple of big projects that we're on. So I thought, well, let's go ahead and get these things discussed right now. Again, all the same rules apply. Not safe for trolls, not safe for drama queens and all that. What's up, Hood Shaman 901? You don't have a wrench? If you don't have a wrench, it's because you haven't been vetted yet. If you have been vetted and you don't have one, it's because I haven't gotten to the email yet, but I will. I'm going on twice today. This is just a short run to go over some details right now to clarify a few things. It's a little different than I first thought, but it's actually better. So let's start off with the very first thing. Number 1. Good afternoon, Jay. In fact, we'll go over other things. There's 69 watching now. We'll go over other things, and then we'll get to that last. First, I want to talk about the small things, and then we'll get into the rocket as soon as we get about 150 people here. First thing, someone has tried to hack my Gmail, my Facebook, my SoundCloud account by trying to guess my passwords and change the passwords. That's not going to work. Just so you know, not going to work. Moreover, those aren't even, they don't contain anything that you're going to find useful. I don't put my personal stuff on this. But anyway, I have enemies. I don't care. There's also I wanted to make not necessarily an apology, but a clarification. I haven't seen it yet, but apparently another Flat Earth content creator thinks that I was referring to him or her when I said a certain thing. I was getting trolled by a bunch of Jew hunters calling me a Jew and talking about how evil Jews are. And so I'm like, listen, you guys, you keep dropping my real name and address, call me a Jew. If you really think Jews are the bad guy, come over, do something about me, bring it, I'll live stream it. Well, one of the persons watching thought I was talking to him directly, and he made about 15 videos last night about fighting me. And I'm like, bro, I wasn't talking about you. I was making a general statement basically saying, if you're going to call out a certain race that you hate so much, just go out and do something about it. Stop being a keyboard warrior. Apparently, though, this person thought I was talking about him, and honestly, not really. Don't really care. We have more important things to talk about. So that's number 1. So the stalker, stop it. Stop it. Oh yeah, by the way, a bunch of people reported my Facebook page for not using my real name. So my real name is up there. In case you're wondering, yeah, you guys got my name and address. I don't really care. My name's Mark. You can call me Mark, but I prefer Tim. Okay, next, Operation Mockingbird. We have a couple of new 24/7 live streams up. I'm going to have a music channel, and it's going to be, I already have people sending me playlists. So that's a go. So if you look at, here we go. There's a link right here. I'm going to give it to you. It says, underneath the video description, tip of the beak to you. Here's my link. I'm going to start putting content together in Movie Maker and run a 24/7 stream. I have been involved in truth material since the 90s. I'm in Toronto. So this link here is to a new 24/7 live stream. And this is all part of Operation Mockingbird. We are spreading out, operating a number of different 24/7 live streams related to this. Let's see. Michael, yeah, I got your wrench. There you go. So go ahead and check out that page, bookmark it for later. And when we have more of these open, we'll spend an entire night going from one to the next, to the next, to the next, all around, making it around so everybody's got a certain number of subs. They rule what we obey. You can correct that if you want. I'm not going to follow that. I've got more important things to deal about. I got other things going on. I'm not going to hassle that news reporter. Good story. He's getting in fact, he emailed me, by the way. If you haven't seen it yet, there's a link below on the description here for the story in the Philly Voice, which is the first positive description of Flat Earth ever printed in a mainstream media newspaper. And that guy's been getting a lot of thanks, a lot of thank yous, a lot of responses, comments. People are all over the article, just like commenting on it, just saying, hey, this is great. You're actually describing what it really looks like here on the Flat Earth. What's going on with the community and the discussions. So if you haven't seen it, you ought to watch it and comment on it. Okay, here's another one that we should probably go over really quick as well. Last night we were sourcing ideas for a strain of I'm not sure if it's what's going to be, sativa, indica, whatever it happens to be. It's going to be a weed strain, infinite haze, or something. So if you have any ideas, submit them to me, infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com, and we'll be voting on that soon. And we're going to have the best Fepe meme to go on the package, which will be like a 4x4 package for an 1/8 ounce, just so you have an idea. And I've been in touch with people who will be making that happen. So we're going to find out sour Fepe sativa, good one. We'll submit those to Flat Earth Kush, good one. Write them down and submit them to infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com and just put strain in the heading, and I'll put those all together in a list. And then what we'll do is we're going to find out very soon how much it's going to cost. If anything. I mean, it's not like you're going to order it in the mail. It's just like we want the strain to be produced. We want it to have its own website, and it's going to get that penguin meme out there. So it's going to be nice. GeoSifter says drugs. Right. Well, no, it's well, whatever. Okay, so the stalkers. I addressed the stalkers. Let's go ahead and get into the rocket launch now. We've got 130 people here. Yeah, just once again, my stalkers have been to my Facebook account, my Gmail accounts, my WordPress account, my SoundCloud account, and they're not pro. They're the type who'll try to guess your passwords, which is dumb. Anyway, they got my real name, and it's being thrown around by people, and so I'm just saying, hey, if you want to send me a pizza, send me a pizza. You want to send one of your soldiers out here to kill the bad guy, come do it. What's up? Hey, listen, Dan, Sino Blazing, GeoSifter. The main reason for this particular hangout here is I'm going to talk about Mad Mike and the rocket and what's going up with that. So I'm waiting for a few more people to show up. Beak Me Up says evolvement. Okay, here we go. Van Hoops, you'll send me a pizza? Okay, well, my address is splattered all over the place, so go ahead. Send it. All right, so here's what's going to happen. The first week of July, the FAA is already on notice. So the first week of July, there's going to be a launch. Let me go ahead and put this up so you have a picture of it. Let's see. Here we go. It's a steam-powered rocket. You can read about it more. Also, anybody who wants to build a website, we're looking for someone to build a site for Mad Mike. He needs a new site. Yep, it's going to be this rocket launch first, and this one's going to be in Amboy, California, off Route 66, and that one's going for 1 mile. All right, 1 mile, 5,000 pounds of thrust, 500 miles per hour. So he's doing this launch. This one's already scheduled. And this one is the one where we are going to be, hey, 1 second. They rule, we obey. No links pertaining to anything. Well, actually, I don't care, I guess. We'll get into that later. I'm trying to get focused here. And if I see people talking about like internet drama, it throws me off because it's like, hey, we don't tolerate that here. We don't tolerate. There are other channels if you need a soap opera. So anyhow, this rocket's already been scheduled. This launch is already happening. He will be inside of it. He will be going for 1 mile, 600 feet up, 500 miles per hour, 5,000 pounds of thrust. This thing's got 77 gallons of water. And we are going to get a billboard on the side of this. He already has the media there, BBC, all the mainstream media outlets. They're all going to be there on this particular launch. This is going to happen the first week of July, Amboy, California. All right. And so this is the one that's going to have research flat Earth on the side of it. All right. And this is going to be the thing that's going to get the attention. Hold on a second. We don't want any, oh, never mind. If I have all these naysayers are like, it's going to wreck or it's going to explode. We don't need any naysayers. I'm already hearing all the drama people on the side talking about it. Like, what if it wrecks? It's going to be used against us. It's like, F those people. There's a reason why they're not here. So the FAA is on notice. This guy's going to do it. This guy's like Evil Knievel 2.0. All right. It's going to say research flat Earth, and I'm going to see if we can't get a beak on the thing. If we can raise more than 7,500. All we need to raise to get this, and listen, the international media is already there. This guy's Evil Knievel 2.0. They're already on it. It's going to be covered. He's already spoken. I think he told me he's already spoken to ODD. We're going to get him on all these different channels to promote this thing. It's going to be a live historic event. This is just part one. So this is a two-part thing. First, the rocket. We get our name on the side of it. I'm going to be there too, by the way. This is all looking really good. Okay, excellent. Yeah, it's going to have, this isn't the one, this is just the last one he did, but ours, it's going to be bigger, I think. And it's going to have a big sign on the side saying Research Flat Earth. FAA is on notice, first week of August. This is happening. So this is in Amboy, California. Now, after this one occurs, there's going to be another one, and that's the big one. That's the one where we end the big debate. So we're going to get behind this one. And if you look at the video description, it has a GoFundMe account set up, Mad Mike's GoFundMe. That is to raise, hold on a second. Flat enough. I'm sorry, man. We don't do naysayers here either. It gives me a headache, even worse than Jew bashing everything else. So you can take that somewhere else or email me if you have like feelings about how it might not work out, but I don't need your comments about how it might not work out. So you're out. And listen, as we get closer to the big day, we're going to be less and less tolerant about naysayers, drama thumpers, Bible thumpers, any other agenda. You notice the religious people don't bother us anymore. And those of you who are religious, put it in its proper context and then bring it up here. We don't talk about politics here. We don't talk about communism here. It's like we're focused, all right? So if you're going to come in here and naysay, just go somewhere else and go hang out with the, I don't know, get some Kleenex and go commiserate with the others. But listen, we don't have space in the chat room for that kind of BS. What's up, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole? And by the way, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole has a billboard. Stranger's Guide to FE is on the design. And it's the GoFundMe account linked at the bottom. But let's get back on this. Yeah, positive vibes only, says Morgan Ellis. Exactly, because a naysayer is bad for morale. You know, like, I think, I mean, maybe it's a legend, but I heard about the whole decimate. The word decimate comes from this idea that the Romans would kill every 10th soldier if the morale was low. And that's my approach here. I will decimate the troops, my own troops, if we have to, in order to weed out the people who would drag us back and drag down morale. So keep your naysaying to yourself. And if you've been blocked for naysaying, that's the one condition where you can't come back. I don't give a damn. If you're religious and you push it and you get banned, I'll let you back as long as you just know that your spirituality and this are two different things. But if you're coming here to naysay, you're atop of the dung heap. You don't come back. Okay, so FAA is on notice. This one's happening. We're going to get our name on it. So what we're trying to do with this GoFundMe account is raise the $7,500 to support this particular event. I'm going to go out there. It's a ghost town called Amboy, Texas. And this will be the first week of July. So right after the art show, I'm headed straight out there. That's number one. So let's move on. What's up, Joey Silva? So for those of you who just got here, Mad Mike Hughes, we just talked on the phone. We have a number of things going on. This is a short hangout, about 1 hour, just to get this across. The first, his first launch, this rocket launch actually, is coming out in the August, first week. This is the one that's going to have Research Flat Earth on the side. Now, after that event, this event's going to be the catalyst for what comes next. 1 second here. Yeah, I'm gonna start over from scratch in about 5 minutes, but I just want to get a general outline, then I'll answer your specific questions. But this rocket's already been in the works. It's already scheduled when he contacted us. I'm going to start from the beginning. I should have just waited until more people showed up. Let me go over the small details again. I'll go over the small news first, and then once we hit 250, I'll start from scratch. What's up, Daily Plane? Good, glad to see you here. Carly Sunshine. Small news. Somebody tried to hack my Facebook, my WordPress, my SoundCloud, my Gmail, one of my Gmails, and something else. And they contacted Facebook to make sure I put my real name on there, the name that everyone's calling out. So that's just a little stupid drama. Don't care. It's like, hey, I don't need your attention like that. But if you want to stalk me, just keep it up. Don't think we're not paying attention to you. Second, we did find someone who's capable of getting the FEPA strain of medical marijuana, whatever you want to call it, recreational, depending what state you're in. So we're looking for the best FEPA mean for that particular strain. It'll be a package 4 inches by 4 inches. And we have Infinite Haze, Plain Kush, and many other ideas. So if you have any ideas for that, send me an email, infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com. Operation Mockingbird, we have some new 24/7 live streams. Once I have mine set up, and that'll be in about a week, we'll have an entire night devoted to having us go around bar hopping, essentially going from live stream to the live stream, subbing, thumbs up, subscribing, basically going around and building up our network. And when we're going around that night, by the way, and this is one of the reasons why I'm flushing out the people we can't handle, we can't have on the beat with us here. The reason why I'm flushing you out, if you're a naysayer or a thumper or emotionally imbalanced, if you're a drama queen, whatever, we're getting rid of you now. Because when Operation Mockingbird set up, and when we're going around, those of you here who have the wrench, you're going to have it in every other room that we're in. So I want to be clear on that you're going to be given the same access in all the rooms to regulate against the same people. And we will be sharing the names so you'll know who to get rid of if they show up at the other rooms, because they're already following us at some of the new ones. So for example, the J-Trig trolls. And all the people who are on my ban list here will be on the banned list in every single other one. That's why it's so important that you take out the people that need to be taken out right now. Because when we spread out and when we have 15, 20 live streams that we're all controlling, listen, we're not going to have any of the problems that we've had before. We're eliminating, we're purging the ones who are really against us elucidating the truth. The ones who are proxy, we're purging the flying monkeys, the Agent Smiths, the drama queens, getting rid of them. So, exactly, just speak it. C-Note blazing it up. You won't get banned. Trust me. You're on the VIP list. You know, you're helping us. All of you who have put people in the can, you're helping us because they're going into the file, and these files are being shared. And it's going to make us more effective as a unit. And we need to get really effective because this rocket launch happens the first week of August, and then the actual balloon launch, it's going to be a balloon rocket. I'll get into that next. We've got something else going on, but we want to make sure that we're focused and that we get rid of all anything that might drag us back, which we're doing. Okay, so let's move forward. So for those of you just getting here, when we put up a billboard, we were contacted by the Evil Knievel of our day, Evil Knievel 2.0, Mad Mike Hughes, flat earther of 2 years. And he's like, hey, I got a website link to a YouTube video, and it had your billboard, and I want to get on board. I've got something going on. I'm going up 62 miles. And so if you want to help out, here's how you help. And so basically we had a conversation about it, and he's like, he's taking a steam-powered rocket. He's going 1 mile, 600 feet up, 5,000 pounds of thrust, 500 miles per hour. And this is going to be record-setting, historic event. It's going to have international media attention. It's occurring in Amboy, California, off Route 66, kind of a ghost town. Now, this is happening the first week of August. So right after the art show, I'm heading over to Amboy, California for this. On the side of it, if we can pay $7,500, we will have on the side, research flat earth. So we want to get this thing, we want to have this carry our banner. We want this to be part of the story. And so Mad Mike's going to be talking to other flat earth channels. We're going to be working to raise this money so that we can get that billboard on the side. And this event is already on the calendar. The FAA is already in notice. It's going to happen the first week of August. So next month is art show. August is this thing going up. Now this event is going to have international media attention. It's going to be live streamed on everything. It's going to be live streamed. Every major media outlet's going to be covering it live. I will be there live. I'm going to be there live streaming it, and also meeting with Mike and talking to him afterwards and before, because here's what's going to happen next. Before the end of the year, and they don't have that one specifically scheduled yet. I'm thinking in December, but we'll find out. That's when he's doing something else. And this is going to be a balloon that takes him up personally. He will be up going 130,000 feet on a balloon. And then the balloon will have underneath it a rocket, which he will be attached to or in. And this rocket will then go up, and he's going to be going up 62 miles. He will be up 62 miles is the height or the distance. It's a combination balloon rocket. It's live. It's a historic event. It's never been done before. We were talking about Captain Picard. You all know about that. He went in a little capsule. This is different. This is a balloon / rocket. I mean, this guy's going up. He is going up there. I mean, he is putting his life on the line. He's getting the spacesuit, the suit that he's having developed right now, is that's going to cost 100 G's in itself. That will cost. Okay, history deception. Watch the naysaying. Watch the naysaying. Get rid of that person there. This is the reason. Hey, by the way, this is the reason why I have you with the wrenches, because we're purging the naysayers, the ones who don't want to see this happen. They don't even recognize. You got these people who are all about flat Earth, but they spend all their time fighting on behalf of the Globies and the NWO sock puppets. What a bunch of scumbags. Thanks for taking that person out. Like I said, as we spread out, your VIP stat will carry across all the other boards. We're going to keep this thing clean. We're going to keep it clean. All they can do is spam comments. All they can do is be keyboard warriors. That's all they can do. Michael Prescott, thank you very much. He says, I just canceled Netflix, so here's some rocket money. Exactly. Love it. Exactly. That's the attitude. Stop feeding the beast matrix. Stop buying bow ties for Bill Nye and invest into exposing this big deception. So it's a 1-2 thing. All right? Caroline, no, we don't time people out. We delete them. One shot, one kill. I know that's your personal opinion, but listen, if I just did timeouts and I gave them another chance to say some more crap, that takes away space that could be used for valuable thoughts. You can't have a think tank when you have every third person just spewing 4-lettered words. You know, if people want to engage in that level of discourse, you can go to other chat rooms and have that, but not here at all. And, you know, and right now I'm in the point where, like, my patience for that kind of crap, like the people who are just spewing nonsense, it's like, listen, you're either going to add to the value of this chat room, or you're not going to be allowed here. And listen, be suspicious. If they don't have a wrench, if they haven't been vetted, just take them out. I don't give a damn. Everyone here, you should know better. You should know better than to comment here. If you really want to be a part of this, you will email me first and let me know what your URL is for your username so I can get you on the list. Otherwise, shoot first, ask questions never. I really don't care. Don't ask for a wrench. If they ask for a wrench, take them out. Don't care who they are. And the reason why is that, like I said, I have stalkers. I have people trying to hack my accounts. I don't have time. I don't have time to deal with this small stuff. I really don't. So I'm going to move forward. If you comment and you don't have a wrench, you're going to get banned. I don't care. Cry me a river. So the Flat Earth sponsored rocket, it's going to start off, like I said, the first week of August, the rocket's going up. This one's already in the works. FAA's on notice. We are paying to get on the side, research Flat Earth, and we're going to use this as the focal point, this event, to generate the amount of money he needs for the next one, which he's also got a number of other funders too. And the more people that see this one, the first week of August, the more people are going to back it. We're not responsible for paying the whole thing, because he's going to get $1 million, $1.8 million. Hey, Horizontal Horizon, thank you very much. Again, I love that avatar. And thanks for your consistent support, because it's people like you that make this possible, especially when you get all the naysayers. We have more naysayers on the Flat Earth side of things than on the Globey side. It just shows you how their personal emotions and petty jealousies get in the way of action. But we're not about that. We think that facts are more important than feelings, and action is more important than commiseration and drama. Yeah, exactly. I'm making that clear, Caroline. One shot, one kill. If they comment here, get rid of them. There's no reason for anybody here to be commenting. I should have just put a notice on the side, blue wrench only. If you don't have a blue wrench, one of my Tylers will take you out. We're going to have to run this like a closed lodge system. We will have it open on all the 24/7 live streams to the public, but our meetings are going to become increasingly closed off from the public. And the reason why is that we're just up to our necks in J-Trig trolls. We're up to our necks in trolls who should be on our own side. We don't have time for it. And one of the things I want to start doing is reaching out to a broader audience. The people who do not know the world is flat are going to be just as invested in this rocket as the people who want to prove, one way or the other, that it's flat or not. I mean, listen, everybody has a vested interest in this, even Neil deGrasse Tyson. And I don't know if you noticed this, but some of our own went and got Katy Perry to say the Earth is flat on her live stream. And within 12 hours, Neil deGrasse Tyson is paying her a personal visit. Good shot there, Earth Discernment. Keep it up. Keep it up. Until further notice, just don't let anybody in. Don't let anybody comment if they haven't been vetted. If you're listening and you want to be commenting on here and sharing links, email me, infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com. and I will let you in. But otherwise, we're just going to assume that you're here just to disrupt us. So while you're trying to generate drama and you're just all about your feelings, we're getting a rocket sent up into outer space, or what's supposed to be outer space. So think about that when you look at your actions. Like you can comment in all caps and try to be a little obnoxious, but look what we're doing. So this is happening first week of August, and then the follow-up, the balloon and the rocket. And listen, there's going to be more details to come. Mike's going to be doing a series of interviews with ODD, with Jeranism, probably get him on Mark Sargent. Any channel that will speak to him, he wants to reach out. We're also looking for someone who can build a website, a website related to this event to be used as a focal point. So we're going to get a website set up as well. Let's see. Ian Tinsley, Katy Perry's had a breakdown. Yeah, they had to do damage control. They don't want this to happen. So this is a 1-2 punch. Look, we're launching a rocket in a little over 6 weeks. And then a couple of months later, 62 miles up into space. LA Heartland Realm, sorry, no more litmus questions for noobs. No more benefit of the doubt. If they don't have a blue wrench and they comment, they're asking for it, and they can contact me later. But honestly, we don't have time for feelings anymore. If you're someone with a lot of feelings and empathy and all that, that's not tip of the beak stuff. You know, that's not action oriented. And so we don't have to feel sorry for the people who don't know the rules anymore. We've made it clear. Lee Harvey Hitler, yeah, I got it. That's fine. But listen, hey, Baller, I'm sorry. Even if you're coming in here and you're shouting out the right phrases, you're out. Don't care. Like, why are people even commenting? I don't get it. We've made it clear. We don't need their comments anymore. We have enough people to make this thing happen. We do. We have enough people at the tip of the spear. We don't need any more help. We seriously don't. The minds that are in here, the ideas, the content, we don't need you. If you're not on the tip of this thing already, you're not here by now, you're not going to get here. You can contact me later if you feel like you have something to contribute, but otherwise, not interested. So this first rocket's going to come up, the link right here. The first link says Mad Mike Hughes GoFundMe. That's to get our billboard on the side and maybe our beak on the tip of this steam-powered rocket, which is going to be in Amboy, Texas. After this event, we're going to kick it into high gear, and I'm going to spend the rest of the year campaigning for the event, where it's going to be a 62-mile. This guy's going up on a balloon with the rocket attached. So this is my main focus now. You know, billboards are still going up. That's still going to be something I'm backing up, because the billboards are all going to draw attention to this. So my focus for the rest of 2017 is drawing attention to Mad Mike Hughes and his 2 projects, getting this to happen, because this is going to, this 2017 is the year. Honestly, this is the year. We're getting 62 miles up, and this guy's talking about how he's going to be recording it. It's not going to be anything they can mess with. No GoPro, no perverts on this mission. No perverts are going to have their say on how this thing's going to be spun. They're not going to go spin it. They're not going to twist it. They're not going to bend it. And anybody with any naysaying comments about sabotage or whatever, keep it to yourself. I'm not hearing it. Not hearing it. Okay, who else has arrived here? All right. Yeah, hey, this guy's putting his life on the line. This is going to be beautiful. This is seriously something. And he's also doing it for another reason. He strongly believes that we as a species are being essentially sabotaged, or we're being, I'd say turned against ourselves by, we don't have any positive role models for exploration or doing great things. And it's all about like sports and entertainment and personalities and movies. And he's like, we need to get back to this nuts and bolts kind of life. We got to get back to Renaissance men, people experimenting, building things, doing big things outside of their living room, you know, not mediated through a computer. And so I think he sets a really positive example for the youth, well, for all of us, really. Look, this guy's putting his neck on the line. He's going to be going, and this is just in a few weeks, he's going to be going with, a full mile in this steam-powered rocket, 5,000 pounds of thrust, 500 miles per hour. So that's just the beginning. That's going to be the first event. And then next, Sean Hemmings, I see you're here. You sent me a message and I have it here. He said, let me give you guys another idea. This is good. Yes, Michael Tube, there's going to be thousands of cameras. Thousands. It's going to be multiple cameras. It's going to be, listen, it's going to be covered. This is going to be one of the most talked about, focused upon events of 2017. We are all over it. This guy's going to be higher than Snoop Dogg, says Lucifer Tim. Yep. This is going to, Evel Knievel is going to have nothing on this. Sean Hemming said, let me give you guys another idea. Local public broadcasting. It's just that, public. Think about that for a minute and then go look into what's required. We could have our own local broadcast shows and there's nothing they could do about it. That was something that was suggested to me. If you have good suggestions, I'm going to post them in the description. So send me letters, send me emails, and I'll post them. Links and otherwise. Sky Hunter says, isn't 62 miles where all the 10,000 balloons are? Yep. Flat Earth Strain Name says, high like Mad Mike. Hey, that's a good one. That's a good one. Earth Pond, what do you think of this idea? If we paid homeless people to hold up signs that say research flat Earth, anything helps. Hey, I would do it. I'd pay someone $10 an hour. We could make that happen. Infinite Haze sounds good. Send me your ideas. Send me some ideas. Let's see. Isa says balloons get to 120,000 feet. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so this guy's taking a balloon. This is after the rocket launch. He's going to be taking a balloon up to 130,000 feet. Like, we know what that looks like already. We know how flat that looks. But then on top of it, there's going to be some type of a truss where he's got a rocket that's connected to it. And that's where he's going to go the rest of the way. The rest of the, 42 miles, whatever it is. But it's going to be live. It's going to be historic. And the more attention we can get to the rocket launch in August, the more money, the more investors are going to go into his big event. And that's going to be more expensive. That's going to cost him like $1.6 million. But that's not going to come from all of us. That's going to be spread out. And so what we need to do is spearhead this thing and get 7,500 so we can make this thing about flat Earth. It's not about this historic stunt. It's not about this is about this particular deception. This is about breaking the deception. Exactly. So listen, we have about 6 weeks to raise $7,500. I know we can do it. I plan on my own to do 1,000, maybe 2,000 if I can, possibly more. You know, I'm going to do whatever I can. The reason I'm personally invested in it as well is, in addition to research flat Earth, I really want to get a beak painted on that thing. You know how much? Because this thing's going to go. This thing in itself is going to be in a museum. Like, this is a historic event, but I want this. I mean, honestly, if you would accept it, being painted as a penguin, that would be even better. But whatever the case, this is going to be my primary issue. The reason for the art show in July is going to be now to raise money for this event. And it's going to be in Amboy, California. It's a ghost town. This is going to take place in a ghost town. So I'm going to go watch this thing launch in person, first week of August. And then next, yeah, it's going to be wrapped with flat Earth stuff. And then the next one's going to be the balloon rocket, which is going to be much bigger. So if you want to support these events, the GoFundMe account is the first link below. It says Mad Mike Hughes GoFundMe. It'll be updated frequently. I'm looking to get a website built for him. He's focused on his event, and I'm like, let us take care of that. So I'm going to find someone from among our pool of people who can do a website for this thing. Marie's not liking the beak thing. Listen, that's your opinion, but I love it. All of us do too. Sounds like you have to have a good reason for not liking it. Let us know. Because if you're not on target with that, I wonder where you're coming from. The donate link is in the description. That's the GoFundMe account. We have until, well, we want to raise it as fast as we can. And all 7,500 is going straight over to Mad Mike to fund this operation. Maybe a strain for the sheep called Globehead. Well, everything else is already a strain for the sheep. You know, CNN, NBC, mainstream media entertainment, the education. Tip of the beak, man, exactly. Okay, here we go. The shining sheep. The 62-mile distance up will take you to the Kármán line. Yeah, that's correct. And that's the objective. Listen, this guy is a flat earther, 100%. He reached out to us. He saw the billboard and he said, I want you to put your billboard on the side of this rocket if you will back this thing up. We will make the event about flat Earth. And then afterwards, you let me know that, yeah, and I'm also have another thing in operation, another thing in the works, a balloon. That's going to take me 120,000 feet up. And then from there, the rocket's going to go even further. Hey, thank you very much for taking care of that one, Total Cult. Thanks for keeping these people out. Like, I don't even have a chance to read their BS, and it's already taken out. Yeah, days go by. Trust me, man. This thing's going to be vetted 100%, 1,000%. This isn't going to be something that's going to be used against us. It's not. And all the naysayers out there on the side with your Kleenex and your boo-hooing, listen. You might come up with 1,000 different ways this might not work. It's going to be a win-win situation. However you put this thing out, it's going to say flat Earth on the side. It has it's got multinational media all over the place. They're all going to be here live streaming it. If you think this is not a good thing for flat Earth, just go buy a globe, stop watching YouTube videos, and watch Bill Nye Saves the World with the rest of your time. Because some of these people, man, honestly, some of these flat earthers are so not for this that they may as well just be globies. I'm just going to start calling them globies. We've got ball earth. I don't know what you would call them. I'm going to come up with a name for them. Trust me. Okay, so let's move past this one. I just want to get this clear. That drawing and painting live stream says 327,360 feet. Yeah, this is going to be something. This guy's got a spacesuit. I mean, this guy is doing what all the astronauts pretend to do. You know, and I asked him I actually asked him when we were talking live the other day. I was like, hey, I call these astronauts out as being faux heroes, as stolen valor, and he agrees. All these people we're told to worship and emulate and hold up as heroic, like the Neil Armstrongs, they are fake. They do stuff in front of the movies. This guy's the real deal. And so this is going to be a 1-2 event, a steam-powered rocket, first week of August, and then the rocket being lifted by a balloon to 130,000 feet and then launched from there. That is going to be probably in December. But both of them, 2017 is the year. Flat Reflection says it's a synchronicity. I think it's more than a synchronicity. I think you're right about that. I don't believe in coincidences on flat Earth. There aren't any. Man, there's a reason why this is happening. Tip of the Beak says the Kármán line cannot be breached by civilians. No, it can't. You're right. This is going to be something. And I'm saying, hey, he's going to go up there. That rocket's going to puncture the dome, the firmament, whatever. And it's going to rain down red pills on everyone. Like that old Skittles commercial, taste the red pill. Yeah, this is more than synchronicity. I think it's something else. I can't tell you what it is, what I think it is, but I have some ideas about what I think this actually is. What is actually happening here? It's the real thing, though. We brought this into fruition, and we're going to carry this through. And that's why we don't have room or even need to entertain all these haters and bitchy people on the sidelines, because they're not doing anything with their time. Where's he getting the spacesuit? Not from NASA. No, nothing's from NASA. It's all private engineers. He's going to go into detail about this. In fact, save your questions. If you have questions for Mike deep inside the rabbit hole, just ask who's making a spacesuit. Save those questions, because he's going to be making his rounds on all the channels. This meme was sent to me this morning. I just wanted to share it with you. It's going to be on the screen. I want to be like Fepe, international Globey dunk champion. Keep sending these things. We got so many. Carly Sunshine says we manifested this. Yeah, we did. Honestly, I believe that we did. And we will talk about that soon, more in detail, but I wanted to get... Hey, by the way, all those people who are commenting, if you don't have a blue wrench, do not comment. No, this is not safe for trolls, and it's not safe for non-members. If you're not in blue, if you're not on the level with us, you're not getting in. Not yet. You got to email me so I can vet you. Lucifer Tim says JPL, Jet Penguin Labs. Beautiful. I got to get that made into a patch. I'm going to go watch this thing. I'm going to Amboy, Texas. Like, I'm going to be there on the front lines reporting all this stuff, because this to me is just the coolest thing I've ever heard of, honestly. Is there a way we can time the rocket with the eclipse? We'll see. Listen, what we're trying to do here, and we have other things going on. This is the reason why we have to maintain quality control. This Operation Mockingbird, BYRD, not a joke. We are spreading out a number of live streams for a reason, and we have plans. The world's going to turn, and they're going to hear the sound of a million pairs of penguin wings flapping. And we're going to draw their attention to this rocket launch, and then we're going to carry it forward. We're going to control the narrative this year. The Flat Earth 2017 is not going to be defined by people like Jimmy Curvert. We're going to be taking control of this narrative. Don't make any comments here if you don't have a blue wrench. Fair warning. The members here in the think tank have been instructed not to tolerate anything that doesn't come from one of us, because we have listen, there are people who don't want this to happen. There are flat earthers that don't want this to happen, and they are busy someone try to hack into my SoundCloud, my iTunes, my Facebook, my WordPress, my Blogger. Like, there are people who are trying to hack into my stuff right now because they want to stop this. And so one of the reasons why the GoFundMe account, that's not run by me. That's run by someone else. And the reason why is it's run by thedailyplane.com. I don't want anything centralized on one person because they will target you. So I'm going to be fading into the background as far as being on the front lines here. I'm just going to focus on the rocket, but I'm not going to be a lightning rod because I'm getting too much attention and all of it's negative. A lot of it from people I respect. A lot of YouTube channels I enjoy are now spending hours a day talking about how I'm a CIA agent, I'm a crypto Jew. Dan Pratt keeps calling me a Jew, and he's going to find out if I'm a Jew. And it's like, dude, who cares? I like your videos. Even the ones he rants about me, I like his videos. I like his material. I'm not going to say anything bad about him. But the guy hates my guts, and that's cool. I don't care. You're not going to stop me from being entertained by your videos. But listen, if you guys want to stop me, go for it. It's not going to stop this rocket. It's not going to stop the next thing. And I'll just keep continuing to support this thing under a different name. So you're wasting your time if you think you're going to demoralize me or hack my accounts or whatever. You're just being stupid. Rule number 7. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Xbox Z, Dan Pratt never did anything. Well, it's not that he did anything. It's that last night he was up all night making videos about knife fighting me and about how I'm a Jew and how Jews run the show. And it's like, dude, honestly, it's exactly. He's not an anti-Semite or anything like that. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying he's calling me a crypto Jew Illuminati shill. And I'm like, bro, I'm not Jewish. And if I was, I'd be proud of it. But I'm not your enemy. And I like this guy. I like his material. In fact, last night I was recommending people go check out his videos. And then I find out he stayed up all night going nuts about me. And it's like, man, I'm sorry. But when I said that, I was making a general statement. I was saying, if you're going to post my name and address, come over, order me a pizza or bring a weapon and let's fight it out. And he took that as a provocation. And so if I provoked him, I didn't mean to. All right. So anyway, I'm going to move forward. I'm just trying to make it clear that I'm not trying to start any wars here. I'm not trying to stay on wars. So let's stay on beak, as Quantum 1542 said. So the next step here is the billboards. Now the billboards have to keep going. No matter what. And that's because the billboards are going to keep the attention focused where we want it focused. So one of the billboards that's going up is in Salem, Oregon, which is fantastic. That's in the belly of the beast. Seriously, Oregon. So Salem, Oregon, we've got the one by Brother Bubba going up in New York City. I'm sorry, New York City, or it's in New Jersey. And that one's going to be up for one entire month. So that one's already going to happen. We have one in the works that needs financing in West Virginia. And then we have another one, which is put up by our very own Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. Here's a link to that one. And that one's going to be dedicated to pointing out A Stranger's Guide to Flat Earth. And I'm really hoping that ODD, if anyone has talked to him about this, see if he can get behind one too. Because I want his 24/7 live stream to be advertised on a billboard. I'm getting a lot of feedback from that. A lot of people are telling me this too, that they're searching for Flat Earth, and the first thing they're encountering, the first thing they want to see is that live stream. Because you get one-on-one, real-time interaction with people who are discussing this thing. And the reason why we're setting up Operation Mockingbird is we want lots of 24/7 streams so we can police out all the trolls. Lucifer Tim says a bill is a beak, right? Billboards. Oh, billboards. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, he's going to get behind yours. Okay, great. Excellent. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole is the one who we had a conversation about billboards, and he has a lot to say on the subject. So if you have any doubts about where your money's best invested when it comes to advertising, honestly, it's billboards. I mean, it looks nice. You skywrite, you put something in the sky. It's ephemeral, though. A billboard, they can't avoid looking at it. People are forced to look at it, and billboards make easy news stories. You saw what happened with the Philly Voice yesterday. With the Philly Voice, we have a lot of people are now seeing Flat Earth in a whole new light because of that, and it's only because of the billboard. And so we're going to do more. Mr. Drobot, yeah, I saw that. That's just side drama. It's not even worth it. I mean, if you read the quotes and what people take out of the article, it's good to go. Don't comment if you don't have a link here. Thanks, Mixlux. Thanks for that. If you don't have a wrench, don't comment. You will be banned. And everybody in my ban folder, your ban will carry on to every other single Flat Earther controlled 24/7 live stream. And the reason why is that we're engaging in quality control because this is the last year. Listen, this is 2017. This is the year we bring this thing to a head. And so we don't have time for a meeting with the Ball Earth Society. We're not kicking the globe anymore. No more globe thumping. Anybody, religious agenda, political agenda, sorry, back of the line. Don't even get in line. No drama thumping. And so in order to maintain the purity of our mission, we have to get rid of anybody who's here with naysaying, anybody who's demoralizing the rest, who's just wasting time. And so in order to keep this thing moving forward, we're not going to donate any space in our chat rooms to anything that doesn't forward the goal. Okay, let's continue to move forward. Exactly, Sean Hemmings, rules matter for continuity. And listen, if you don't like the rules, like I have people saying that we're the new brown shirts. It's like, well, yeah, kind of. And if you don't like it, don't hang with us. You know, there are other clubs. But we're getting something done. And if you want to be in the club that gets things done, you're going to follow our rules. Like Mundo, sorry, you're not following the rules. Like I said, if you want to be commenting here, you need to contact me, infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com, and get a wrench. Otherwise, you'll be taken out. So this was mainly the stuff I wanted to talk about. The main point is this. It's a steam-powered rocket launch in Amboy, California, a ghost town. That's happening right after the art show, first week of August. And then a couple months after that, maybe 3 months later, there's going to be this hybrid balloon/rocket launch that's going to take him to the Kármán line, and that's happening this year. So that's our focus. That is our focus. Let's see what else. And by the way, Operation Mockingbird, for those of you who aren't sure what that is, we're setting up a whole bunch of 24/7 live streams. I'm setting one up personally. Next week, that's going to be nothing but Flat Earth music. And all the rest, they're all going to be dedicated to different subjects. One's going to be on cryptocurrency. One's going to be on NASA bloopers. Another's going to be on Flat Earth activism. We have so many different things that are being put together with this formula. And the formula is our chat rooms are going to be kept pure from any type of ideological distraction, any type of drama, anything that doesn't lead us towards our goals. And all of you here at the vanguard of this thing, at the tip of the beak, and you're on the list, you're going to be carried over to every single other chat. And we have a list of all the trolls like Lottie. If you're listening, you J Trigtard, and I know you're listening. I saw where you followed me last night, and they've all been advised to swat you on site. And on the others, you all know who you are. We have your names, we have your patterns, we have your comments. We know who's who. One of the reasons a lot of people are like, you're so overzealous with the wrenches. I'm not. The reason why I'm doing this is that these wrenches allow me to filter out the enemies of progress here. The ones who are working as Agent Smiths and flying monkeys, we're filtering them out and putting them into a spreadsheet. And the spreadsheet's going to come in handy because when we spread out, Operation Mockingbird, when we spread out, it's going to be the same quality control you see here will carry over to every other single one. Z-Proxy, the ban list is secret right now for obvious reasons. We don't want that leaking, but it will be implemented in every stream, and I'm going to be personally implementing it. I'll be overseeing this operation because what we want to happen is we want to make this thing grow exponentially, and that's what we're going to do. And while it grows, it's going to be More difficult for the trolls to keep up with this because it'll be spread thin, but then each chat room will be more offensive because I've been going to different chat rooms and I can't get any conversation done. I can't get any progress. I can't make anything happen in any of the chat rooms when there are trolls in there who spam and who ask personal questions, who bring up drama, who ask you my address and call me out as being an Illuminati crypto Jew. And it's like, listen, I converted yesterday, the other day, actually, let me just say this for all you people who are after me. I went ahead and converted. I went ahead, I did it. I am now officially a Jewish Illuminati plant set here to destroy flat Earth. I am a plant. I'm a Jewish Illuminati plant. So you've solved the mystery. You've taken off my mask. So now go focus on somebody else. All right, 320 watching. It looks like everything's going good here. We got the main information across. Oh yeah, the music channel. Oh, that's killer. Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole says, talk about the music channel, please. I'm canceling my Sirius fake satellite radio. Okay, you know how we've been talking about how Netflix, every time you pay your Netflix, you're giving $10 to Bill Nye the Science Guy to buy another bow tie, cancel your Netflix, unplug from the Beast Matrix and invest in content creators? Well, we got to start targeting satellite radio. That's bullshit. And we need to have music streams 24/7. And so, hey, good call. We're going to have 24/7 music streams, music hangouts, just flat earth music. And in fact, there's several playlists that were emailed to me this morning that are ready to go. So the content's there, a lot of new stuff, people like Spiritual North and the rest of you who've been submitting me music, it's all going to go in. This is fantastic. So the 24/7 live streams are going to be popping up next week. And if you think you can handle one or you want to get one set up, let me know. What did the media folks watching think of the culture? IPS Lucifer Tim. Very good article by Brian Hickey about it. And what they're starting to see, I'm thinking, is that this is a vibrant community with not a lot of agreement about the details. So they're very amused by it, to be quite honest. And they expect more stories. In fact, that guy, Brian Hickey, did a follow-up story to yesterday's story after he was contacted by one of our trolls. And I think he was blown away by the amount of support that he's received from people. Because listen, we need to encourage real journalists. Good, Jason the Gray. Yes, we're working on that too. We have somebody talking about Fepe coins. Fepe is going to kill Netflix. Trey Forrester, thanks again. Great supporter, great truth enabler, says strap in and rocket over flat earth. Oh yeah, Carly Sunshine has an article here, and Joseph Green did it too, where they read and discuss the article. Great stuff. So if you didn't get a chance to read the article, here's an audio version. Go find the others. Feel free to stream my podcasts. Oh yes, okay, let me put a note there. Go find theothers.com. He's got an excellent podcast. He's part of the Flat Earth Associated Press. Exciting times, says Mixlix. Yeah, exactly. Hey, I don't think any of this is coincidence. I think we're creating this. We're bringing this thing into fruition. And that's why I'm like, okay, now is the time where we can start cutting away all the distractions and just focusing on the point. And listen, the people who are working against us, the people who are commiserating, they'll get behind this. They just need to see something that breaks them of their pessimism. And pessimism, like, I'm not even critical of these people. All the people who have negative things to say about me and what I'm doing, hey, listen, you guys, I don't hold that against you one bit. And I'm not going to drop names, but I will say there are a lot of channels of people I really like their work, and I've been following them for a long time. And I'll just say this, I understand where your pessimism comes from. I understand why it's infected you. And I know the cure. The cure for pessimism is the same as the cure for globitis, and it's flatitis. And you've got to let your flatitis just take over and just purge all that programmed complacency, apathy, pessimism, and defeatism. Just let it purge it out of your system. You don't have to think the least. Like people look at something that's happening, they'll say, "Oh no, this guy's only in it for the money, or he's only doing it for personal gain. It's only for bad reasons." Like, you got to raise your. It's almost like people have this very debased view of their fellow man. Like, one person gets ahead, it's because they screwed somebody else. Or one person gets ahead because they had some bad motive, bad intentions. And it's like, no, not all of us are like that. Some of us actually want to make a better place, a better world. A lot of us actually, I get emails all the time from people who say, hey, listen, it's not necessary for me, but we know what the architects of our present deception have in store for future generations, and I'm doing it for them. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, this isn't about me. It's not even about us. It's about the people who are caught up in this deception, who have no idea where it's heading unless it's interrupted. And that's us. We are going to throw our monkey wrenches, or spanners for those of you in the UK. We're throwing our wrenches into the machinery of the beast matrix. We're jamming it up. And we're going to bring it to a stop, and it's a parasite. It's a parasitical system. Every time you unplug your soul from their system, it gets a little weaker. It only exists at our pleasure. It only exists because we give it permission. We're complicit in our own enslavement. We're going to stop being complicit in our own enslavement. We're going to unplug from their garbage, from their mediation of our reality, from their controlled media, their religions, their big entertainment, all their lying institutions. We're unplugging from it, and we're reinvesting into the future that we're creating. And so we don't even have to go to war with them. We're not taking up arms against anything. We're just turning our backs on them. We're turning our backs 180 degrees from this North Pole, and we're just going the straight opposite. We're going straight the other way to the boundary of this thing. We're going to find out what this thing's really about. And it means that we have to turn our back on the naysayers. So listen, if you're a naysayer, if you're stuck on trying to figure out what I am, who I am, what I'm here for, we're turning our backs on you and your negative attitude. Along with all the flying monkeys and Agent Smiths and J-Trig trolls, like, you don't matter to what's going forward. What matters are the masses of people who haven't even come across this information yet. That's what matters. And we're going to wake up with these people. Hey, Splatter Subgenius, I'm glad you dropped by. Thanks for dropping by. He's got some work to do. By the way, everyone go subscribe to the Flatter Subgenius. He has something big. There is something big coming out of that side of the, what would I call that? I don't know how many of you are aware of what the Church of the Subgenius is about, but there are different demographics we can reach with Flat Earth that will be like, essentially they're armies in waiting. They just need to be added to what we have. We need to amalgamate them to our cause. And I think we're going to see something big happen from the Flat Earth side of things merging with the Subgenius side of things. The Discordian, yep, exactly, Discordianism, all of it. Yeah, and it's going to be fascinating. You're going to see it's going to blow up. Like, shout out to Dan, says Joey Silva. Hey, listen, if we do this right, and I think it's going to happen, we may see the Church of the Subgenius, which has been a UFO cult forever. We may see them go flat Earth this year on July 5th on X Day. And that is a force to be reckoned with. I mean, we're talking millions. And this is a group, like, as far as the nature of the Church of the Subgenius, it's very much a group of creative types, Renaissance types. It's sort of a joke, not so much of a joke. It's very much similar to what we're doing. You join the group, you get to call yourself your own pope. And the idea is it's saying, we don't need to have somebody as a mediator between us and the higher power. We don't need that. And so it's a form of neo-Gnosticism, very lighthearted. What's up, Skywave? It's really something else. But listen, we're going to be merging with a number of different groups. Fifi the Butterfly, thank you very much. Means a lot. And you know where it's going, right? It's going to crack a hole in the dome. Or whatever's up there. It's going to take somebody up to the Carmen line. Let's see. Oh, nice. Nice. Great one. Flat Earth Subgenius just posted Carly Sunshine's video on ODD's 24/7 channel. Fantastic. That's good. Hey, these 24/7 channels, game changer. You know, ODD TV, game changer. When he started the 24/7 stream like that, and we're going to have more. It's going to spread out. Except what we're going to do is we're going to take our, the order we impose here will be imposed across the board. Yeah, I'm not too worried about the link from the Philly Voice. You can email the guy and correct him. I'm not too worried about it. The people reading it and hearing it, they're getting all the right talking points, all the right sound bites, all the right key points in there, which is we're not a uniform group. We're not all like extremists with an extremely unusual interpretation of a holy book. No, the Flat Earth thing, I've called it, it's a meta tribe, and we're unique down to the level of the individual. We all have a different point of view on this thing. We're united on one thing, that is the truth. Elucidating the truth, shining a light. Carolyn posted it, IPS, excellent. Hey, Carolyn, by the way, was behind the billboard going up in Salem. It was kind of interesting how it happened. Yesterday, I was on with Bro Sanchez, and we were just having a conversation, and she'd been emailing me about getting a billboard up, and she was talking in the chat, and someone else in the chat said, hey, I'll get behind that, and we got someone to finance it. And the reason why this is important to mention is that if you have a room full of people who are geared towards getting things done, you're going to get things done. And the more we filter out the people who are just crybabies or agents or whatever, the more we filter them out, the more productive we're going to be. Kyle McDonald says, yo, the KLF is also dropping something on July 23rd. Let me take a look what that is. Psychic Warrior with the donation of $6.66. Thank you very much. You know how much I appreciate that. And thank you for triggering the church ladies. There are so many church ladies crying about that number or about the AOK symbol or whatever. It's like, hey guys, listen, the new flat world's going to be built by us. We're the Masons of what comes next. We're the architects. We're the Illuminati shining the light here. We're the ones bringing out the real knowledge, elucidating the truth about the human soul, the cosmos. It's not just about the earth, it's about everything. And since we're the ones bringing the light, shining the light, building what's coming, we're appropriating all that. You know, the ones that they call in the conspiracies, they call the Illuminati, whatever, that's like no longer relevant. They're no longer relevant. We are. So we're taking over that. We're appropriating it. So I'd like all of you here are you're bona fide members. You're of the your 33rd degree penguins. 33rd degree flat earth, or whatever you want to call it. You're trying to connect with Banksy, Keon Collins, good luck. I mean, I like him. I like his work. I like his approach, but I think he's been co-opted. During the 2009 Copenhagen Climate Summit, he did a piece there that kind of outed him, and I think he's just totally owned by the political left. And if you're on the political left, you're a Globie. Sorry. Like there was he had a sarcastic one. It was, I don't believe in global warming, is what he spray painted on a wall. And it was next to a part where the water had flooded halfway up. So it was supposed to be ironic because the guy believes in global warming and the world being flooded. So you know what? Banksy, it'd be nice, but we need a flat earth Banksy. If you're a flat earther who knows how to do that style of art, contact us and we'll get behind you and we'll get it. See, the thing is about a lot of these street artists is they're a media operation, and we can do the same thing. And that guy's he's on the other side. Okay. Yep. Oh, by the way, if you just got here, there's 376 watching. If you just got here, don't comment unless you have a blue wrench. Unless you're a moderator. Mods only. Wrench squad only. If you comment and you don't have it, we're taking you out. And the reason why is that there's not enough room at the tip of the beak here. We're having to deal with stalkers, naysayers. Last night, I had people trying to hack into my GoFundMe, my, what is that stupid account? SoundCloud, iTunes, WordPress, Blogger, Gmail. People are stalking me. They try to get my Facebook shut down. So listen, I'm going to be behaving very well on this channel. But when we initiate the operation, when the tsunami started during the build-up to the rocket launch, after the globe burns, and yes, there's going to be a globe. It's going to be burned. It's going to be incinerated, live streamed. You can get mad about that if you want, but it's going to happen. We need the visuals. And all the naysayers have a problem with that. Well, good luck. Good luck trying to stop us. Lucifer Tim, my friend dated Banksy. I have not met him, but he's from Bristol. Well, you know what? We can't really rule him out because listen, in 2009, you can have an excuse. Like maybe the guy's come to information since then. Flat Earth Revolution, you got your Wrench Squad shirt. Awesome. All right. Hey, Glowbusters, thanks for dropping by. He says here, thanks everyone for the link. I'll check it out. You're taking a lot of flack because you're over the target. Well, listen, if you're not taking flack, you're in an echo chamber. So I take it as a badge of honor. Like there's 30 thumbs down and 169 up. I just see 199 thumbs in a bucket. I count them all the same. So those 30 thumbs down, all of you who did that for me, I want to say thanks for your time, your attention, your engagement. Thanks for reaching for your mouse, aiming the cursor over that thumb, thinking about me, and pressing the button. Thanks for making your life about me for a few seconds. It means a lot, really. Flat Earth Johnny says, love, truth, and flat earth. Now that would make a fantastic bumper sticker or anything. That's a good sentiment. Beautiful. I'll have to put that inside of a fortune cookie. Which, by the way, we have fortune cookies. So come to Flat Earth. We have cookies. tinyurl.com/fortune cookies. And thanks for that contribution. Thanks for being a truth enabler and facilitating what's happening here. You can go to tinyurl.com/flat earth cookies. So for those of you who just arrived, we're getting close to 400. A few more people have arrived. We have somebody here who contacted us because of our billboard who's going to do something magnificent. It is Mad Mike Hughes. First, he has a rocket launch first week of August, which I'll be getting behind. I will be attending this thing. It's going to be a steam-powered rocket. It's going to be launching a full, said 5,000 pounds of thrust. But anyway, that's in Amboy, Texas. It's going to have on the side, Research Flat Earth, international media, live streamed, biggest event of the summer. And we're right there. After that event, there's going to be a second event before the end of this year where he's going to go up to the Kármán line personally. This guy is personally going up there. Yes, Globebusters, you and your entire crew are all 33rd degree penguins. He's going up 120,000 feet on a balloon, and hanging from the balloon is the rocket, which will take him the rest of the way, 42 miles or something more. This guy's going 62 miles up. And he's going to show once and for all how flat this thing is. We're proving it. Listen, 2017, this is the last year. This is the last year for you Globies. Or if we're wrong, it's the last year for the Flat Earth debate. Either way, it's a win-win situation, right? So what I'm saying is that I'm going to be campaigning for this to get everyone on board. If you believe it's a ball, like I want to go meet up with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Hey man, I know how much it bothers you that people don't believe the world's a ball. And if you want to help support Mad Mike Hughes, he's just going to go check, you know, private rocket. People will trust him because of this event. And he's a flat earther, by the way. He's not going to use a Curvert lens, no GoPro. And we're going to see once and for all, will you donate some money? And he probably will. We'll get all the Curverts to pitch on this thing. It's not going to be hard to raise 1.5 million bucks in 6 months or whatever. Almost, we have a while, and we don't have to do all of it. He's going to do most of it. We just need to raise 7,000 bucks. In fact, subtract what I'm going to put into it. We're just going to need to collectively come up with 5 Gs, and it's all going to this guy for this rocket launch in just a few weeks. It's going to be, I think it's going to be the first week of August, so that's going to be probably the 5th, but we'll get a specific date when the time comes. It's going to be in a ghost town, Amboy, California. More details to follow. And Globebusters, if you're still listening, and Flat Earth and other hot potatoes, Mike's going to want to reach out to you. He's going to want to be on your show. And so he's going to be talking to all of you and answering questions. So if you have questions for him, write him down. He's going to be involved with our community. This guy's been a Flat Earther for 2 years. He's been in for 2 years, and he's known about it. He knows about NASA. He knows about the fraud, the deception, and he knows about their stolen valor, that these people are being hailed as heroes for doing what this guy actually has done and is doing. Sean Hemmings, we should have certificates for 34th degree Masons. You know what? I think you're right about that. In fact, I think I know of a print-on-demand place that'll do that, and I'll have to start doing it. It'll have a wrench on there. Maybe crossed wrenches with a penguin's head. Do you know what I mean? Like blue wrench, and then in the middle. And then I also, this, by the way, this particular image, this 33rd degree two-headed Fepe image, this thing here is, has many different permutations. It's kind of spreading around. It's fascinating. Hey, good shot there. Good shot. For those of you who are just arriving, if you don't have a blue wrench, you really don't need to be commenting. You haven't been vetted. If you want to be vetted, email me, infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com. We have enough people. We have enough people here that we don't really actually need any more commenters who haven't been vetted. Because listen, I have enemies who are trying to shut me down. They've tried to take down my YouTube account. They've been trying to hack my personal information. We have people dropping my name and address, trying to incite something. And I'm making this thing is assassination proof. So you could kill me, nothing's going to happen. It's still going to roll forward. It's too late. You know, Mad Mike already had the rocket launch scheduled. He already has FAA on notice. They're already aware of this thing. The two events are already happening. The media's already been noticed. He listed to me this morning all the different media companies that are behind this thing that are going to be there live streaming it. It's going to be a big event. First week of August. So the entire month of July is the art show. And I'm going to use the entire month to hype the rocket, to draw attention to it. We have a specific operation designed to draw attention to it. And so the world's going to turn, and they're going to pay attention to the sound of a million pairs of penguin wings flapping. They're going to see the rocket, research flat Earth, record setting, and then they're going to see this is leading to the event that will solve this great debate. And people on all sides will pay for it. They're going to pay for this guy's spacesuit and everything. 1.5 million bucks. He's going to raise it, not a problem. But we can help. We can help by getting behind this event and making it about flat Earth. So Jason the Gray, if you want to contribute, the link is here. The first link you see below the video description, I'll go ahead and spam it. This is the GoFundMe. It's been set up. It's being run by our very own dailyplane.com. Both of us are in communication with Mike. We'll be talking to him every couple of days as this thing moves forward. He'll be giving us updates. And like I said, he's going to be making the rounds. He's going to be talking to Globebusters, Patricia Steer, ODD. He'll be answering questions. He's the real deal. If you haven't seen Mad Mike Hughes, he's like Evel Knievel 3.0. And he's a flat earther. I mean, come on. It's almost like too good to be true, but it's not, because this guy was doing it regardless. Mad Mike, 62 degrees, tip of the beak, exactly. It's gonna be an amazing summer. I'm looking through your comments now. After the rockets, all the globy tears will flow into a flat and level ocean. Yeah, that's true. I'm going to open up a globe recycling center. Jonathan Doherty, he says, keep up the good work, but your intentions confuse me. No, my intentions don't confuse you. You've been confused by the programming that taught you to be pessimistic and mistrustful of anybody not pushing the party line. You've been programmed to think that anybody advancing the truth is a shill or is in it for the money and money's evil. That's all cultural Marxism, cultural pessimism. It's a virus in your head that you need to purge. It has nothing to do with me or my intentions. I mean, I could be a globie, just in it for the money. It wouldn't matter. I could be a liar, but as long as I'm speaking the truth, it's the truth. I mean, it's not about me. And the people trying to make it about me are really misguided. I mean, I don't even exist, honestly. I could be a cadre of 3 people working different shifts. It doesn't matter. Like maybe I'm a construct, a character created by the New World Order in order to bring about the destruction of the globe, and I'm just playing a role. Like, does it really matter? No, it doesn't matter. Lucifer Tim says, stick a pipe in Fepe's beak and declare Fepe the new Bob. Ooh, that's blasphemy. I love it. And you know what? That's powerful, because no kidding. When Fepe first appeared on the screen and I was looking in his eyes, I was like, that's fucked up, because it reminded me of Bob Dobbs and about how Ivan Stang would talk about the character Bob as a catalyst. And I think you're onto something with that. I mean, you thought taking and killing Pepe was bad, but man, if we go after Bob, and a lot of his people are already coming our way, and that movement, and listen, this is why it was so awesome to talk to Bro Sanchez yesterday. We are reaching out beyond the echo chamber these days, and we're rallying behind symbols and memes and ideas and concepts that are like Trojan horses and rallying points that can't be ignored. And seriously, if we can get the subgeniuses on this, if we can get the church of the subgenius to go flat, and they will, honestly, they will. It's in their character. They'll do it just to do it, just to tweak with globies and normies. If we get them, you know how many people are in the church of the subgenius? It's millions of people. This organization's been meeting annually every year, July 5th. So this July 5th, we're going to make them go flat and get them behind this. It would be insanely effective, says Tip of the Beak. Exactly. Yeah, if you didn't watch with Bro Sanchez yesterday, check it out. He's a no BS kind of guy. He had a list of topics and questions to address, one after another. We knock it out of the park. Farrakhan, too close to power, too controlled. You know, we can only reach so high. And by the way, this is a bottom-up awakening, grassroots all the way. It's happening on the level of the plane. We can't wait for anybody at the top of the pyramid to give us the truth and have it trickle down. Not going to happen that way. Not going to happen that way. If they're that high, we just have to assume they're compromised. Big Flatzo D Mink, you have to listen later. Awesome. Well, by the way, this is all going on iTunes. So let me go ahead and give you a link here. Go ahead. Here's the thing. Flat Earth had one voice on iTunes, and it was Josephine Rogaine. That's it. Nobody else was on iTunes talking about Flat Earth. So I started putting my stuff on iTunes. So now there are two of us. So if you don't mind, here's the link. That's the link right there. And if you have an iTunes account, go over there. Subscribe if you like, but at the very least, just give it a positive review. Because listen, we need more people in iTunes talking about Flat Earth. There aren't enough. I just started putting my stuff here, Infinite Plane Society. And if you have a YouTube stream, you ought to be on iTunes. There's really no reason you shouldn't be. There are a lot of people who specifically are requesting it because they don't have anything to listen to. And so if you don't know how to get on iTunes and you have an account, I'm going to be doing a tutorial. And if you don't have the time or you want someone to do it for you, let me know. Toxic Lucidity made a donation in Ethereum. Awesome. And a very triggering amount, by the way, $6.66. Somewhere, a church lady is crying. And I appreciate that. Everyone needs to go watch Wakey Wakey's videos about Ethereum. If you're not up to speed on that, you will be. I can assure you that before the end of this month, one of our live streams is going to be all about cryptocurrency, and all of us are going to be up to speed on that before the end of this month. Here's the iTunes link again. So if you want to get your account on iTunes, it's quite simple. Let's say, for example, we'll say Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes wanted to get onto iTunes, because that's a very iTunes-friendly show. All she would have to do is have her videos made into MP3s and uploaded to SoundCloud, which is easy to do. And then at SoundCloud, it gives you an RSS that you submit to iTunes, and then it automatically happens. So you would just need somebody, yeah, exactly. Someone said Hot Potatoes ought to be on iTunes. And so I know it's a lot of work to download all these hundreds of videos, but it can be done. And so I'm also thinking about putting some money forward to have somebody who can take the time to do it. And they don't need anything other than links to the videos to download them, put them in a folder so that she can have them uploaded on her own account. And not just her, but everyone. Anybody who wants their account put onto iTunes, we need somebody who can go through and download them all into MP3s. We want to flood it. We don't want it to take all. We want to like do it all at once. Like I would like to see iTunes just flooded with Flat Earth Talk related shows. We have think about how many great shows there are, how many hundreds of hours of good content just need to be put up there. AJ206, yes, you missed a ton. Why can't you just use SoundCloud to listen then? You can. There's no reason not to. But why wouldn't you be on iTunes as well? Like you gotta look at it this way. You gotta spread out. You don't want to put all your like they could just go to you could just say about that argument, well, why don't you just listen on YouTube? No, you have to hit every single outlet. That's what Operation Mockingbird's about. You got to go spread, go far and wide. Get your claws into everything. And the reason why we want to spread out as far as we can is that we want to be able to, at the drop of a dime, focus on one thing. Kind of like what happened in 9/11. You know, you made a thought before 9/11 that all the media companies are owned by different people and run by different interests. You may have had that impression. But then when that day happened, it was all controlled by the same hand. And that's how we're going to do. That's how we're going to roll. We're going to have this thing spread out. And then when we need the world to turn and look at what we're doing, they will. It won't be their choice not to look because everybody else will be looking where we're pointing. One more thing, if you just got here, we're not accepting contributions, comments from anybody who isn't vetted. And that's because I'm being stalked. My documents are being dropped and people are trying to hack into my accounts. And it's nothing but naysayers and trash talkers anyway. So don't comment unless you've been vetted. If you want to be vetted, send me an email, infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com. And you're going to want to be if you're legitimate, because your credentials will carry to all of our other lodges. I mean, live streams. It'll go all across all the different live streams. We are running this in a certain manner, in a very specific way to be most effective. You could call it a lodge structure, like a Masonic lodge structure, or a private or a secret society network. And it's not that we're being cryptic about it or scary, but what we're trying to do here is make it effective. And if there's one thing you can say about these networks, is that they are very, 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 very effective. So we're taking their tools and we're using them. Hey, no, if you have a wrench, you've been vetted, trust me. But yeah, we're actually taking over that whole structure. You think that the flat new world needs an organization designed to deceive people? No, it doesn't. Let's see, there's going to be a lot of, 1 second here, 33rd degree Fepe. Yeah, open lodge. Well, this is an open lodge. It's open to the public to listen. It's just that we don't want people commenting and trying to derail the conversation. And the rules, by the way, you're all very well versed in those rules. Those are going to carry over across the bar. A cartoon ball, anybody in Dallas? Machine Gun Kelly, listen, I don't know what you're asking about, but if you want to be vetted, send me an email at infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com, and then you can get approved for a wrench. But otherwise, I think I've covered everything. I'm just going through my notes here. If someone wants to be unbanned, send me an email, but honestly, I don't have a lot of time to deal with it. Open a sock account and try again. Come at us right next time. Like, I don't have time, and none of us do. We're going to get increasingly focused as the days go forward. There's a lot of tears, a lot of gnashing of teeth, a lot of whining out there in the world, and we're just not paying attention anymore. Right now, we have 1,000 beaks of light. That's all we need. We don't need the rest. And I'm not trying to be exclusive about it, but the thing is, if you're not already, here's this thing, and it was a Mark Twain quote about patriots. It's like, in the beginning, the flat earther's a scarce man, and he's derided and hated and opposed. But later, when his cause succeeds, others join him, for it doesn't cost anything to be a flat earther. It's it was a thing about patriots, how, yeah, when you're going against the grain and you're the only one, that takes something. But all the people in the background, they'll join you once it's safe. And it's like, we don't have time for the people who are waiting till it's safe to get on board. Like, if you're not on board with us now, sorry. You kind of already showed who and where you are as far as like your character and everything. We already know. We don't need to know anything else. You would be here if you were, anyway, let's move forward. New Stranger Than Fiction video about the Mars rover. Ooh, nice. Authentic Intent. Hey, and if you haven't subscribed to Authentic Intent, please do. This guy is out on the streets talking to people. He has presentations, laminated images. He's going in front of dinosaur galleries and letting the kids know that dinosaurs never existed. It's fascinating because we need people out there who can burst the big bubbles. But it's fascinating to watch because the people aren't saying flat earth, that's stupid. No, they're intrigued. Listen, this is the most interesting topic out there, if you haven't noticed. It literally is the most interesting topic out there. It's intriguing, it's entertaining, and it's a mystery. There's so much to discover about this thing. We're still trying to figure it out. And so when this guy, Authentic Intent, is going out there talking, people are listening and they're paying attention. So I want to start getting clips, like 2-minute clips, 5-minute clips, and spreading them around. The Hori Sheet Show. Yeah, what's going on is the rocket is going off first month of August. And then 2 months later, or 2.5 months later, then he's taking the balloon. It's going to be a balloon lifting the rocket 120,000 feet up. And from there, he's going to rocket to the Kármán line. So the flat earth thing is going to be answered. The question will be answered this year. The first thing, though, the rocket that's being launched, we're sponsoring it. And the reason why we're sponsoring it is that we want it to be about flat earth. And it's going to say on the side, research flat earth. Here's the link to the GoFundMe. Again, he found us because of the Billboard. So all you naysayers about the Billboard, I don't know what you have to say about that. And all you naysayers about the chat raids, by the way, Katy Perry read something about flat earth during a live stream because a couple of intrepid penguins were over there talking about it. and she said something, and within 12 hours, Neil deGrasse Tyson's at her house trying to talk about how it's important, how we all believe in science. So, look, we can reach anybody. They're going to listen. We're actually we're making progress, and the people who are against what we're doing aren't here with us now for a reason, because they don't have the vision to see around corners, and we do. Penguins can see around corners, and we know exactly what we're doing. And as far as the chat raids go, I don't care what you call them, but they're not going to be launched from this account or in this way. We're going to do them in a different way, in a more effective way, in a less, I mean, we're not rude about it. Listen, if you want to come spam my channel and give me $500, by all means, be my guest. You know, the people who are mischaracterizing what we were doing just didn't have the vision to understand what it was. They weren't paying attention objectively to what was actually happening. But that's fine. We don't need that. We don't need to worry about them, because this is not a democracy. Every single flat earther doesn't get a vote on what every other flat earther does. Nobody tells me what to do. Nobody tells you what to do. I don't tell anybody what to do. I don't give any orders. And nobody gives me orders. And if they try, like somebody will say, tell me the name of the lodge you went to. It's like, all right, well, send me an email and I'd like to know your shoe size, the name of your dog, what's your wife's name, and what are the last 4 digits of your credit card number. Like, you're not entitled to know anything about anybody here just because you have an opinion about something. The Flat Earth Crush says we have the end game in sight. Yep, 100%. And we're moving to Twitch. Yes, we're going to be, hey, this month's going to be big for that. What we're doing here is we're going to organize our ability to get people to pay attention to what we do. Bro Sanchez Live says, much love, everyone. Fepe motherfucker is here. Hey, oh, he said flat power. I'm sorry, I read someone else's comments. It moved so fast, I read 2 comments. He said, much love, everyone, flat power. The next person once said, oh yeah, that's right. Neil deGrasse Tyson is like, he's like on duty. He's like the Globey on duty. And if some celebrity accidentally leaks that the world's flat, he gets sent out there to correct the record. How would you like his job? He's like a real life Agent Smith, but he's not like thin in a suit with glasses. You know, he's just this oblate spheroid. He just comes and sits on your couch and tells you, hey man, you're not thinking right. Get your thoughts in order. Conform. Someone sent me this meme. I think it was created by thedailyplane.com. This is for you, Bro Sanchez. I think I tweeted it to you. You guys watch that video? It's creepy. Neil deGrasse Tyson's a handler. He walks up to, like she's got to be mind controlled or something, but he goes into her bedroom, he sits down beside her and starts talking about how important it is that we all believe in science. So Neil deGrasse Tyson is a total scumbag. Not that it matters, not relevant. Although he is kind of shaped like a penguin. Kurt Tank, is Katy Perry, John Benet Ramsey, duh. Okay, anything else? The main thing I wanted to do right now, I'm going to be on later. I have other things to cover, but what I'm doing right now is I'm opening up some backup accounts and I'm closing down some emails because they haven't been compromised, but there are people trying to hack these things. And so those of you who are trying to hack into my stuff, hey, don't worry about it. I have an advisor here who knows a bit more about internet security, and I'm kind of I'm migrating to different platforms, changing accounts, and I'm closing down things because as this thing moves forward, I only expect you to get more hysterical. So thanks for your attention, but you're not going to get anything out of me. And even if you did, even if you were able to stop me in some way, you're not going to stop this thing from happening. Every single person here in the chat room is fully capable of doing what I mean, we're all doing the same thing. We're all on the level here. Like, we have no leaders. This is asymmetrical warfare. And I think that's what they didn't expect. The opposition, they expected a few leaders would emerge and they could take the leaders out. There are no leaders. Nobody tells anyone what to do. The only critical thinking is needed is saying, a lot of the Twitch channels like to call out people that follow them. Ooh, good one. Good way to generate some content. If there's streams on Twitch that use text to voice for donations, we could make a robot say flat earth on their stream. I've seen some of those where it actually reads it out. I think you're right about that. In fact, if we did it on a certain day, this is the thing. I don't want to do like a little event here, a little event here. I want to do a big event that shakes things up. And that's going to happen. And that's what we're organizing right now. Neil Snake into Grass Tyson. I love that. Dumpster Bin Bandit said, Neil Snake into Grass Tyson. That is good. There's another meme that we need to work on. Had to do with, God, I got to get my notes out from last night because somebody had some good stuff. Well, I'll be on again later. I just got off the phone with Mad Mike and I got some details about the operation, how it's going to run. He's got the FAA clearance and everything. And I wanted to get more details before we gave a green light to the GoFundMe account. So we know exactly what we're investing into and we can move forward. And now we can. What's up, crazy flat lady? Snake in the Grass Tyson. Yep, that's a good one. A group of penguins in the water is called a raft. I can't believe he was sitting her down so quickly. Yeah, hey, it took less than, look at, it's crazy. She said the F word. Katy Perry is on her live stream and a couple of penguins are in there chatting about flat earth and she says the earth is flat. What? Well, a number of people uploaded that video clip of her saying that on her live stream. Banned multiple times, copyright strikes. They're all over it. They're trying to police it. And within 12 hours, Neil, the Snake in the Grass Tyson, is at her house. He's at her house, sitting on her bed, telling her about how important it is to believe in science. Yes, Bro Sanchez says, thanks for that awesome pickle, incorporate it. Yeah, by all means, it's a cool meme. That was sent to me by thedailyplane.com. I was like, that's killer. That's kind of what I envisioned for the mask too, by the way. I'm trying to get a mask made. I'm getting a prototype. You know, we were talking about the Boston Tea Party. Like there are these I like to look at history or just examples of things that we can do, replicate for their symbolic resonance. And one of the things I was thinking about is how the Boston Tea Party was organized in the Green Dragon Tavern. So you can look at this 24/7 live stream Operation Mockingbird we're setting up as a university, spread out. But you can also look at some of these rooms. We'll have a Green Dragon Tavern type room where we plan things. And we plan it in front of the public. So they think it's a chat room. We're just talking about NASA live streams. No, there's something else going on behind the scenes. And it was in the Green Dragon where they set up and organized their little operation where they dressed up like Indians and they threw tea in the harbor. Well, that's what we're doing. Only we're going to be wearing tuxedos and penguin masks, and we're going to have a bunch of globes, and I'm not sure where it's going to be. It's going to be of symbolic value, and we're going to be throwing the globes off of a building, an observatory, a cliff, whatever it happens to be where we do it. But it's going to happen. There's going to be a parallel to the Boston Tea Party coming up soon. Toxic Lucidity says, in the very first Madagascar movie, the penguins were the mastermind behind a plot to escape the confines of the zoo and leave for Antarctica. Yep. Interesting. Let me go ahead and write that down. I'm going to watch that today. There are no coincidences on Flat Earth, by the way. There are no coincidences. And for those of you more conspiratorial minded, when I told you that my Illuminati handlers are guiding this thing with the symbols they want me to use, there's your confirmation. The penguin is Jack's power animal. Flat power, flat unity. I love it. I love these. Hey, Moses, it's not going to be a paper mache mask or beak. I'm actually getting this thing prototyped, and it's going to be either 3D printed, or I'm going to find a company from Alibaba who's going to make them in bulk for me in China. But whatever it is, yeah, I'm going to have the official Fepe mask so that we can carry out our mayhem. Kind of like the anonymous Guy Fawkes mask, but it's going to be a penguin mask. And it's so that when we start taking our raids to the street, we can do so with a high level of anonymity. Flying Earth Squirrel Girl, you're lucky I caught you before someone swatted you. There's your wrench. Oh, never mind, she got banned. Don't comment if you don't have a wrench. If you want to be vetted, email me, infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com. I should have put a warning. You know what? I'm going to have to put a warning label up on my chat. Don't comment unless you've been vetted. And we have very good reasons why. There's a reason why we have to maintain quality control. Noble Bear has flatearthmerch.com. Send me an email and you get stickers. All right, Noble Bear. Oh yeah, by the way, Noble Bear was on yesterday's show with Bro Sanchez, and will send you, Newell Bell will actually send you stickers. Go to flatearthmerch.com. One other thing I want to mention before I go, and please pay attention to this one if you have a store. Make a one-page ad for your store. Make a one-page ad for your store, full color, website, domain, your Facebook, whatever. Make a one-page ad, and at the back of each broadcast each night, I will run and I will talk about each one and drive traffic to it. So set up ads, please. It'll be free advertising on my channel, and I'll make it interesting. I'll go through your stuff. But I want to encourage more people to get into commerce to fund these magnificent operations. Flat Trotter SS, I trolled Katy Perry's live chat and researched Flat Earth a bunch of times. Hey, it was only a few of us were in there. I went over there. I was like, who's going there? One of my chats was warming up, and I saw a bunch of people posting links, and it was Flat Trotter SS, Spiritual North. One of you two guys got to her. It doesn't take a million penguins to get their attention. It takes one. You know, a penguin walks into a room and says the earth is flat, and everybody pays attention. Hori Sheet Show, excellent. Can't wait. I'm going to have to watch your latest episode. I've just been trying to pace myself on the, I mean, that show's good, actually. Listen, I have a rule against drama, but if you're going to indulge, if you're going to see what's going on, if you want to get into the underbelly of the Flat Earth community and the hilarity, and it's just the passion and everything, it's all funny. It's all on full display with the Hori Sheet Show. Go check out his channel because he's got his finger on the pulse of the Flat Earth community. Post a link, spam it 10 times if you have to. I want a meme that says unflappable with the penguin. He takes no sides. No, you're objective. We get it. We just need the entertainment, man. The entertainment value of your show is priceless. And it's not going to go away, by the way. You think, I mean, it's only just starting. When the globe is debunked, the fun's just going to begin. We're on the ground floor of this thing. All right, everyone should also take a look. If you have a chance today, go to thedailyplane.com and join as a member. There you will always be at the tip of the beak because he is there. He is there with everything. He has been from the beginning as far as moving this rocket forward, moving everything we've been doing so far. The billboards, thedailyplane.com has been instrumental in getting these things done. Okay, Flat Earth News Weekly Digest, Episode 5, Hori Sheet Show has just been posted. Okay, again, if you have time, create an advertisement for your business and email to me at infiniteplanesociety@gmail.com. Jason the Gray says, never doubt that a small group of penguins, committed penguins, can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. Lucifer Tim, a Christian, a Jew, and an emperor penguin walk into a bar. The barman says, is this some kind of a joke? Bro Sanchez Live says, we should do a fundraiser for a billboard in Vegas. Or start a Fepe Flat Power merchandise campaign. Yeah, hey, Vegas. There's a number of people in Vegas as well with you there. So, hey, listen, all that needs to be done is, hey, dailyplane.com, if you're there, he's got a tutorial for how to set up a billboard. 5 minutes, watch it. If somebody in Vegas can call a company, get a location, get a price, get the number of exposures that will see the billboard, whether it's digital and everything else. Get the information about the billboard and the price, call a company, and then what we'll do is we will get behind it, and Bro Sanchez will get behind it, and we will get it funded. Ellison, the cryptocurrency we've been talking about is Ethereum. All right, and I'm taking down all of your links, Lucifer Tim, and I'll be reviewing these and discussing them later. Thank you for sending these links. I look forward to going through them. All right, hey, Bro Sanchez, if you get behind a billboard in Vegas, you know how fast we'll get that funded. Everybody wants to see it there. There are so many people there. There's no reason for it not to be there. Like I said, it's dominoes. The one up in Phoenix, I'm not Phoenix, in Philly, I think that one goes down at midnight, and there are others replacing it, one after another. Thanks for the link, Little Flatty. I'll be checking that one out. There's going to be one up in Salem, Oregon very soon. So I have several dozen emails to go through and respond to. So I'm going to go ahead and catch up. And I have some order fulfillment. I have some artwork to send out. Some generous people donated gas for Flat Earth Asshole in exchange for some paintings. And so if you order the artwork, if you're the ones who bought it, it's getting sent out today, priority. I just had to package it last night. So I have some, basic things to do today, errands to run, but I'll be back on later with many more details about the flight of Mad Mike Hughes, the location, about the marijuana strain, and everything else that's of critical interest. Oh yeah, also, I did find an author who writes romance novels that we're going to commission to do a story about Josephine Rogaine, Bigfoot, and a couple of others. It's going to be something. I'm going to read it online. But anyhow, it's just for entertainment value. You'll see. So many interesting things developing. Can't wait till later. All right. Well, hey, I'll post a link. Carly Sunshine, by the way, thank you for reading the article. And I liked your presentation, by the way. For those of you who didn't see, Carly Sunshine's the one who drove 3 hours out there to videotape the Billboard to show everyone it wasn't CGI. Well, she did a reading of the Philly Voice article, and so did Joseph Green, but the reading was killer. And I think that format's good. We need a lot of these content creators are just blowing my mind because we're changing the narrative. We're so changing the narrative, and we're going to keep changing it. That's why billboards are important. So also another GoFundMe account is Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. And one more thing before we go, I want to bring up. Okay, because when you go to one of these GoFundMe accounts, even if you don't have anything to donate, hey, drawing and painting, send me an email, infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com. I would love to have you do the cover. Listen, if you don't have any money to contribute, hey, Miss Lassa, nice to see you here. Glad you tuned in. I'll be on again later with more details about these things. I was just going over some things really quick. If you don't have anything to donate, you just share it or tweet it. And the next time you show up, it'll tell you how much money your share brought in. So for example, I pitched $10 on a project last week and I shared it several times. And every time I go, it says your shares have brought in, I brought in 50, but only 10 of my own. So it's not really about the money so much as it's about sharing it and getting people to back these projects. We're in the age of crowdfunding where you don't need to know rich people or wealthy people. You don't need to be born rich. You don't need to be connected. You don't need to have perfect credit. If you have an idea, you can mobilize it now by reaching out to as many people as you possibly can with the idea. And so the key to getting a billboard funded, I have found, and rapidly, is not just saying I know of a good location, but actually doing the legwork and calling, getting the location, getting the price, getting the dates. The more details you have, the more likely people are going to want to fund it. And I'm totally going to get behind this one, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, because he's the one who really explained to me the value of billboards, and he's been in advertising 25 years. And so if anybody knows of a good location and a good statement and a good presentation, it's him. And so here's a link to that one. Where are we going next? Where are we going next? I have to go to the post office, among other things. Dumpster Bin Bandit says, authentic content. My friends are loving your vids. Yeah, everyone needs to subscribe to authentic content. Earth BC says, the best place for flat earth stickers is public restrooms. Oh, I can see the value in that. Bro Sanchez says, in Batman, the Penguin was actually the good guy freeing us from the system, and Batman was the status quo. Awesome. Interesting little insight there. I'm going to go ahead and look into that one. So we have penguins in Madagascar, the first one where they free everyone from the zoo. Yep. None of this is coincidental. There are no coincidences on flat earth. All right. And everyone dropping by, thanks again. I appreciate your time and your input and your quality control and your respect for the rules. Much appreciated. Again, if you don't have a wrench and you want to be a contributor, just send me an email and I'll get you into the roster, because it's important that you get on it, by the way. If you're already on it, you're good. But as we blow this thing up, you're going to have your credentials carry across all the other lodges. The penguin is Jack's power animal in Fight Club. Yeah, isn't that something? All right, flatasfuck.com. I'm sorry, flataf.com. Catch you later. And I'll be posting a link with, so just go ahead and go to, just refresh your browser after this thing, because it's going to be the same URL, and you'll be able to see when it's up next. I just got to do something about my stalkers today. All right, have a nice afternoon. Okay, there are 33 of you here waiting. Please go ahead and like, share, sub, tweet this thing out. So a number of things I'm going to go over really tonight, just a few things. How many of you were here for Bro Sanchez? See, I broadcasted earlier and we talked about the news article, which is linked right here from the phillyvoice.com. And then after that, I went over to Bro Sanchez's live stream where we talked about memes and organizing and this mass education campaign that is the Flat Earth Renaissance. And then after that, took a little break, answered about 50 emails, and we're getting back to work. What's up, Feppy Gooseman? Yeah, so basically, there are a number of people here. If you happen to see Critical Thinking Always, he's on the VIP list. And for those of you who don't know, Total Cult is something of the Tyler. He keeps the lodge pure. He keeps the outsiders from getting in without knowing the proper pass and the passphrase, the call and passphrase. So essentially what we mean is that this isn't for newbies. This is for people who not only know what's up, but know how important it is that we take care of this right now. And part of this dissolution of the globe deception means that we have to be focused. And so we are focusing by getting rid of anybody who might distract us. So we don't tolerate Bible thumping, globe thumping, Mein Kampf thumping, no advancing the goals of communism, environmentalism, no drama thumping, and at the top of that dung heap, no naysayers. What's up, Hangnail? Good to see you. I got your message just a minute ago on the email, and I believe I sent you the response. What's up, Mark Fanning? Oh yeah, you were there. Oh yeah, Bro Sanchez is a post-globe thinker. He's a Renaissance man, and we need that. And he's up to speed with the whole flat power thing. He's up to speed. I ordered one of his stickers, by the way. But you know, it's like he's up here at the tip of the beak with us. In fact, I got to bring this up. You're gonna like this. This was sent to me by thedailyplane.com. Probably my favorite meme. I already tweeted it out there to Bro Sanchez and everyone else. But this is good. I'm getting a lot of good ideas. Like earlier tonight, someone asked about Total Cult says you guys are scarily similar. We are. In fact, I almost didn't continue to make videos at first, but I just kept on going. I was like, F it. I'm just going to keep going after these religious nuts. And then he contacts me and he's like, hey man, we need more people who are willing to just say what needs to be said. F their feelings. And he's bold about it. Man, I heard him go off on religion sometimes where I'm like, I know people who aren't used to that kind of talk are cringing, but it needs to be said. So like I said, every single one of us is a myth buster. Every single one of us is like that kid in the Emperor's New Clothes who's saying, hey, that big fat naked emperor dude is not wearing anything. You people are deceived. And all the people are like, hey, wait a minute, don't break the consensus. And it's like, no, truth has to trump consensus. The dude's naked. The emperor is wearing no clothes. Call it out. So let's see what else is going on here. So many interesting things happening. Okay, here's one. During the show, someone was talking about one of our very own here, Caroline, see if she's here. She was talking about getting a billboard in Salem, and she went ahead and she researched it. This is why, even if you don't have money to invest, your time, your research, all that has value to our cause here. So she finds a billboard. She finds a good place in Salem, Massachusetts. She finds the price and the name of the company. And so then during the chat between myself and Bro Sanchez, she talks to another person in the chat room. This is why we get rid of naysayers, because we need to leave space for the people who have something to contribute. So she brought it up and someone else was like, hey, I'll fund it. So just like that, one shot, one kill, no need to give any amount to GoFundMe. We have another billboard going up in Salem. And that's what I'm announcing. Details will follow very soon. So we have one right now, as you all know, in Philly. That one's going to be up for another day or two. Then we have one going up in New York City, New Jersey, right there off I-78. That one's up for 4 weeks. We have one in the works in Colorado. So we have a GoFundMe account set up for that one, which we'll be visiting. That one's at I'll post a link here, in fact. That one is GoFundMe.com/Flat Earth Colorado. So here's the link for that one. Someone let me know what they're up to. Then we have another one in the works in Arizona. I'm waiting for them to get in contact with me. But the one in Salem's gonna be great. And then also one other one. Let me bring this up since we're talking about billboards. We'll get this out of the way right away. Our very own Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. He's the one who actually gave me the idea to invest in billboards over other forms of mass advertising. Here's his plan: A Stranger's Guide to Flat Earth Billboard. So this is going to actually direct them to A Stranger's Guide to Flat Earth 21 Questions. What do you think of that one? That's the location, that's the size, there's the price, and there's the GoFundMe link. And I also have it linked below. You can just go down, scroll down below the video and click GoFundMe.com/Flat Earth Billboard. And that one's being set up by Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. And he's a pro. He's been in advertising for like 25 or something years or something. So he knows what works. And I think that this billboard here is great. I think we should direct them to a specific video. And then I got an email from ODD TV. And I was thinking about it. I would totally get behind a billboard specifically advertising his 24/7 live stream, just because it's always good content. You know, every time I go over there, it's like Darren Nesbitt, or it's just something that we all should be seeing. But anyway, I'm seeing other people wanting to get this done. And honestly, I think that now we should just do it. Like I said, dominoes. The first domino, look, that first billboard, think of all the naysayers that you hit on the head with a wrench. All those people who didn't stop us from doing this. That one billboard got the attention of a guy who built rockets. And he's going to send a rocket 62 miles up, and we're going to pay for that rocket. Enough of it that we get Research Flat Earth written on the side of that thing. And I'm willing to even work extra hard to see if I can't get the tip of that thing painted like a beak. You know, we want to send that rocket up, let it crack the firmament and rain down red pills on everyone. Like that old Skittles commercial, taste the rainbow, we taste the red pill. I mean, that's pretty much what's going to happen in a couple of months. So that's why we don't have time for people who aren't focused where we're focused, because we are full steam ahead, going to put an end to this debate. And here's the thing. I've been running this by various globies that I know. And I'm like, how many of these globies are sick of it? How many of these, what's up, pay attention? Lee Krentz, Boogity Coo. Boogity Coo, I have you new memes. Thanks for sending them. All those people sending me memes, I appreciate it. The GoFundMe for the rocket's about to go up. The thing is, we have just a couple of months, and we have all these globies who are totally like mad about the whole thing, right? So I'm going to see if I can't pitch it to them. I'll be like, hey, why don't we just shut the flat earthers up forever and see if we can't get funding from both sides, and then some bets, then a lot of attention, and we're going to use the full power of the internets to make sure that is the center of attention that day. Stephen Boyd says, I'm at Ocean City tomorrow. Hopefully NASA launches. Yeah, hopefully they do launch. Go check out the balloon launch. Boogity, people in my town saw it on the news. Everyone I talked to today. Interesting. Good. See, it's not just the billboard. It's the billboard plus the media. And the reason why we need to talk about these billboards right now is that as they go up, we're going to get the media contacts all around so we can reach out to them and give them the story. That's how I met the guy in the Philly Voice who wrote that nice article. The very first objective, good reporting on the subject of flat earth ever done before in the history of flat earth and reporting. Jessica Traum, there's going to be a lot of flat earth billboards. I'm funding my own in Alberta, then going to fund one for Vancouver. Let's get 100,000 views today if anyone has any ideas. Okay, I'll go ahead and take down your email address, because anything you set up, if you have it on a crowdfunding platform, we will definitely support that. So here's the link to Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole's billboard campaign. Go ahead and check that one out. That one's just, it's easy to say. It's easy. Just GoFundMe.com/Flat Earth Billboard. Yeah, I'll open up my phone lines in a bit. What idea did you have? Okay, so let's continue down the line here. Yeah, so today I talked to Bro Sanchez. Let me go ahead and get a link to that. If you have a link to that video, let me know. I'm going to take a quick turn here, and when I watch this video, I wanted to show you this clip.
To the circus that I'm trying to lead here in our NBA Finals pregame show. A guy shows up, handshack the Earth is Flat t-shirt, and then does what?
Takes his shirt off and tells me if I sign his shoulder, he will get a tattoo tomorrow.
Evidently, there's not a shirt policy.
You're not going to take a shower before tomorrow? I guess not. Come on, man. You gotta take a shower, man. You gotta take a shower.
I wasn't sure if any of you had seen that. Basically, some guy walks up to Shaq and says, will you sign my back? I'll get a tattoo. So the guy does. He takes his shirt off, and sure enough, his white T-shirt says, "Earth is flat." How nice is that? I don't know when. I think that just happened a couple of days ago. Leo Frigg, that Bro Sanchez Today video was filled with good ideas. It was, in fact, someone contacted me at one of those things. Hey, Flat Earth Addict, I don't know what your thing is. You know, I'm not sure what your issue here is. But what you're saying isn't making a whole lot of sense to me. Oh, I see. Okay, I'm not going to read that comment. Anyway, let's move on. So this is, someone just sent this one to me, Fepe Bravo. I only brought this up because we need to get his attention. We just need to choose a date and a time. Does he ever do live streams? And oh, by the way, there's 66 thumbs up and 6 thumbs down. Whoever gave me the thumbs down, I want to say thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your input, your engagement, and you taking the time to react and to share your thoughts with me and your attention and your time and your soul. Thank you for giving me the thumbs down, because I don't count thumbs down. I tie them together. I'm like, okay, well, 69 thumbs up, 9 thumbs down, 78 total. I just count thumbs. So let's move along. What we need to do is we need to pick a date to get a hold of Eddie Bravo for the whole March for Globitis. That's going to occur. And I'm thinking we might want to do that in Denver. And the reason why is I think if we can't get Eddie Bravo, there are others. There are so many people in the Colorado area that we don't want like 5 people to show up. We want a bunch. What's up, Skywave? Love your combination of emoticons. I would like to have like a shrine to Fepe, like a big pyramid, and instead of hieroglyphs, it'd just be these emoticons like this one. It's a globe, a hammer, and a penguin. The one I like to use is the frog, the knife, and the penguin. Speaking of which, I got another really good one here. I hope I uploaded it. I've been getting so many decent memes here. Apparently, well, I won't get into that. This one's my favorite one. Okay, here we go. This is the one that was just sent to me a while ago. We're still not letting the Pepe the Frog off the hook. We're still going to be launching our meme offensive. It's nonstop, honestly. Our work is never done. Let's see here. Flat reality. People always watch debunking vids that debunk points we don't make. Yeah, those are straw man attacks. Exactly. So we need a flat earth video disguised as a debunk, but with actual info. Not a bad concept, actually. Okay, let's move along. Yeah, I've heard some interesting comments from people on the sidelines, and I'm like, this is all very interesting, but it's so very irrelevant. Like somebody said, somebody was saying that these people are talking about how we stole their idea for a billboard, and I'm like, who gives a damn? I want everyone to do billboards. Moreover, our focus right now is on sending a rocket to crack the dome or the sky, or at least show us what is up there and what is down here and what we're on, so we can move forward in our lives. So it's just funny to me how people get sidetracked by these little details, but we don't and we won't. And that's why I went to talk to Bro Sanchez today. He gets it. He's where we are. We're all on the same turf. We're covering the same ground. And what we're doing collectively here is part of a phase of this thing is progressing. It's exponential in its growth, and it's about to hit something major. See, first you have, it looks like it's small, even though it's growing exponentially because it's still under 1%, but it's about to blow up. It's about to blow up, believe me. At first it's very deceptive when you have a new movement, especially when they try to ignore you. It's always just, it's deceptive because they don't know how fast it can actually metastasize. So we're spreading out. Then it becomes very disruptive, and then we cease to buy into their shit. We stop paying for their entertainment or propaganda, whatever you want to call it. We cease to invest in their matrix. We invest in ourselves. We demonetize them. we dematerialize them. And that's kind of what we're involved with right now. Right now, we're involved in moving this thing forward. Like, we're not milking it. You know, this isn't some conspiracy that might or might not be true, that you can never really prove. So you can, like, it's not Bigfoot. We're not talking about Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster. This isn't a legend. No, we're just exposing a network of deceptions that overlap and encompass us through our entire lives, encompass the lives of our parents and our grandparents back for centuries. And we're about to bust this bubble, this big reality bubble they've put us in. Flat Earth Addict. Oh yeah, were you there at the Bro Sanchez hanging out today? I want to post a link to that. Always interesting talking to him. I talked to him earlier, and like I said, he was someone who pretty much stuck up for my point of view early on, saying, finally, somebody's not afraid to tell the Bible thumpers that you don't own flat Earth and that this has nothing to do with any religion. And it doesn't. I mean, it may to you personally have to do with your spirituality, but getting that rocket up there is not going to take religion. It just takes money, investment, and it takes a whole lot of effort on our part to make sure that we get the attention of anybody involved in this debate, which is pretty much the human race. And we're going to take control of the media narrative in the days leading up to that thing, believe me. Caroline says, I wouldn't be in this thing if we didn't have massive evidence. None of us have. Exactly. And none of us just, like I say, we didn't fall into a rabbit hole. We didn't just wake up one day and just trip and fall like, oh, damn, it's flat. No, this is a path. It's a path of generally, it takes a while for some people, some it's faster, but it's a way of you just kind of walk along in life and you recognize, okay, wait, the media is lying here. They lie here. Oh, look, this is fake. Oh, that's a hoax. And then you begin to piece it together. That's all. Crazy White Boy says, IPS Predator drone. Bro Sanchez Hellfire missile. Exactly. Lee Kren says, Meta Tribe strong. Fepe power. What's up, Morky Love? Armed and dangerous with that wrench. Let's see. Everything's inverted. Yeah, exactly. Everything is already inverted, and we were born into a place that's been inverted. So what we're doing is a reversion. We are standing it back up. And one of the things, just so all of you know, occasionally I do things just to trigger people. Occasionally. Just because it's important to route people who are flappable. If you can be thrown off course and you can be made to react like a hysterical church lady or a soccer mom during the 1980s satanic panic, every time you see a symbol that you think might be scary because you heard it's scary, you don't belong at the tip of the beak. And sometimes it's fun just to flush those people out. And so I flashed a symbol, and apparently there's a video about it. So if you see it, don't worry about it. The problem is I had too many fingers up. I should just put up one because this person is just overreacting. And maybe you'll see, maybe you won't. I don't really care. I'm just saying there's a reason why we're getting things done. And it's because we don't tolerate stuff. We have a zero tolerance policy for that kind of drama and sideshow stuff, if you haven't noticed. And anybody who's been improperly wrenched, I've been going through my emails and responding and putting you on my guest list. And so if critical thinking always shows up, he's in. We have a Toto cult is quick on the draw. He's the Tyler of this lodge, which we need. My email is infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com. Now, you only get automatically tossed out if you, for example, are thumping a particular cause, be it a Bible, be it a globe, a Mein Kampf, communism, or feelings and drama and all that. The stuff we can do without right now. We can have all the drama later. By the way, did you all read the article from the phillyvoice.com? The first positive coverage of Flat Earth ever published before. Please read and comment. Read and comment. Bookmark it now, but later read and comment because we're going to respond to every single person who comes along. Oh yeah, naysayers are top of the list though. You can be a drama queen or whatever, that's fine. We'll get rid of you. But if you're a naysayer, that's chat room cancer. Carolyn, thanks for responding to people's emails and re-inviting. Oh, yes, exactly. I mean, sometimes people mistakenly get pulled into the whole troll dungeon, but my take on it is it's better for 10 innocents to get thrown in dungeon into the troll pit. It's better that we have extra people thrown in there that I can sort out later than to let one troll get through. Again, here's the article, Perry Polylogic. In fact, Bro Sanchez read it on the air today, and it covers all the major points that you need to know about what flat earthers actually think and what they don't think, what the misconceptions are, and what we're trying to do, and how you can't ignore us into non-existence, because you can't. It's not going to go away. It's got a vibrant culture, and it's just growing. It's metastasizing. And the journalist, I have a lot of respect for him. His name's Brian Tracy, and if you want to, you ought to send him a thank you, a quick thank you letter, which is what I'm doing. I might even send him a flat earth map or something, or maybe a Pepe shirt, because the guy actually took the time to call more than once, ask a lot of questions. He went through all these different videos. He fell into a flat earth wormhole on a Saturday night, and the next day he calls me again, asks some more questions, and publishes this thing. It was crazy. Like, I was like, wow, there's actually a reporter out there. Saul Levagan, Katy Perry is interesting. Keep an eye on her. She could be on our side. A few penguins migrated over to Katy Perry's side of the web, talked about flat earth on a live chat, and she inadvertently gave us a meme. She spoke the words. She said the F word. She said, Earth is flat, ha ha ha. Sandy Hook's back in the news as Megyn Kelly interviewed Alex Jones. Oh, come on. And Sandy Hook families are lashing out at Jones and NBC on Twitter. These people. And by the way, the real story about Sandy Hook, yes, it was gun control. Huge part of it. But there's another part that's even bigger. What Sandy Hook was doing, in addition to advancing the cause of disarmament, is it's advancing the idea that the state has a compelling interest in your emotional state. So that they say, and all these Sandy Hook parents and therapists have been going around saying, if only we knew how bad his moods were and how he couldn't deal with his emotions, we could have intervened. We need psychiatric screening for everybody, mandatory. That's what they're trying to do. I mean, how messed up is that? They want to get in your head. That's the point of Sandy Hook, and that's why we need to tell these crisis actors to STFU. Don't let them be human shields to advance the cause of your enslavement. Fuck Sandy Hook victims. They're a bunch of crisis actors. They're all fake, and we know it. And what they're doing is absolutely destructive. It's amazing that they're still getting away with this crap. When I saw that, I was like, okay, we need to put that to rest. You can't let that go. Like these crisis actors, they are pushing this agenda hard that we need to regulate people's emotions. And I was just watching The Giver. Someone recommended it to me. Total flat earth movie. Total infinite plane movie, in fact. And in that movie, these people all think the world is black and white because they're given daily injections in their little slave camp that they don't know is a slave camp. Fascinating movie. I'm going to watch some other ones as well. B Flat says, nobody died at Sandy Hook. All right, you get your wrench. You know, it's not letting me add any wrenches. I don't know why. You'll have to email me and I'll manually enter it later. It doesn't even give me the option. Sorry. Mr. Drobot says, amazing response from the journalist. More proof that people, yep, exactly. We need more people to be incentivized by that. When they see what happens, because I want to give his article a lot of attention, a lot of shares. So if you go to that article, share it, comment, link it. You think we're capped on wrenches, possibly maximum number? Oh, that's why I'm in the wrong account. But that's not my number one priority tonight. I may get around to it if I see you there, but honestly, I can't be too distracted by that. I'd rather have people email me first anyway, and then if you comment and you're in the gray, you'll get hit because it's good for quality control, especially as we move forward. What we're trying to do here is we're going to set up. I mean, you saw all these people saying stuff like, oh, you shouldn't do chat raids. That's rude. You know, we got people telling us don't do it, stop it, don't be rude. People bitching about it, like literally bitching about it for hours at a time. And I don't know why they waste their time criticizing what we do, saying that we're a bunch of thugs and monsters and trolls and we're going to ruin flat earth. Anyway, these people are the first ones to say that we're bad and terrible. But, you know, look at the results we're getting. We got Katy Perry herself saying flat earth because one or two people dropped in. It doesn't mean we got to constantly flood. It just means we got to make the effort to reach. Hey, B Flat, there's your wrench. Share any link you want. Whack a troll. Your patience. I was in the wrong account. And then the people who were naysaying about the billboard, it's like, well, our billboard was just the first domino. And now there are other dominoes and other dominoes. I'm going to get all the... Yeah, I also have clips of people calling this Fepe thing, this flat Earth people everywhere, you can't stop it. And I'm telling you, it's accelerating. It's getting to the streets. It's getting to the bedrooms. People are wearing it. It's going to be on stickers. It's probably going to be tattooed on somebody pretty soon. Who knows? In fact, oh yeah, this is something else. We need to, if you have any ideas for a good name for a strain of marijuana having to do with flat Earth or the penguin, let me know. We're in the process of trying to get a strain made. And we talked about it on Bro Sanchez today, and a couple of people contacted me who actually are in the business. Jessica, I tried to make a comment on that article, and my phone and computer keep saying Discus is taking longer. You know, Discus sucks. Why do they do that? That happens quite a lot. Authentic Intent, one of my favorite new channels. He has a link here telling the Minnesota Space Museum there's a science museum that space isn't real. We'll watch that one right now. Yeah, your buddy has Moonwalker OG. Interesting. Fepe OG, that would be sick. Yes, I would totally do that. Now, I don't know where you would get it. I don't know how it works. I'm actually asking right now. If all it takes is, do we have to just buy a brand name and choose, like, you know, the relative amount of THC versus CBD? I don't know how it works, but we'll figure it out and we will get it because, oh, Plain Kush, that's badass. Says interest in hero. Plain, Plane, Kush, like it. Beak Tip OG. I like Fepe OG. That's great. Anyway, Daniel Pratt. Is this the real Daniel Pratt? Hold on, don't wrench this guy. Is it the Daniel Pratt that I like? The guy who rants in his garage? If this is the one, 1 second. Okay, it's the real one. You can let him stay. He gets mod stat. I'm going to recommend one of his videos to you. It's the one where he talks about the Wizard of Oz. He's got so many damn videos that it'll take forever to get there. Anyway, I'll get there later. You get a wrench so you can post a link to your channel. If you're not subscribed to him, please subscribe to him. We need more outspoken, entertaining speakers like that who speak. Hey, don't time him out. Sorry about that. You'll be in. Move along. Let's move along. Let's move along. Oh, yes. We're going to watch Authentic Intent. This is my favorite new channel. This guy is out on the streets, like, nonstop. He talks to people, and he brings about laminated presentations. It's incredible work. This is Authentic Intent.
And there it is, your place of worship for science in Minnesota.
Well, I'll just leave the link for you. I don't have a timestamp, and it's an hour and a half long. So, hey, Authentic Intent, if you could just give me a timestamp, we'll go through a clip. But for now, I'm just going to spam the link so everyone can bookmark it. Bookmark this link. And in case you're not familiar with the rules, and why we keep this thing so effective is that we adhere to these rules. No thumping any agendas, including no drama thumping. And this isn't about me, it's about the information. And so someone was asking if my name is actually Mark something. And even if it was, not going to talk about it. You can ask me in an email, but I'm going to ask for some information as well. Like, if you want to know my real name, I want to know your shoe size and your dog's name. Like, we got to share. You know, you don't get information. It's all got to be quid pro quo, you know. Let's move along. Okay. Yeah, Authentic Intent, great channel. Okay, I see it's an hour and 23 into it. Hey, you know what you ought to do? If you don't mind, or I'll do it too, is like take like 5-minute clips as trailers for your longer streams, because those are more shareable. You can share a 5-minute clip where you're engaging with someone and then put that on Twitter and then link to the longer one or whatever. All right, I dream of, yeah, and he's also told kids the dinosaurs aren't real, which is great because it's all part of the same deception. Sir Keeg says, I love when Authentic Intent tells people jogging not to run from the truth. Oh, that's funny. He actually does that. Don't run from the truth. Great. Nothing better than flat earth trolling. I mean, it is the truth, and you are giving them an important message. But the way he does it, it's non-confrontational, but it's very engaging. And here's the thing about the subject. People don't look at you like you're stupid if you say the earth is flat. They actually don't. A lot of them are very much interested in it because it's an interesting topic. Oh, wait, Savannah says something I'm going to read out loud, just so you know the mindset of the people who never get shit done. Let's see if I can find that comment. That was good. Yeah, you gotta hear the new line, okay? Because I'm mutating. I'm mutating before your eyes. You gotta see this. This is and some of these names, some of these trolls, I think somebody's outsourcing the trolls. Like, you know, we have these J-Trigs that have like American names. Some of these trolls, I don't know if we get them from India. You know what? Now that I think about it, we ought to find who hires them. I bet we could pay more and get them to work on our side. Did I miss the comment? Hold on a second. I really wanted to read that comment. It was good. Come on. 1 second here. Did somebody copy and paste it? Please tell me. It was a good one. It was representative of the new line because they all have the same line. It's like a propaganda line, and they're all being controlled by probably by the same person with 50 socks getting paid to work 12 hours a day doing this. Here we go. Not only, damn it. Sorry, stupid computer. I'll continue on some other subject while I do this, but just so you know, don't ban anybody right now. I want to get this line out. I want you to hear it. Do not block anybody for the next 30 seconds to 2 minutes. We're inundated with these idiot trolls, but I've been monitoring the J-Trigs and I filter them in different folders. But I'm trying to also monitor them by what they're saying. And if I copy and paste it, I can often trace them to the same source or other trolls that are related. And the same person will operate male and female proxies, but the lines will say the same. Here we go. Not only is IPS a fraud, but a crypto Jew, CIA agent. Hail Hitler, fuck IPS, fraud, love Jesus. Okay, interesting. Thank you. Thank you. Now, anyway, these people here, you think that they cared about the flat earth, right? You think that would be their number one thing. No, they find out, oh shit, the world's not a sphere, it's flat. Let me go find out who's got Jewish blood in their ancestry. That's where they go. Okay, get rid of these fools. Get rid of James DeGrasse. See, notice they're all using the same copy pasta. It's because they're getting paid to do this. And we're going to put them out of a job. We're going to put them out of a job. Get rid of the hopeless dog. Actually, you know what? Leave him here. We know that one. He's an American J-Trig. I'm sick of the foreign ones who can't even articulate their messages well. Like, honestly, they ought to hire me. I would troll me better than they control me. Let's move along. The trolls are on suicide watch. Well, they get paid per post, I'm sure. But they're not effective. They're just, they're not like possessed of any like great skill sets. All they're really doing, these trolls, is they're trying to derail conversation. This is why we have wrenches. We want them to walk in, like in fact, for the rest of the night, ban every single person without a wrench. Every single person. Again, if you don't have a wrench, if you're not a mod, don't say anything because you will be taken out. Okay, so the next thing we're going to talk about here is a quick plug here for Eco Mouse live chat. Her first live chat, or his live chat, will be on Wednesday at 7. And he or she, or it, maybe he's gender fluid or whatever, is going to be doing a live stream on Wednesday and wants to get a few more people showing up for the first one. And so we're trying to encourage people who are doing these 24/7 live streams or getting new on the whole managing these flat earth live streams going. We want to get them started off. So here's a link to this person's channel. Thanks, Warlock. Appreciate you doing that for me. You wouldn't believe my file. I've got this spreadsheet where I have them all divided by the different what do you call them? Different trolls by. I could pretty much tell who's behind them. Some of them, but I won't speculate because it's not going to matter in 2 months. If you're asking what my Twitch link, it's Twitch. My account is Infinite Plane Society over there. Get there. Get a Twitch account. And here's why. Kill your TV. No audio thumping. If you don't hear anything, don't complain about it because until you see more than one person doing it. Because I'm not going to let that distract me, and I'm going to assume you're trolling unless I get 3 people or more telling me they can't hear anything. Because it's never been true. Jessica Trump says not found. What is not found? Says not found 404. What isn't found? No more. Okay, I'm going to also put a ban on sentence fragments, or I'll just ignore them. If you're going to use a sentence fragment, it's going to get ignored. I have another video that you have to see having to do with NASA, another evidence of them being hazed and mocking. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Let's move along. So there's a link to Eco Mouse's live chat. Well, we'll plug that later. No big deal. Again, here's a link to Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole's Billboard. We're starting off dominoes here. Ed Upside Down Head, that's not tip of the week material. We're not going to talk about anything that doesn't have to do with the rocket, the art show, and what's happening next week, and also Operation Mockingbird. Far more important right now. But if you want to assemble a playlist about the Black Sun, I'm happy to. In fact, if you want to start a crowdfunding campaign to fund a trip to send Quasi-Luminous to the North Pole, I'll back it up. But we have to make sure that everything we talk about has an action attached to it, and a funding mechanism or a plan at least, because we are in the age of crowdfunding. You don't have to know people with money. You don't have to be connected to wealth to get things done. You just have to have the good ideas, and you have to have a plan, and you have to show people that the plan can be activated. Like if Quasi-Luminous comes up with a 5-point plan to get into the hole in the center of the world or whatever, I'll back it up. But until then, it's just, yeah, let's send Quasi right away. Yeah, I want to see. We'll go send him out there to find Santa. Okay, let's move along. Spinning Balls Kush. Who else put up a billboard? We have another one going up in Salem. There's one in New York. One in New York is at 6006 Kennedy. Killing Quasi crowdfund. Yeah, Quasi-Luminous at the North Pole live stream. That would be good. Yeah, will someone set that up? Hey, Ed Upside Down Head, will you send up a crowdfunding campaign to find out what's at the North Pole? And what we'll do is we'll get as close as we can. That whole campaign will all be about it. It'll be about finding out how close you can actually get. Because we would all pitch on it. And all these trolls around here who say that we don't want any solutions, that we don't do anything, all the trolls like Bill Nye, the bow tie guy, who's like, one way to shut down a flat earther is tell them to drive to the edge and take a picture. Well, they can only say that stuff because nobody's making an open effort to find the edge. So let's do it. Kill Your TV says Jupiter now has 69 moons. Good shot, Total Cult. I didn't have time to read that guy's bullshit, and he deleted them. Excellent work. Come Alive says, according to Samuel, there's a ring around the North Pole. Thank you, Daniel. He says IPS is a fraud. He's a crypto Jew. Oh, you didn't let me read it. That was a super chat. Hey, listen, if they're going to pay for the message, I'll read it. I'm going to unblock him. Oh, I missed it. What did he say? This guy was paying to say I'm a crypto Jew. I'm not a crypto Jew. I'm an open Jew. I'm an open reptilian. I'm open Illuminati, open Mason, open Satanist, all of it. I'm a satanic Jew, Illuminati, vampiric reptilian shapeshifter. And I'm here to kill flat Earth. There we go, 100%. Out in the open. Now move along. Daniel Siri says, unblock me, please. Yeah, I'll unblock you, man. I want you to be able to contribute to Super Chat. They can't contribute if they're blocked. So unblock them. If they're willing to pay, they can say whatever the fuck they want. Because at least they're not giving money to, Bill Nye the Science Guy. He's not spending his time watching Netflix. He's over here hanging out with us. For some reason, this whole topic for some people has nothing to do with flat Earth. When they find out the Earth's flat, they just get misdirected. I don't know why. Why would flat Earthers be misdirected to go Jew hunting? I wonder where they would get that from. But it happens. It's the weirdest thing. And so even though I have no Jewish ancestry, I've decided that I'm just going to claim Jew and everything else. Anyone watch House of Cards? The new season's about the Antarctica Treaty. No shit. Yeah, exactly, crazy white boy. Stop killing flat Earth. No, I'm killing flat Earth. I'm going to kill it. I'm going to put it down by myself. I made a deal. I said, hey, NASA, you're getting $50 million a day. And you know the kind of damage that I can do because I'm a Illuminati Jew. And so I have superpowers. And if you'll just give me, I don't know, $500,000 a month for the next 6 years, I will wreck this thing and go into hiding. And they said, all right. And so I'm getting, I got $500,000 in Bitcoin and Ether and Dash. I mean, Ethereum, Bitcoin, Dash. It's not PayPal. It's all crypto. But yeah, I'm pretty much going to be rich as fuck very soon because of my handlers who have paid me to put an end to flat Earth. And so what we're going to do, I should have asked for 33 million. It actually amounts to 33 million if you actually, they predict by the 23rd of July where Ethereum's projected to go. Yeah, I'll have 33 million. So yes, my name is Mark Mars, and I'm a crypto Jew, Illuminati Mason, shapeshifter reptilian, satanic witch. 33 million bucks, a fleet of black cars, and a whole bunch of hookers and a mountain of cocaine waiting for me out in Thailand. I got a place all set up by a friend who knows how good it can be when you sell out to the New World Order, and that's where I'm headed next. All right, let's move along. Let's not get off topic. That's why I don't let these people in here. These people want to dox me. I'm saying, hey, listen, you have my number. Call me, 505-715-6669. Call me, come over. If you think I'm the bad guy, come over. Talk to me. We'll live stream it. We'll live stream our knife fight here in the parking lot. Bring it. Fucking bring it. Stop being a keyboard warrior. If you really think that you're fighting against an evil Jew cult to save the world, then bring it. Arm up. Because if I was convinced that the world is run by a bunch of demons or vampires, I would be out there with a hammer and a backpack full of wooden stakes and holy water. And I'd be out there killing vampires. But you people are like, seriously, you people are like, oh, we got this evil cult running the world, but all we can do is call them names on the internet. I mean, how pathetic is that? Do something. Come put a bomb in my car, send a real death threat. Arm up, do something. These people are so dumb. They don't take action. They're all talk. Seriously, the Hitler fanboys today are all talk, no walk. They can't do anything. They're just keyboard warriors. It's hilarious. And they're just objectively stupid and dumb and not even well researched. They're ridiculous. Did I learn to knife fight while in the army? They do teach you a little bit with a rubber knife. What do they say? Blood makes the green grass grow. One second. And is that chant you stab between the second and the third rib? Hello? Hey, what's up? Who is this? Is that okay? Hey, let me get you to call. Let me get you to call back because this forwarded to my cell. Let me turn on my Skype so everybody can hear this. Now, are you one of the Jew hunters or are you someone normal? Okay, awesome. Okay, awesome. Then call right back. Call back in like 2 minutes. I'll put my number on the screen first, then call. Thanks. Okay, just so you know, you can call me 24/7. And it forwards to my personal cell phone. But I'll put it right now. I'm opening up my phones right now so you can call in. But this gentleman's going to call first. I'm just sick of all these crap talkers who are all talk, no action. And they're coming on my channel, like trying to ask my name is and stuff. And it's like, what are you going to do with that information? You're too weak to leave your basement. I could give you my address. It's not going to do anything. I mean, bring it. Oh, Supersonic, you recognize my Nokia? Yeah. I don't keep the same phone number. I haven't talked on the phone, like for personal reasons since I was like, well, for a long time. And who cares who I am? I don't. And honestly, who cares if you like me? Would I like me if I wasn't me? Probably not. 1 second. Okay. As soon as my Skype's open, I'm going to go ahead. But anyway, somebody said Fepe is a nug strain. Fepe cheese. That's kind of good. I like something with OG. I really liked Fepe OG. For those of you who don't know, we got somebody in contact with me who's interested in our idea of having a strain of marijuana named after our good friend Fepe. And so if you have any ideas, feel free to share them because it's going to get done. Jessica Trom, thank you. And I think you're creative. I've seen your work on Twitter and I like what you've done. In fact, I want to share some of that stuff, some of your images. Send me anything. Send me pictures, send me memes, send me images of things you're working on, especially those of you who are hitting the streets with like authentic intent is printing out pictures of satellites and laminating them and showing the people. So it's like all this stuff that you'd have to go on the internet to find, he's bringing out to the streets, and that's what we need. You know, this thing's not going to be solved from any ivory tower. Antarctic Kush, I like that. Red Pill OG. Tip of the Veek, Fepe is dank. OG Antarctic Kush, good one. I'm just logging into my Skype. Give me just a minute here. I like Tip of the Beak. Top Keck Kush. Now that's good, but that might be connected to the frog. But that we could still use that. We could co-opt it. Flat Earth Weed Money Fund. 9 pound Fepe. Flatline, I kind of like that one. Infinite Haze. Ooh, that's one of the better ones I've heard so far. Infinite Haze. I like that. Arctic Ice. Fepe Glue. OG Pillar. Oh, OG Pillar. That's not bad. What is my stupid Skype name? Flat Earth Weed. No, wait. OG Pillar. Red Pillar. Flatbush. I'm just trying to log into Skype. I may not be able to. Sometimes I'm freaking retardo. Okay, never mind. It's on. Okay, you can call. You can call. So the number is now on the screen. Of course, the same rules apply. The same rules apply, meaning no thumping. I won't tolerate it. No pushing any agenda. No wasting anybody's time with drama. This isn't about me. This is about the rocket hitting the freaking dome, cracking it open, and causing a rain of red pills to fall upon everyone. So please, 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 if you call in, respect the rules, or you will be disconnected. Hey, what's up? Yeah, just 1 second. Your phone's give it a second. Your connection's kind of funny. Okay, go ahead. Start again.
Hey, what's up?
Oh yeah,
I just want to let you know.
Yeah, mute your speaker.
I just want to let you know.
Go on.
You want me to get off the speaker?
No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
Okay. There's a line by Jonathan Swift. I don't know if you've ever read A Confederacy of Dunces or not. When a true genius appears in the world, you may know him by this sign, that the dunces all are in confederacy against him. Okay? A confederacy of dunces or not.
Yeah, I think
okay.
Turn off your speaker really quick and start again. Because Jonathan Swift, everybody needs to hear this. Jonathan Swift is awesome. I like a lot of his work. I like what he wrote about eating the poor. Go ahead and turn your sound back off.
Speaker off? Hold on. Go to this speaker. Yeah, how's that?
Anyway, okay, so he's going to read a quote, and then we'll give him 30 seconds. Go ahead. Paperclip Kush, that's a good one.
It was several years ago that I identified myself on Twitter as my location was not the infinite field, but the infinite, how do I describe this? So when you came along and I heard you about a month ago or two, I went, oh my God, this is the guy we've been waiting for. You are the linchpin. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I appreciate that, but we are actually a leaderless organization, asymmetrical warfare group.
No. You were the guy that started this. I understand about the leaderless.
Oh, sorry, we got disconnected. No, the reason why here is that we have to stop that line of thinking. That was Andrew Dice Clay, and he was a little saucy. But listen, we have to stop the line of thinking. There are no leaders in this organization. There are no figureheads. There are no lightning rods. We're all doing the same thing. We're all on the level here. And each one of us, and I didn't mean to be rude, but I'm also reading people's comments here. And if they're having trouble understanding, I'm just going to be like, moving on. But listen, like if I decide tomorrow that I'm tired of people making threats and trying to dox me, and I'm tired of all these Hitler fanboys stirring up shit, If I decide that I'm just gonna, retire and just spend the next few months writing or something, I may just do that. And so somebody else is going to pick up. So there are no leaders. We're assassination proof, and they can't really stop us for that reason. Infinite Plane Society, how may I help you?
Hey, yes, man, what's going on? It's your buddy Critical Thinking Always. I just wanted to come in and say real quick. It's relatively easy to get your strain into any dispensary. You can, any organization can do it. It's not hard. I emailed you the details. I'm willing to take on the burden. Can you just have somebody unban me so I can speak in the chat? All right?
Yeah. Hey, absolutely. I appreciate it. And so go ahead and just comment in there, and I'll give you a wrench right away.
I don't think I can. I think somebody insta-banned me. Can't because I asked like a couple of times. I don't think anyone can even see my messages.
Oh, okay. What is your username? Because I think I might have seen you in here.
Yeah, it's Critical Thinking Always with the spaces in between.
All right, great. Okay, yeah.
So yeah, it's easy as hell to get it in there. We might even be able to do it with my company and contact you. We'll talk about it later. All right, brother? Stay strong.
Wonderful. All right. I appreciate it. Excellent news. Thank you. Cool. Bye.
Peace.
Okay, so what that was is, we've been talking about the marijuana strain named after the Infinite Plane or Fepe or whatever we decide to do. And we're going to make that happen. That's going to be amazing. And so as soon as we see Critical Thinking Always pop up in here, we're going to go ahead and let him post. Infinite Plane Society, how may I help you?
Hey, what's going on? It's Hang Now. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, what's up, Hang Now? Very well. I saw you on Bro Sanchez today. You were there for most of that thing, weren't you?
Yeah, that was a very good show. It was just a funny combination hearing that. I'm like, wow, IPS on Bro Sanchez. I got to hear how these two are going to converse. And it worked out pretty good.
Yeah, we've actually been talking for a while. When I first started, he was one of the first persons who said that he was like, he was the only other person I knew actually who wasn't afraid to be critical of Bible thumping. And it's not our problem with the Bible, it's the problem with the approach. It's like a tactical blunder to waste our time trying to choose the right religion and stuff when we got to be focusing on solutions, and he sees it the same way.
Yeah, that's important. So I was thinking, something kind of came across me today, because I've been constantly brainstorming, and I kind of came to this conclusion today. I don't know if you agree or not, that one of the things that we would have to do is to actually fully disengage ourselves from their system, and that means their currency. How do you feel about that? Like literally kind of like that movie Into the Wild, when he takes all his money and burns it and moves on. And nobody has the balls to do that. Like not one person, but say if everybody did that at once. Like say, look, this is your green paper. They're the one. We only give it worth because we give it worth. It's like giving them consent. The same thing like a cop, knocks on your door and says, "Can I?" Like I don't even. You're nobody to me. Nobody has consent over you till you give it to them. So I'm thinking the same thing with that green piece of paper. It's only going to be so long that we can keep playing games with their money. But what if we? I've been kind of thinking about some type of cryptocurrency or something.
Yeah, watch Wakey's latest video on Ethereum. I think you'll get a kick out of it. I think that'll answer a lot of your questions as well.
But how much longer we can't.
Well, the next thing on our radar here is let's get a rocket sent up 62 miles up. That's the next step.
Yeah,
the very next step.
That is. I'm very sorry.
But you're right though. And on this, because this is an important topic, and I've been talking to people all day about it. So what we're going to do is on one of our 24/7 live streams, it's going to be only about cryptocurrency and how we can all get into this. Because you're right, this is like we do need to talk about what's right after that, post-globe thinking. And you're thinking post-globe, which is perfect. That's why you're here.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I just wanted to wonder what your thoughts were on it. It just kind of came to me like boom, like wait a second, we placed too much importance on the green paper. That's all,
No, you're right, and that's exactly what Wakey's last video is about. And so, no, you're right. You're right there. You're right where we need to be. We all need to be thinking about the same topic, and so a lot of us are looking into this. And in fact, somebody's been contacting us about getting some type of a flat Earth related cryptocurrency, something that could be used to fund a flatearthcoin.org got picked up today. Okay, Brian Blazer. He's got flatearthtokens.com. Excellent. All right.
All right. So you said wakey. That's what I look. I mean, that's what I look up.
Yeah, somebody will
send me a link.
Yeah, I'll post a link right now to Wakey's last video because he exactly what you were just saying. He's just been talking about. And if somebody has a link to Wakey's video, please post it. So
that would destroy them. You know, that would utterly destroy. Like basically, like what the things we do gives money value, right? And since the people that are doing the things that literally make the most value are get paid the least, people that work with their hands, build boats and whatnot. I mean, could you just imagine if we just stopped and started trading vegetables and shit? Now I know that sounds far in the future, but like it would kill them. Stockbrokers would be jumping out of windows. They'd be like, "Fuck, I don't have a job now." That's my lightning bolt thought for the day.
No, you're right about it. You're right about it. And that's when you see Wakey. This is a funny thing too. A number of us have come to this thing like at the same time, almost like synchronicity or 100th monkey syndrome. But when you see Wakey's video, and here's the link, MVP Hardware just posted it, and I'll repost it. You'll see that it'll set off something in your head because I saw that video. I was like, whoa, I was just thinking the same thing. And it's exactly what you're talking about. So I just posted a link to it.
All right. Awesome, brother. You have a good night, and I'll still be in the chat for a while. Then
Thanks
I got to go to bed.
I appreciate your input. Have a good day.
Yeah, no problem. You too.
That was Hangnail. In fact, if you got the Flat Earth Report Volume 1, he actually has an entry in there, an essay entry, a poem. So what Wakey's last video is about Ethereum and the implications that it has for the flat earth. And flat earth is a big movement away from big government, big state, big bank, big religion, big media, big education, everything big and centralized we're moving away from. Good evening, how are you?
Hey, what up, brother? How you doing, buddy?
Very well. It's been a very productive day. We're talking about getting a number of things done. And it's like, things are moving fast. What do you think?
I think they are, man. And I think that you're definitely doing a good job. And like I said before, I would definitely be there with you if I thought that was the truth.
Well, I wanted to ask you this question. I'm glad you called. For those of you who don't know, it's you know who. We're serious about this rocket going 60 miles up. And that guy's not going to use a GoPro converted lens. So it's going to be flat or it's going to be round. It's going to be what it is. And so this is going to end it for sure on that day. We are not going to move the goalpost, and nor are you. So if it comes up flat...
Hold on. What is the new plan? I guess I haven't heard of this.
Oh, okay. Well, the Billboard attracted the attention of a man who is a private rocket engineer and stuntman and daredevil. And he sent in 45 days to 60 days, he's sending a rocket 62 miles up.
Wow.
And so that's going to end flat Earth 2 months. So, I mean, you know, you made a lot of friends here and stuff. Enjoy us while we're here because it's about to change. But what I'm going to ask you, would you be willing to contribute as a Globie? As a Globie, would you be willing to contribute $5 or $10 to the cause of ending the flat Earth?
Absolutely. It wouldn't be even to me to end the flat Earth. It would be to prove it. Either way for these people. And if it's flat, to me, then I have a lot of questions myself, and I'll be there with you guys to figure this thing out. Truthfully,
and hey, you can hold us to it. If it comes down and that thing is curved, I'll be the first to say, "Hey, man, we're going to rewatch some of your videos and reverse engineer the mindfuck that we all went through," and vice versa.
Nice.
So, hey, I'm glad you called. And if anybody knows, this is Tim Osman. He's kind of like, you know, I'm Superman. He's Bizarro. You know, evil. Kind of like second-rate version, but he's on the other side of the fence.
Hey, Lucifer Tim brought it up pretty interesting. I'm the Joker and you're the Penguin guy or whatever. So
yeah, he brought that up, and that got a lot of people wondering if we're all on the same side. And I'm like, uh-oh, that's a dangerous.
Well, we absolutely are. The Osmonds own Flat Earth. But hey, did you know? I think the guy I talked with the dude that did that article, and I guess he's going to have an article tomorrow with some of the things that I said. So
oh no,
hopefully. Yeah, dude, hopefully both sides of the stories will get out. Man, dude, hey, bro, I'm going to ride your coattails all along this, man, because you're doing a great job, and I think that I'll just kind of, like I said, ride your coattails. So appreciate it, man.
Oh, all right. Thanks for calling. Oh, I can't believe that. He got a hold of my media contact. That's why I said Bizarro. You know who Bizarro is? He's like Superman's evil twin, just like a little slower, a little kind of like a little broken in the head, a little off, flies a little crooked. That's this guy, and he contacted my media contact, and so they're probably going to offer some ridiculous counterpoint. Fepe speaking. How may I help you?
Brother, I don't want to go live if I don't have to, but did you hang up on me? I wasn't hearing the other end of your conversation.
Oh, yeah, we got cut off. But yeah, no, it is live. There's 273 people watching.
Yeah, I'm one of them every single night.
Awesome.
Okay?
Awesome.
You are amazing. Once I watched you go before a city council, I went to my significant other who's been on this study with me for 25 years. I said, this guy is the linchpin.
25
he
years?
Has, well, for 25 years, we've been studying what the hell is going on.
Well, because it's a path, right? It's a path, not a rabbit hole. It's a path. And it's not something
it is a rabbit hole in the sense that no one knows where it goes. But when it came to this particular subject, I myself live at a very high elevation. You can see from where I'm at that we live on a flat plain. I overlook 10 counties, from Marin to Sonoma to Napa to Yolo, all the way out to El Dorado County. And you can see this is flat as can be. It is that simple. But for years and years, man, I spoke. I was on television, internet. I did all kinds of programs. And I stopped about 5 years ago. I was approached at one of my seminars, and I was, somebody who claims to be from some agency or another, let you know, your time is over. So if you don't stop speaking about what you're speaking about. But see, that hasn't happened for you. I know you have dealt with it. But you're flinchless, flawless,
unflappable is the word. Unflappable.
Beakless, unstoppable. And that's why anything I can do for anybody, or you or anybody who supports you, I'm in Northern California. So when I saw you playing host to Flat Earth Asshole, I said, well, if my brother comes up this way, the Bay Area, and he needs to speak, he needs a place to stay, he needs a vantage point where he can view what he's been telling everyone is absolutely true, then you can come and hang out with me. But that's between you and I. Now you have my phone number. You can call me if you're coming here. All I wanted to say was, I've been at this for a number of years.
Awesome.
And we predicted this years ago. I've written several books on this. We predicted there would come a time that someone would challenge the paradigm at the right place, at the right Etemenaki, if you will, the right corner of the universe, and said, see this right here? If you look at this, then everything else falls apart. So I love you, Tim Osman. Just want to let you know, somebody's been listening to you every single night. I don't sign in. Fuck them. All right?
Hey, I appreciate it.
But,
I know that.
But I will help finance that rocket.
You will. Excellent.
Yes, brother.
Hey, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. We're gonna whatever's.
Do me a favor. Call me in your spare time. If you have my number, okay?
I'll call you.
We'll talk. I'm in Berkeley, California. I walk around, talk to people all the time, and go, by the way, the Earth is flat. Can you imagine the look I get from these brainwashed zombies in Berkeley?
Oh,
when I say that?
Absolutely. I know exactly the types of people and how they would react.
Yes. So, just want you to know, you look up Zareth the Alchemist, you can see who I am, what I've said, who I am, and how committed I am to this. And I've been waiting for about 4 or 5 years for somebody to come along. I start calling them on their bullshit. So, just a kid that grew up in Philly, like you, just a kid that grew up in America, not the United States. That's what I love about Lickety Split. He made the clarification between the two. All right?
Yeah.
So one day, if you need somebody in your think tank, brother, I'm committed to this as you are.
Wonderful.
I just
did
not have the wisdom that you have.
I may take you up on this because we're going to do the march.
True emissary.
We're going to do that march for the cure of globitis, and it may take place in California. So
Part of it, brother. You're welcome here anytime.
cool, man. Well, I'll talk to you soon. Have a good day. Thanks for listening.
Hey, I'll listen to you all the time.
All right, have a good one.
All right, brother. But
Awesome. You hear that? Someone else who wants to see the rocket. Do you realize how many people want to see this thing happen so bad, and it's on all sides of the fence? And what we're going to do with the penguins, when we activate the penguins, and here's what's going to happen, and I should probably bring this up now so we can all start talking about it. Like, you can get this in your head, how we're going to actually do this. We are going to be getting together the raid of all raids. And when I say raid, it's not going to take place on YouTube. They're not going to be able to stop it. But what we're going to do is we're going to make sure the entire world, the flappening, interesting hero, you're right, the flappening, we're going to make sure that the world is watching. You know, the billboard gets their attention, and then we direct the attention. So we put up a billboard, they say WTF, and I say, look at this, listen to this. And then they put the information out. Well, the next thing that's happening is we're going to get their attention. Yep, exactly, Chris Fisk. The beak will crack the ceiling. We're going to get their attention, and then we're going to direct it to the rocket, which is going to have written on the side, research flat Earth. And that thing's going to be in a museum in California. Can't flap with us as MVP hardware. Exactly. Can't flap this. Was flapping in. Unflappable. It's going to happen because we have so many people who want to see it happen. And even those who don't like that we're even talking about flat Earth, they're going to pay just to end this thing. The ones who aren't in the know, the ones who are in the know are going to try to ignore it, but we're going to make sure we're unignorable. And yeah, if I have my way, we're going to paint a beak on that thing. Because here's what it symbolizes. The beak, the tip of the rocket, busting the illusion, also symbolizes the emperors, the emperor penguins at the outer ring of this thing. It's about boundaries. And this is what's going to carry us through. It's going to be this particular operation that lays it out. And listen, round or flat, we're going to find out and we're going to settle it, which means that we're going to have more people. More people are going to be involved. It's going to be people from all sides. Leo Frigg, yeah. Well, hey, we're taking over whatever we need to take. We're taking over. And when we do take over, by the way, we're not going to bulldoze the dinosaur museums. All we're going to do is change the title from Museum of Natural History to Museum of Modern Art. That's all. That's all. Penguins can fly. Oh, that's right. Thanks, Havoc 007. The rocket will not blast off. Oh, no, you're right. It will. It won't lift off. It'll blast off. Because, you know, with NASA and SpaceX, it's lift off. This is going to blast off. And that's because it's not a balloon. It's not a balloon. Come Alive, I heard about the 30% mark. Honestly, I don't mind it, even if it is that much. I don't think it's that high. The thing about Super Chat, for those of you who want to know, it is a great way to support people. I noticed on Brother Sanchez today, people were using Super Chat to put links to their businesses. So it's like buying an ad, and you could, like if you're a content creator, link something to your page. But people put their thing up there to be heard, to affect the narrative, the dialogue, to get into the discussion, especially if it's really busy, your comment will stick out. And it's a public show of support for the person that you support. And so it's more than just a donation. It's actually a little bit more than that. And so it's not like the 30% is wasted, because this is a better way to finance someone than the ads. And this can't be taken away. I think that Super Chat's great. And also it accumulates, but you don't get it until the next month. And that gives you the ability to gauge how long in advance that you have to actually do this work. So like based on the Super Chat that I got last month from contributions, I'm able to know, well, that covers July's rent and the art gallery for a month, and the globe pinatas, and a lot of so basically that's kind of how it works. So I'm totally fine with Super Chat. I think it's fantastic, and I think it's enabling for a lot of people. We want people to be able to predict in advance that they can spend every waking moment, not part-time, because when you're doing something part-time, it's fine, you know, you can get a lot done, but we would rather have these people focus like a laser, you know, put all of your focus onto one thing, not half feeding the matrix. We can't be purple pillars in this thing. Red pill or GTFO. Good evening. Hello? Nope. Someone try to call. If you want to call in, the number is, and again, I put this number down to trigger the church ladies. My number is 505-715-6669. Chris Fisk, 34, never had a bank account. You may never need one. You'll just need to get a cryptocurrency wallet, and you probably won't even need it. I mean, why feed the beast? I'm done. I'm done feeding it. Ian McGregor, you kissed a penguin. I could see that. I mean, they're cute and everything, but the ones I've seen, they don't smell all that great. Maybe it was their food. I don't know. It was San Diego. No, it was San Antonio at the SeaWorld. Hey, what's up? How are you?
Hey, man. How's it go?
Everything's going according to plan.
I'm actually awaiting this post-globe. You know what I mean? I'm kind of prepping for it. One thing I know for a fact that's going to go down that a lot of us flat earthers need to start researching is the economy, man. Because you know what? We're going to lose confidence in government completely. And everything that has to do with globalism, it's gone, man. It's the flat earthers that are going to rule this world in a way, man. So I highly recommend Mike Maloney in the Hidden Secrets of Money, because I'm telling you, gold, silver, we need it because it's our money. This fiat currency that we all got, it's going to be thrown into fires. You know what I mean? Keeping us warm.
Right. Agreed. Thank you for your input. In fact, you know who you should look into is Larkin Rose. We need to read some of these anarchist philosophers. Not anarchy like the way the media portrays it, but the idea that we really need to question our relationship to government. Are we codependent with big government? And we are. We're codependent with big government, with big religion, with big media, big entertainment, big everything. And we need to stop that. We need to shift the balance of power to the individual. And that's what this is about. Shifting the balance of power. New order, old order says, it's launching, get over it and make it happen. Exactly. Thank you. And I appreciate that investment very much. That goes a long way. I mean, that right there will pay for as many as 50 or maybe even 75 4x6 of the postcard memes I'm ordering for the art show. That's going to be a massive meme infiltration into the matrix. Hey, what's up? How you doing?
Improve this whole chat thing. I'm not like live yet.
Yeah.
Do it up even better.
Yes, you're live.
Does your dog drink beer? No, Rusty does not drink.
You there? Somebody, that was, I think that sounded like Flat Earth Asshole talking about his dog Rusty drinking beer. Did you hear that? Yes, hello?
Hello.
Yes, you're
hello.
live. How are you? You're live. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. I was wondering how can the Earth be flat if, you know,
okay, the globe has not been scientifically proven. It's not how can the Earth be flat. We just know it's not a ball. And if you want to come over here and try to sell me on your ball, validate it scientifically first. And it doesn't do you any good to make fake dumb voices if you use your real phone number, brah. Next caller. Yeah. Oh, Hori Sheet Show. Oh, by the way, Hori Sheet Show, I can't wait to watch your next episode. I'm afraid to. There's been a lot of cringy activity this week, but, you know, see, I don't watch like Entertainment Tonight or I don't read the tabloids, but I'll watch Hori Sheet Show. That's still relevant to my interest. If you haven't seen it, you got to see it. His channel. It's good. It's good because there's so much about Flat Earth that is just so damn entertaining. When you look at it from a certain perspective, you know, he's like, the Hori Sheet Show is like Stephen Colbert. Stephen Colbert was funny and not a sellout whore for the New World Order. Come Alive, that may have been his real voice. No, it wasn't. That was a fake British accent. Give me a break. No, that was not a real voice. Come on. Anyway, yes, it's time to take out the trash. The number to call is, I'll post it on the screen again. And you can call 24/7. I had someone call me at like 5 a.m. And I was like, yeah, it's cool, whatever. You know, if I'm not ready to take a call, I'll turn off my phone. Good afternoon or evening, wherever you are.
Hey. Oh, here, let me mute my speaker.
Cool, thank you.
Do you think it would be a good idea to try and have the rocket pass the moon, or go near it?
You know, it's funny. I'm reading a book right now. It's called Bold, and it's about entrepreneurialism and exponential growth, which is what we're seeing right now in Flat Earth. And it's about crowdsourcing and how things have changed. And one of the chapters I'm reading about is saying you got to shoot for the moon. And that got me thinking the same thing. I was like, why don't we aim that MF for the freaking moon?
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe not hit it. I don't know. I mean, I really don't know, but at least have it pass by.
Hey, I think
get
so.
Get real close.
No, not a joke. I actually thought about that today, and I was like, if that thing is within 60 miles, and it may well be, we're gonna find out. But yeah, I'm behind that.
Yeah, I mean, if he's a V2 rocket engineer or is some kind of rocket engineer, I'm sure it's going to have a guidance chip or something where he can aim it, you know, or have it take a course. Another thing I thought of, which probably wouldn't work, would be to just have it straight up go south and just don't stop, you know, and send it to the OP, you know, see what's over there.
No kidding. Good idea. And I'm sure he'll hear that. In fact, I'm going to be reaching out to him once we get the campaign started on our end. I'm going to have him get on to the show with Jaronism on Sunday with Glowbusters. I'm going to have him talk to ODD TV. I'm going to basically work to make sure that this guy gets talked to by, because here's the thing, we want this to be the center of attention for the entire mainstream media. We want the world to be watching this thing.
Yeah, that would be cool. Well, anyways, I sent a donation. Good luck, guys. I want to see it.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, I appreciate your support. Thanks for listening and thanks for calling.
All right. Take care.
That's a good idea. What do you think? Aim that thing at the moon? That's hilarious. Yeah, your move says it might sail past it. Cynthia Klein, we think it's going to be in 45 to 60 days. We don't have the exact yet, but we do know 100% it's going down. It was going down anyway, but he saw the sign, the billboard, and he called during my live feed the other day, and he's like, hey, you want to help fund it? You can put Research Flat Earth on the side of it. I figured out the Earth's flat a couple years ago. I know what's up. And I'm like, all right, we're going to do it. And it's not going to be just one camera. We'll make sure it's multiples, but they're not going to be curved lenses. They're absolutely going to be flat, or not flat. They're going to be real lenses. They're not going to distort it. The rocket scientist's name, Cynthia, is, and why don't you have a wrench? You should be protected. You've always been very thoughtful. You must have broken a rule at some point, but you're good. Here's your wrench. His name is Mad Mike Hughes. Mad Mike Hughes. Kurt Tank, you emailed me. Excellent. I'll respond to your email tonight. Jessica Trom, we will be doing the GoFundMe probably tomorrow. We just want to make sure we get his personal endorsement on it. And so, because, you know, we don't want someone to set one up and claim to be him or something. So we're going to get his personal support on it. So this is going to be our end of the support because, you know, he's got his, we've got ours, but we want to make sure that we also know what we're going to put on it and how big the sign's going to be. I think he said 22 inches by 12 feet or something, but it's going to say Research Flat Earth or something like that. And if we raise above a certain amount, I'm going to see if we can work with them about getting the tip of the rocket painted. Like, I mean, if it was up to me, the whole thing would just be a big penguin. The Hoary Sheet Show says, remember you banned me for thinking I was a triggered Alex Jones fan? Yeah, I do remember. I used to do this thing where I would tell everyone about how Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. And like a month ago, that was controversial. But, you know, I've talked about it enough and people have looked into it and people realized, hey, nothing to be afraid of. The deception's that deep where people do play multiple roles. And Alex Jones is, in fact, Bill Hicks. And if that triggers you, you know, that's only because you haven't looked into it. You know, if you ask somebody, how did you come to believe that Alex Jones used to be Bill Hicks? You say, I try to debunk it, just like with the globe. How did you figure out it's a globe? I try to debunk the flat earth. But that's not really tip of the beak material. That globe cuck, that New World Order sock puppet, he'll have to deal with it, the fallout, when the thing goes through. When When the truth is laid bare, all the sellouts, what's going to happen? I mean, the egg on their faces. Unbelievable. Let's see here. Yeah, I was going to do 200 proofs that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks just to send a shockwave of tears. But I don't know. I don't want to put a strain on all the ambulance companies because there'd be a lot of people so hurt to find out that their hero, Alex Jones, has been a fake all along. Anonymous guest, good question. Big Mouth Bill from BS Hill. Coop Stoop, you think the rocket should look like a penguin as well? I think so too. And hey, it may not be the only one. I mean, I think it's just gonna be a one-shot, one-kill operation. I think that'll answer the question. But you know how Globies are, how they like to move the goalpost. But that's why we need to get everyone to watch. That's why we need everyone to watch. No Good Theo says, IPS, do I like wax? You mean like, what do you mean by wax? Like, you mean like, how many ways do I like wax? It depends on the context, I guess. I mean, it depends on the context, I guess. But like, what do you mean wax? Like, I don't know. I'm sorry. Like, wax exists, but that's about it. Like, I don't know where to go with it. Like, do I like candles? Do I like scented candles? Do I like wax dumped on me? What are you getting at? Oh, wax. I'm sorry. That kind of wax. No, honestly, I've used it before. I know what you're talking about. Sorry, I feel dumb. No, I don't really bother with that. I'm very old school. I like, just regular stuff. You just rolled up. I'm sorry. I didn't know where he was going with wax. Kidda Bear, you're in for 50 on the rocket. Excellent. Condensed weed. Yeah, no, I'm fine with it. But honestly, no, Papa Flask. Listen, I'm not like I'm not all into it that much, Like, I'll go by and I'll pick up some pre-rolls if I need it, but like, I haven't gone the whole route. I'm not all into the edibles. I had this friend who gave me these, it was bad. It was on Black Friday. I was actually working at a Walmart, and she's like, here, have some of this brownie. And I didn't know how strong it was. And Black Friday is the busiest night of the year, and I was managing self-checkout, and we must have sold 300 big flat screen TVs, and I was so damn just slow motion high from the brownie that I wasn't even able to ring people up. I just sat back and I just watched the crowd of people. It was just ridiculous. Like, it was way too strong. So I wouldn't try it because my experience with the edibles, too strong. Jim Panda says, can I confirm? Never mind. He got banned. Thank you. Good shot. Good shot. Look at this Planet Nevada video. Yeah, that's so dumb. We see these globies fall for it. They see a picture from like a high altitude where the lens is totally curved. And they're like, oh, that's the planet. No, that's like a 5-mile stretch of land. James Dean. By the way, did you know James Dean he may not have died in that car wreck? I saw this video last night. Very intriguing. Infinite Plane Society.
Hello?
Yes. And go ahead and mute your speaker, by the way.
Oh, okay. What's raging here?
Alrighty. Trying to get back onto a topic here, and I got sidetracked because somebody asked me what I think about wax. I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean. I just feel dumb for not knowing. But anyway, go on.
Hey man, how's it going? Yeah, I'm kind of a long-time listener. Actually, been listening to you, ever since you started, covering your more biblical stuff. And just actually been trying to ask this question for a while now because I see you brought it up in previous videos about everything kind of being in reverse nowadays. And almost instantly it made me think of the law of reversal, kind of made famous by Crowley. But I was wondering if you had any insight as to if he's the original philosopher behind that, or, I mean, it seems to kind of go back into biblical times,
Well, no, Aleister Crowley traveled the world exploring different mystical and magical practices and then trying out what worked, and he built his own system. So he was very eclectic. And that's why he was like really big on yoga. He was really big on sex magic. He was big on...
Yeah, the Silver Star Society. Yeah, he kind of made yoga really big,
In fact, I got a bunch of these books from a Rosicrucian friend when he died, just left over, and it was all these books that I looked at the covers, and it looked like some of Aleister Crowley's books and some of the Lemic texts I've seen. And what I recognized, what Crowley, a lot of the stuff that he was supposedly wrote, like his Kabbalistic writings, he just stole it and published it under his name. He took it out of the lodges. So he felt like the New Age was the age where all the hidden information should be brought to the light. So he was taking stuff from the dark and revealing it. And so very little, I mean, some of his stuff's original, sure, but I think that as far as the practice goes, it's been carried a lot further than Crowley since then, specifically with, chaos magic and a lot of the new iterations of that line of thinking, like sigil magic, austenosphère. But
right,
anyway.
Right. And how I always took it was that, if there is, a enemy of the traitor, that because of the fact that he cannot actually trade, the best thing that he can do is reverse the creator's work in an attempt to deliberately confuse people and kind of take credit for it in a way.
Maybe,
you see what I mean?
But I reject the idea that the creator is represented in any of man's holy books, including the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, or any of the other ones. I don't think the creator's represented by any of them. And so when people talk about like the enemy or a Satan or a devil, that's mostly just Hegelian dialectic to control the sheep. I don't think that there is an enemy outside of ourselves.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. It's really interesting. I get into these debates with people all the time, and I just love it when people are like, "Oh, well, the moral high ground." That's what I love about you, is that how you point that out. People just automatically assume that they're better than anyone else because they read the book. But you mean to tell me that these countries or nations, or if you're born into a place isolated from the rest of society, if you don't read this book, you know what I mean?
No, I had this talk. There was this person he was trying to convert me to Christianity or whatever, and he gave me a copy of the Bible, and I said, well, what about people never heard about it? Are they burning in hell? And he's like, yes, but God's merciful. And I'm like, I'm sorry. That's just too much double think for me. 2 + 2 doesn't equal 5. I can't willingly suspend disbelief that bad and actually embrace the idea that, oh, it's cool that everybody who wasn't born where I'm born has to suffer.
Right. See, in their defense, they'll say, well, that's not how it is right now. So you can't. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's just not how it is in the world presently, or whatever. It's like, so you don't think there's just indigenous people out there, who are just working the land somewhere? So all these children are of original sin too.
Yeah, no, I thought it was just like, exactly. And that's why I kind of cut talking about Christianity out of my nightly chats, because it's like, they're not intellectually dishonest. No people who are arguing for faith can be intellectually honest, because faith is the abnegation of the intellect. It's the occulting. It's basically saying, don't think, just believe. And that's the enemy. Belief's the enemy of knowledge.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, hey, thanks for calling, man.
Oh, hey, no problem. Thank you.
Have a good night. Infinite Plane Society.
Hey, man, I just want to tell you, this shit is fucking awesome what you got going on, man. Because you're helping so many people wake up, and without them waking up, they have nobody, and they're all taking the fucking blue pill. You give them the fucking red pill, motherfucker. I just say you're freaking awesome, IPS. Thank you, bro.
Thanks for calling.
And I wanted to ask you as well. I don't know. Never mind. It sounds like a stupid question.
Well, it may not be.
You
ask it, because
you are really awesome, and thank you for what you do for people, bro.
Hey, thanks for calling. I had someone email me, someone who organized the Billboard, and it was an interesting thing because, some people can't talk about it openly. I've been called by people who have jobs or careers. They have money, they have wealth, they have connections, They just can't bring it up because it'll distract from the career. I'm like, hey, take care of yourself and your family first. Just support someone else who can afford to take the risk or afford to put themselves out there. And so that's why we have people out of the woodworks calling, saying, I want to see that rocket go up. I want that billboard to go up. And it's like dominoes. It's kicking off. The billboard thing, it's kicking off.
I just think you're freaking awesome, and I just wanted to tell you that, man. And keep doing you. Don't worry about everybody else. Just do you, brother.
Awesome. Thanks for calling. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Nice. Yes, this is why these chats are so important too, also, is that there are so many people who aren't in the blue wrench squad here. And that blue wrench, I was thinking about it today. When I think about these wrenches, it's like, that's like a monkey wrench. You're obligated to use that to jam the gears in the beast matrix machinery. Just stick it up in those guts and screw it up. You know, they tell you, hey, put your glass in this bucket and your plastic in that one. No, screw it. Put all your trash in both of them. Mix it up. Screw up the machine. You don't have to comply. You don't have to comply with any of their mandatory religious obligations and their tithing. You don't have a carbon footprint. You don't have original sin. You're not bad. You're not a tumor on the side of a globe. Nope. You're a conscious co-creator in this realm, in this universe, whatever it may be. And the powers that be don't want us to know how influential and powerful we are as individuals. Hey, thanks again, Skywave. And to you again, New Order, Old Order, which I like that username, New Order, Old Order, because it really is. The new boss is the same as the old boss. They just replaced the nomenclature. And so for those of you who haven't looked into the matter, they replaced the obelisk worship of ancient Babylon with the modern day rocket launches. They replaced the all-seeing angels that you can't see, but they can see you and report to God. They replaced that with satellites that you can't see, but they can see you and report to Big Brother. There are so many different aspects to this old cult. You know, they replaced their original sin with global warming, but it's the old boss, just a new face on the old order. And this time, we're not going to fall for it. This time, this is a transitory period, and they're not going to be the architects of the future. Good evening. Hey, how are you?
Yo.
Go ahead and mute your speaker really quick.
Oh yeah, well.
They're not going to be the architects of the future.
I didn't expect to get through.
Oh yeah, no, it's cool. I'm trying to keep the calls short, like a minute or less, because we're about 90 seconds, just so I can get as many people as we can, because with Google Hangouts and all that, it just takes so much longer. That's for long convos, but I'm crowdsourcing wisdom from people who can see through the matrix, from people who are on the red pill side of things. And so I leave my phone open for that.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That's awesome, man. Just keep doing your shit. I'm out here in California, spread the word.
Awesome. Well, hey, we're going to be in California doing a 5K march or 5K run for the cure of globitis. So hopefully we'll meet you out there when we do that. It'll probably happen, I'm expecting in August, maybe September. We'll see what we can organize.
Let me ask you a quick question though, man. Like, how the fuck can you do all this shit, man? I mean, are you just rich or like? And I like your shit. I'm a fan. I'm not hating, like sub hating. Like, how do you get to do all this shit?
Well, before I did this, I was honestly I was bagging groceries at Walmart. As pathetic as that sounds, because I wasn't doing too well. But I published a book on my spare time called The Flat Earth Activist, and I used that book. And a few.
Were you in the military at one point? I thought I heard you say that.
Yeah, I was in the military right after high school. I was 54. Nuclear, biological, chemical, and it's funny because all those videos we watched, all the stuff we learned about nukes, all fake, all BS.
Well, man, I feel like there is a lot of people that are that have been in the military and are flat earthers. So it's just kind of.
Hey, the first time I remember this, somebody knew about it when I was in, and I didn't get it at the time. He worked in air defense artillery, and he was telling me about the range on the radar for the missile system. And he was telling me, hey, I can't tell you how far it's classified, but I can tell you today, we were painting targets at 65 miles. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, 65 miles, and it just goes over the curve of the earth. And I'm like, that's crazy. That's a long distance. Now that I think about it, and I know how those things work. I'm like, okay, no way. They were absolutely knowingly doing something, and they had to, I mean, this is just crazy, but I'm thinking that a lot of people who wake up are going to be people who experienced anomalies like that.
Man, real quick, I just remembered a real question I wanted to ask you. So I've heard your story about how you came across the whole flat Earth thing, but what was the thing, man? You're like, holy fuck, we live on a flat plane.
Oh, that I was in between relationships, had a bad breakup type of thing, moved out of a house, bad situation, but I was staying at a motel for a long time, and I was just painting for a living. So I was doing artwork for a living, and I had a number of synchronicities that led me into it. I can say I'll probably talk about it some night, but honestly, it's a path.
Well, you have, but I'm just curious about that one thing, bro. Where you're like, fuck, this is it.
Yeah, I'll get it. How would I explain it? Because there wasn't just one particular moment, but it was this. There was a. Yeah, it would take a minute. I'll tell you though. I'll talk about it.
Yeah, well, don't even worry about it, man. I'll catch up with you, but yeah, do your shit and keep doing it, man. Thanks for taking my call.
So he's asking about how I came across the flat Earth thing, and I was like, well, there's actually about a 2-year lead up to it. Okay, a 2-year lead up to it, and part of the lead up to it was everything that caused me to break away from the life that I had. And then a lot of synchronicities up to the information falling onto my lap. But, I mean, I guess I could talk about that. I could. Ruben, he says, I'm guessing you handpicked that number just to scare the church ladies. Absolutely. In fact, I scared a church lady today. I have a clip from it. I don't want to really bring this up, but it's just too funny to me. I mean, to me, it's ridiculous, but somebody sent me a video link to somebody made a video about me making a hand sign. This one. And I did it on purpose because it's funny, okay? It's funny that these people get so triggered. It's like, boo. Ah. They run out of the room like, oh my God, that guy flashed, give me okay symbol. It's like, if you're going to be superstitious like that, if you're scared of black cats and the number 13 and walking under ladders, you're going to manifest your fear. I mean, it's not that it's fake, but the thing is that a lot of the stuff having to do with the occult, a lot of the stuff having to do with the supernatural, it's really not that occult. You just got to bring it into the light. And it's not supernatural. It's just outside of the parameters they have told you is the purview of nature. It's part of nature. It's absolutely part of nature. And it's something that I lost my fear of it because I've always been interested in it. But I'm finding a lot of people still fall for it. And so they're going to call me a shill anyway. I've been called all these things at different times. Today I was called transgendered. No, I'm not offended. I'm really not offended. I don't care. But I was called a transgendered Illuminati Jew. Does that make sense to you? Like, I kind of miss the days when the bad guys were just reptilians, reptilian shapeshifters, reptilian blood drinking shapeshifters. At least you could identify that's a bad thing. That's a bad person, and that makes sense. But this other thing where it's like you're of this particular religion and I don't know, I just don't get it. It's just getting so weird. Like, what's next? What's the next bad guy going to be? How much weirder can it get? And I have people chasing me down on that. They're like, hey, admit it. You're a Jew and you're this. And they call me a crypto Jew. Do you know what a crypto Jew is? Jews that had to pretend not to be Jews so they wouldn't get killed by the powers that be. Like, that's a bad thing, right? Hiding out. It's not that they're hiding it because they want to be sneaky. No, they're hiding it because they're being persecuted. But moreover, we're all crypto flat earthers. I mean, think about it. It's the same thing. If you can't tell people I'm a flat, I believe that it's flat because you'll lose your job, well, then you're a crypto flat earther. But anyway, bring back reptilians, exactly. Says PGC West. And I was totally called that. Hey, Christopher, please plug your music list. In fact, send me a link to your music because I'm going to do a 24/7 flat earth music playlist. I'm picking up a laptop next week, and it's going to be a dedicated computer, 24/7, and it's going to be nothing but flat earth music. If I can't fill 24 hours, it'll be on a loop, but I'm going to build it up. And then I'm going to have another one that's going to be Flat Earth movies. Another one that's going to be cryptocurrency, like Hangnail was talking about. There's going to be another one for NASA hoaxery. But we're setting up a broad network of 24/7 live streams. It's like a university. Imagine if you had a Flat Earth university and every single auditorium had a different curriculum. Well, we're setting up a curriculum where we can all, and every single one of you is here. All of you have your wrenches. You'll have your wrench go from room to room to room. Flat Earth Rat, I don't know. You know, actually, I listened to a small part of Flat Earth Asshole's page, his video, and he was saying some nice things. Honestly, he's a nice person, and that's why people like him. And he's very personable, and what he's doing is awesome, and we need more people doing it. And so when I was on the live stream with them, I was like, hey, you know, you got to show people how to support you because they want to, and we want more of this, and we want other people to jump out there. Because what he's doing is he's rallying up the troops across the country. He's bringing them out. He's pulling a Tyler Durden, and we need him. Good evening. There we go.
Hello?
There you go. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, there's a little bit of distraction. Go on. Go ahead. Yes, caller, we can hear you. Flat Earth Crush says, think of how much safer the streets would be if we could carry our blue wrenches in the street. Yeah, exactly. You know, somebody accused us of being brown shirts. And it's like, no, we're not brown shirts. We're blue shirts. Hello, caller. How are you?
Hello?
Hey, what's up? How are you?
Hey, this is Johnny from Hamilton, Ontario.
Awesome. Awesome.
I just wanted to call and give you some love, brother. I know how you've recently come out in the Flat Earth and you do some great work, man. You know, you've really encouraged a lot of people and helped encourage me to get out on the street and start rallying.
Hey, good. I'm glad you're doing it because, listen, when people see you doing it, they're going to follow. And we're starting a tsunami here. Like, I joked on Flat Earth, another hot potatoes, about 1 million Flat Earther March. I'm like, when are we going to have our 1 million Flat Earth March? Well, you know what? It's probably going to happen. Like it or not, it's going to happen. And they can't stop it. And so if you're going out in the streets, I have the utmost respect for you, and I want more people to do it. Are you are you uploading videos about it?
Yeah, I did one for Flat Earth Day. It's up on that channel. I tagged your name in it. I'm under Scuba Dracula.
Oh, you're Scuba Dracula. Okay, awesome. I always see your
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, I'm always trying to pass it on to. We're hosting also Southern Ontario Flat Earth Rally in Niagara Falls on Canada Day. That's July 1st. And anybody in the Northern New York area or Southern Ontario area is welcome to come out. I have a promo video on my channel on Scuba Dracula at the Rocker with the all the information regarding to that. So if anybody can come out or wants to start rallying, I have also a Facebook page that's SOFR, Southern Ontario Flat Earth Rally. Just trying to get people together and localize our community and get out there. Like a lot of assholes traveling, that's awesome, right? Like all that kind of stuff and encouraging people to get out and spread the truth face to face, you know, get off the internet.
Yeah, 100%, because they control the dialogue if we're in the mainstream media, and YouTube is fast becoming an extension of the mainstream media. And so we just need to just move past them, outflank them. So, hey, thanks for calling.
Yeah, and our show, and
July 1st, let's make sure we all promote that. And so if you can send me a link, and I'll make like a one page, here's what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start putting like a 1-page ad up, like just make like a meme size or an image, of the date and the time. And I'll post it up on my screen and talk about it because I'm going to make people do ads for their different stores and events. And so I'll dedicate.
Okay, yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah. So I'll send you the link with the video, and I'll probably be posting it up as usual as always. And just look for Scuba Dracula. And yeah, I love what you do, man. Great work.
Awesome. Thank you very much. You have a great day. Hey, Flat Earth Warrior, I see your comment, and that's why you got banned. Have a nice life. Hello, caller.
I'll send you.
Hey, what's up?
Bug right pussy.
What was that? I'm not really sure. I mean, if you're going to do a prank call, enunciate because we missed it. It might have been a good one. Move along, move along. Don't interrupt, I'm beaking, exactly. All about the angle of the attack. The beak is looming and the atmosphere is being conditioned. Yeah, I mean, we're going to set the... Hey, what's up, Flat Earth Subgenius? Good to see you here as well. Please spam links to your channel. Could we reach out to Mark Pazio? He would make a badass Flat Earther. Listen, if they're not here, yeah, we can reach out. We should reach out, actually. We should reach his fans. I think you're right about him, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, hey, why don't you post a link to his channel, and we'll go to one of his videos and we'll invite him. Zetidic Volp says, wow, need a break from debating globeheads on Twitter. Sounds like talking to a wall. Oh yeah, seriously. I just say I don't even debate them anymore. It's like they haven't proved it. I'm not even kicking their dead globe. I'm just like, hey, I'm going to start reaching out to them now for their support. It's like, hey, you don't like flat earthers. You're mad about it. Makes you cry. You're really troubled and you wish we would all just have complete agreement on everything with you and just listen to Bill Nye the Science Guy, but it's not happening. So here's how you solve it. You donate $20 to this private rocket launch and this will solve it once and for all. And so I'm going to get the Globies and I'm going to get the Flatties equally involved in financing the rocket launch. But if people aren't into Flat Earth right now, listen, there's that quote. What is it? You know, it's like in the beginning, the Patriot is a... Let me get this right because this is so perfect. And someone else put it in here. It's about Patriots. The Patriot is a... Here we go. Now this pertains to Globies. It's a Mark Twain quote. God, I love Mark Twain. Everything I think Mark Twain must have been a flat earther. Listen to this. In the beginning of change, the flat earther is a scarce man and brave and hated and scorned. When his cause succeeds, the timid join him, for then it costs nothing to be a flat earther. Now here's the original quote, but that just came to mind because it's like, hey, if you're not in it right now, we don't need you. And if you're going to come in when we've already taken all the blows and the hits, we won't respect you as much. You won't have to wait. Hey, how are you?
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
Hello?
Yes.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Oh, everything's going fine. It's going perfect.
Right on. I didn't think I was actually going to get through, so I'm a little excited.
Oh, no. Hey, thanks for calling. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, man. I've been listening for a while now. I kind of drifted off a little bit during the transgender stuff, but I've been back listening, and I helped do the live chat on the basketball game there with the penguin waterfall. That was pretty fun.
Oh, you were among the million penguins.
Yeah, I did the Mars 50 there. I'm from out in Canada, actually. I'm in the Prairie Provinces.
Uh-huh.
So, it's pretty flat out here, bro. You should come check it out sometime. We got lots of tall buildings and just some good flat plane for some good videos.
Hey, there've been a lot of Canadian flat earthers. It's amazing, and they're all activists. It's crazy. It's like every single one I hear about, they're like, "Oh, I'm already on the streets." I'm like, these people are way ahead of the curve.
Yeah, man, I'm not really big on the computer, so I've been out face to face more than I'm talking to people than I have been on the computer. I don't even have Facebook, so I'm more just about what we can see in real life, you know?
Yeah. Well, hey.
And, but I do listen to you, and I just want to give you a shout out and say you pulled the guy who showed me flat Earth, you pulled him out of the religion part, and I thank you for that, man.
Oh, thanks. Hey, I appreciate it. Hey, it's just not tip of the beak. Thanks for calling. I appreciate your insights, and stay in touch.
Right on, buddy. You're doing a great job, man. Peace.
Thanks. Yeah, the whole transvestigation thing was a kind of a side rabbit hole thing, but it was an interesting topic to confront because we're trying to understand the nature of the deception and how big it is. But at the same time, it's not tip of the beak material. I mean, it's a rabbit hole. It's interesting, but not tip of the beak. But I did address it during a show I did. It was an 8-hour stream called Flat Earth and Other Paradigm Shocks because I wanted to engage with the Overton window, expanding the window of discourse, just to get people open and receptive to bigger ideas. But even that whole field, it's too pseudoscientific. It's not true anthropology, and they're kind of even the big names in that subject are somewhat not backtracking, but they're trying to elevate the standard so it can't be shut down. Because anytime they want to shut something down, they'll put in some shill agents, put out some bunk info, and drag it down. Controlled, they control it. But yeah, that penguin waterfall, if you weren't there for it, we shut down. Well, we didn't. A lot of people I saw on the internet were posting a lot of penguins in a chat on the NBA, and they shut it down. 200 penguins per post, 200 characters, 5 posts per minute is 1,000 per poster times 10 posters is 10,000 penguins a minute times 100 minutes is 1,000,000 penguins. Hey, Logan Fowl, you're ridiculous and stupid and retarded and so far behind the curve, we don't need you here. Thank you. Another Jew hunter. All talk, no action. When you go spray paint a swastika on a synagogue, I'll take you seriously. Give me a break. What are all these fake Hitler fanboys about? It's like these fake gangsters in high school who pretended to be in gangs and they'd flash gang signs, but they were just a bunch of mama's boys. All of these Hitler fanboys are a bunch of mama boy basement dwellers. None of them, they don't dress like skinheads. They don't sig heil. They're just such posers. What is up with all these posers? Art Milovich says, as an Uber driver, I wake up many people each day to the flat earth truth. Love it. Love it. Excellent. Good. And this is the phase. I'm reading this book about exponential growth in any sort of business or movement. It's called Bold. And I picked it up just the other day. And one of the things it talks about is we are at this phase right now where when a movement is growing and it's metastasizing, it'll stay under the radar because the status quo will want to pretend it's not coming, like it doesn't exist. And it happened with Kodak, with digital. Kodak didn't want to go digital because their money came from chemicals and paper. So they ignored it, thinking, okay, we can just keep this going longer. Well, the digital camera evolved so much faster than they expected that they were just thrown right out of the market. And they didn't go digital because they didn't want to compete against themselves. But had they would have stayed in front of it. But when you try to ignore something that's growing like this, it metastasizes underneath the radar. And that's what's happening. We're under the radar. Hey, Zetitic Volt, word up Wrench Squad. That's the Admiral Byrd hat. See, we are Operation Mockingbird. Our penguin is a mockingbird. Fepe is a mockingbird. But Operation Mockingbird, for those who don't know, it was an operation where the CIA was widely infiltrating the media so that they could control it on important days where they needed to synchronize, such as 9/11. And we are doing our own version of Operation Mockingbird, and it'll become more apparent that it's going on as this month continues, as more live streams pop up. In fact, link below, there's a live stream, a new one you should check out, josephgreenindependent.com. Go through those links and see. But we'll have a night where we'll go bounce around from room to room once it's open. Hey, caller, go ahead and turn off your speaker.
josephgreenindependent.com.
Hello?
Okay, there we go. There was an echo. You just have to turn off your speaker.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Awesome.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Everything's going according to plan.
Awesome. Yeah, I want to comment on Ho Rogan and his, what's his name? Steve-O, when he got on there and showed that footage from the jet.
Oh, yeah.
I'm posting a link right now of somebody who, it says that they risked their career. It's called Flat Earth Pilot Risk Career to Film No Curvature from Cockpit. And also, it shows like how the front of the jet, the way the glass is made, it makes it look curved on top of the GoPro stuff that they do. But the pilot actually goes from the front to the side where the glass is straight, and you can just see the flat horizon.
Right. Oh, yeah, they're huge curverts, man. I mean, I knew it. They put it that was so desperate. How bottom of the barrel do you have to be where I can't prove it for myself, so I have to ask Steve-O, a guy who made his career by doing skateboard tricks and putting things in his rectum. I mean, give me a break.
Yeah, and I've actually posted that same link to the video after it was posted, but
I see it
nobody wants to respond to that. They just want to stay asleep.
Hey, spam the link in the chat, and I'll make sure I bookmark it and address it.
Yeah, I put it. It's under Army of One.
Oh, that's you. Okay, yeah, Army of One. What's up? I always see your stuff. Okay, yeah, I got you. I got you. I'll watch it. I'll put it right there because you're right. You're right. That's such a fake. Thanks. Yeah, I will definitely address it. Thanks for posting it.
All right, Bubba. Carry on.
All right, have a good night.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, that's the video. Okay, tip of the beak. You got it there. Oh, Steve-O is such a liar. We ought to just go on a... No, we shouldn't. Maybe we should. Steve-O needs to be called out for the pervert that he is. Someone should make a meme with Steve-O and just put pervert above his name. Like, we got one for Joe. We need one for Joe. You know, let's have a rogues gallery of like a Curverts gallery, like Jimmy Curvert. And you know, just so you know, Curverts aren't people who think the world's a ball. Okay, that's just a typical Globie. A Curvert is someone who has never seen a curved horizon, who then says, "Oh, I can see the curve." No, you're a Curvert. You're just seeing it there. Jeremy Gann, IPS. 2 items. 1, what do I think about the globe exit image I sent you? Globe, person, portal. Do we have a goal price to fully fund our Fepe rocket? Okay, good question. And let me get that meme up that you sent me, Jeremy Gann. I know I probably got it. Let me make sure I downloaded it. I'm going to start putting them into their own folder and uploading new ones each day to my stream. Okay. And then your second question. Here we go. Billboard art submission. Oh, yes, this one. Okay. Let me go ahead and bring this up on the screen. This is good, actually. This is good art, by the way. I'm going to put something up on the screen for your consideration, people. This was sent to me by the person who just put up the nice, generous contribution, the truth enabler here. And this is a billboard idea. It could be used for a sign, a billboard, a poster. 1 second. It's a little slow. When I say it's slow, I mean me. I'm trying to get to the image. Okay, here it is. Not bad. That is kind of cool. What do you think of that? Okay. Get your comments back up here. So globe exit, for those of you who don't know, and you all should, it's like Brexit or Kel exit, but it's globe exit. And the whole idea of globe exit is simply that we want to opt out of a lot of the garbage that they make us do. Like, we want to opt out of the carbon footprint. I don't have a carbon footprint. You know, I'm not responsible for global warming. You can't take money from me or regulate my business or tell me what I can or can't do with my land or my property. You can't regulate me because you think you're saving the planet. That's all lies. Flat Earth Subgenius, you sent me 666. Uh-oh. Every time somebody donates 666, a church lady gets triggered. And there's a lot of church ladies among us. I'm not going to name names or initials. Oh, it's so tempting. I'm not, because of rule number 7. IPS, I sent you 666. I command that you command your viewers to sub me. Actually, Flat Earth Subgenius, by the way, he is part of Operation Mockingbird. His outlet, his channel is actually part of our system, part of our network, and he will be instrumental in what's happening to us with our what's happening in the next month. But we'll get into that. But yeah, post a link to your channel so we can spam your link for a minute. We already know it's flat. What's next? Exactly. Stop kicking a dead globe. We know it. It's going to be a debate for the next 2 months, and it's not even the debate's over. But listen, if your job depends on it being the ball, if your job depends on the belief in global warming and asteroids from space and the ISS, if you work for NASA, I'm sorry, your days are numbered. Scuba Dracula says, here's the rally video promo. It's 3 minutes. Now, this is from Earth Day, or Flat Earth Day, which we co-opted, right? The March for Scientism. We had some people marching against the end of of civilization, because the Globies are all about ending civilization to save the planet. So I asked you to join us on Saturday, July 1st. Oh, this is for the next thing. This is the guy who went to Flat Earth Day, but this is the promo. Saturday, July 1st, Canada Day, high noon, Niagara Falls, help spread the truth, and hang out with like-minded people. So if you're in the vicinity of Southern Ontario, there is a Canada meetup July 1st on Saturday. Interesting. That's going to be the day that my art show opens. So I will be very active that day on the YouTubes, on the live stream and everything. So very good. And those of you who haven't read it yet, please click the link there, phillyvoice.com. They think the world is flat. The very first news article to ever give fair, in-depth investigation and honest reporting, not to mention objective, on the subject of flat Earth. First time ever. It's never been done before. Let's all opt out of government. Well, yeah, we're going to opt out. I mean, we're opting out of our codependent relationship we've had with big government, big religion, big media, big education, the whole centralization of authority that has taken power from the individual. You may want to see the video Star Gods uploaded mentioning me. I like Star Gods. I've been watching his videos for a couple years. He's a bit more pessimistic than I am. He doesn't believe, he's not tip of the beak material when it comes to what we're doing. I don't think. I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, I've seen his comments in a number of videos on channels that are enemies of truth, like Tim Osman, the troll. And in those videos, he has said that I am a CIA operative, that I'm a Pied Piper, and I'm here to rally up the troops, stir something up, so that the powers that be can have some type of false flag and use it as an attempt to round us up and shut us down, lock down the computers, and erase and bleach bit flat Earth from reality. So if you think that's my angle, you know, that's fine. That's your opinion. But that's what he thinks. And so any video he puts out is going to reflect that. I'm not going to fault him for it. That's his intuition. That's his thoughts. I just think he's wrong. And the thing is, I'm not here to prove anybody right, wrong or right. I'm not here to like prove myself right or anything like that. All I'm trying to do is expose this deception so the children aren't born into a lunar base that looks like the Truman Show and it's run by a bunch of pedos who want to throw pizza parties. Christopher says, genius is too cocky. Subgenius is IQ. No, subgenius doesn't mean below IQ of genius. Subgenius means they are geniuses when it comes to that which is subterranean or occult. If you're a subgenius, you have a doctorate in the forbidden sciences. So it doesn't mean you're below genius. That's a common misconception. And it's good, though, because it causes people to underestimate them or us. I'll be in Albuquerque getting footage, says Rachel B. Really? Getting footage of what? I'm curious. Because if you're in Albuquerque, you ought to go with me to the top of the tram. We have the longest tram in the world. It goes to the top of the Sandia Peak. And when you go up there, you can stare out across the horizon and it never ends. And you know what? I've been finding this lately. Someone called it horizon spotting. It's what I call it now too. Horizon spotting. And Superfly is asking for Freemasons. Yes. Yes. Oh, you're going to be at the art show. Okay, wonderful. Well, you should still go with me. A number of us are going to go up to the top of the, we're going to ride the tram. They got the new tram cars. I actually met a tram, what do you call them? Not pilot. Well, I mean, it's not, you know, it's like a tram driver, whatever you want to call him. And we're going up the tram. It takes you to the top of the mountain. Well, I think it's 11,000 feet. And I call it horizon spotting. I find that when I stare out to the south, I'm able to, somebody get rid of VT. He's a piece of garbage, has no place here. Thank you. Goodbye. And when I stare out there, I get kind of like, I don't know. It's like I can kind of project, you know, I had this idea I can project. I try to imagine what's out there. You know, you get the globies, they stare into space and like, oh, there's life out there. It's like, no, buddy, you're looking in the wrong direction. It's straight ahead. And it does get me thinking about it though, because the life that's out there, the extra quote unquote extraterrestrials, they're not up there. They're straight the fuck ahead. And I find myself kind of getting sort of, I don't know, it's very peaceful. I kind of trance out staring to the south. And I want to go to the top of the tram and do it after the art show. It's going to be in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'll be curating it the entire month. So anytime you come in, that's fine. The big opening day is going to be on the 22nd. On the 22nd is when we're going to initiate after the art show. We're going to bust some globes. We're going to burn a globe. We're going to read, and Isa's here, the drafter of it. We're going to read our Declaration of Independence. It's a statement for the new flat republic, for the new world that we're creating. We are the Masons. Those of you who are complaining about us, yeah, we're Freemasons. We're the Masons. We're the architects of what comes next. We are the only ones who have a legitimate claim to the title of the Illuminati. And yeah, it's in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And so the whole month I'll be at the art show curating it. The opening's on the 22nd. The night of the 22nd, that's when we initiate the tsunami, which will take place. It'll be coinciding with the heliacal rising of the Dog Star Sirius above our sun. And yeah, there's a restaurant at the top, your move, and I don't advise drinking because your blood alcohol level, it's one thing when you're on ground level, but 11,000 up, you get drunk faster. But when we're up there, when we're there at the art show, what we're going to be doing here is talking. We're going to have a panel discussion. We're going to be burning, the whole burning a globe thing. It's all just art, right? A lot of art's going to come out of this thing, a lot of content, a lot of discussion, a lot of debate, conversation. But that night, we're initiating the operation. Don't have a name for it yet, but it's tying into Operation Mockingbird. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that the world's paying attention. So when the rocket goes up, nobody can claim not to know what's going on or what it's about or what it means. And no amount of damage control by the mainstream media will be able to twist or obfuscate the truth that's going to be revealed. And either it's going to be a big fat ball and we were wrong, or that thing's going to puncture whatever's up there and it's going to rain down red pills on everybody. Like that old Skittles commercial, taste the red pill. So it's going to be a big day and it's coming up. And so anyone who wants to come down for the art show, I'm going to be in and out of that gallery the whole time. 11,000 feet isn't that high. No, it's not 1,100. I meant 11,000. Sorry about that. It's the Sandia Peak. It might even be higher. It's not that much higher than that, though. Are there any huge globes that can be rolled around on a highway during rush hour? Oh, come on. What we do want to do is a Boston. In fact, somebody sent me a meme of this. We want to do a mockery of the Boston Tea Party. Only we want to throw globes off of a cliff. I'm trying to find penguin masks, by the way. I don't know if you hear Gregory Hall. I got your email. He went sourcing penguin masks on Alibaba, and we might pick some up. They may be, here's what I'm thinking. The Fepe mask can actually be the next. It'll be like the Guy Fawkes mask, but we need a beak. It's got to have a beak. Maybe even metal. Maybe something you could sharpen. Anyway, either way, it's got to be a beak. Let's see, penguin masks. Yep. Give Aaron Musimoto a wrench. Will do. Will do. You're on the guest list, so go ahead and post so I can be-knight you as a defender of the infinite plane. Flat Earth Day 2017, also 3 minutes. Okay, let's watch this for a minute here. Let's give 3 minutes. Let's watch Scuba Dracula Flat Earth. This is from Flat Earth Day 2017. It's easier to fool people than to convince them they've been fooled.
Hey, this is not a test. This is rock and roll.
You saw a dot in the sky and believed it was the International Space Station.
Okay, it looks exactly like a star, except for it translates the sky.
Given the distance and size of the space station, you shouldn't be able to see it.
So you can admit that planets and stars appear to be the same in the sky, huh? They look similar. So how can you discern that? How can you discern that and be so confident? How can you discern something all the way down the street? You're talking about stars and you're telling me you can see Jupiter and that's your proof. You're talking about stars.
Those of you who missed it, Earth Day was being used to advance this March for Science led by Bill Nye the Science Guy. And they were advancing scientism and scientific illiteracy. So a number of us went to our towns and we counterpunted them. Good work. I'll watch the whole thing later. In fact, I'm going to be stringing these together. I'm working on that's something I need help with, actually. Maybe I don't. I'm working on something of a documentary where I'm going to assemble a lot of the best footage and the best arguments from the Flat Earth Day protests. That was great. Thank you for that. I can't wait to get all that together because there's so much. I mean, honestly, we had Rusted Soul and a couple of others there in Phoenix. We had NorCal Waters. We had too many to list right here. Let's see what else we got here in the comments. Flat Earth Illuminati. I love triggering people. Good. They need to be triggered. They need to be, because we got to be honest. We have to be honest with ourselves, you know. What are we doing? We are mythbusters. We are discerning reality. We're exposing lies, right? Meanwhile, the ones who are called the Illuminati, the ones who are called, you know, the ones who claim to have the light or the hidden information, they're just hiding it, and they're darkening the rest of us. They're keeping us out of it. And I'm like, that's not really deserving of the title Illuminati, so we're going to take that. And that's the reason why, by the way, we have also co-opted the symbol of the 33rd degree, the double-headed eagle, but we beheaded the thing. And we replaced those heads with the living heads of Fepe, the penguin. See, the flat earth people have taken over the Illuminati. You see that? That's what you should see when you see this, this image. Because we are the architects of what comes next. We're also, oh, look at this one. Rogue Liberator, that's a good one. You got Rogue Liberator saying you've got lots of subscriptions. Start a class action RICO act against NASA. Well, the thing is, that's going to happen anyway. We don't have to do everything. We don't have to go jump the wall. We don't have to prosecute. We don't have to do the hangings. We don't have to sue. I mean, that's a good action, and it needs to be brought up. It needs to be started. I mean, definitely start that fire. But all we need to do is expose the deception in such a way that they can't deny it anymore. Once that's done, everything else will fall into place. You know, the people, this whole system is going to collapse. It's not going to collapse in a bad way. It's going to transfer. It's almost like it's like a bloodless coup is what's going to happen. Only it's not one head being replaced by another. It's this thing's going to decentralize and the power is going to shift to us, to all of us. That's what's happening. It is the greatest abolitionist movement, the greatest reformation, the greatest anti-statist movement ever conceived, and it's going to precipitate a new renaissance, and it's already started. We're already experiencing it. We're already at the beginning of a new renaissance. We feel it, we're living it. You're seeing it all around. They want to diminish that and pervert it and pervert it, but yeah, we're not going to let them define what comes next. We're certainly not going to let Elon Musk design the world for whoever follows behind us. Elon Musk and his ilk. People like Jeff Crazy Eyes Bezos, who I think is personally effing with my Amazon store, but I can't prove it. And his BFF Podesta and that clique. These people, they all move together. You know, they're all connected, and they're the ones calling the shots. And so we need to stop that. Ruben, expedition after the rocket launch. Good question. Well, after the rocket launch, well, this is the thing. They're going to try to say, they're going to try to pretend it's not happening. And so the way that we make sure they can't ignore it is that they're going to make sure that we direct their attention to it. And so, like I said, there's going to be a lot of penguins making a lot of noise in the days leading up to the rocket launch. And how that's going to be, wait, somebody, Kevin Hoffman, you shouldn't be chatting here. Go find there you go, thank you. You know, find some way to scientifically validate your globe. Then you can come over here and pitch the globe. But until you scientifically validate that, we're not interested in your fairy tales. We don't have time for that. We don't have time for another meeting with the Ball Earth Society. The thing's dead. How about paying a tower climber to climb a skyscraper with a research flat Earth banner? Now that would be attention getting. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. We're looking into different options. Okay, there's something else here. Oh yes, if you look at the links below, I have a link to Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole's billboard, which is going to advertise A Stranger's Guide to Flat Earth, the Flat Earth Unity store, postcards by Macro Cloud, And then there's somebody else here who's advertising. Oh, that's right. Let me pull that up. I met somebody over at Bro Sanchez's broadcast today. Someone who does computers, who sells computers for a living, and I'm going to be outfitted for Operation Mockingbird. We're going to need that. So, but anyway, make a one-page ad for your business. Make a one-page ad for your channel. Just a picture ad. And email it to me, infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com, and I will promote it. Hey, how you doing, caller?
Hey, what's up, IPS? This is Ty Gordon.
Is this who is this? Earth Discernment?
Ty Gordon.
Oh, Ty Gordon, how you doing tonight?
Hey, what's up? I wanted to. It hit me recently that everybody's familiar with Atlas. I'm assuming the image of Atlas holding up what they say is the universe, but I think it's more a depiction of the globe. I think that's kind of a mockery of us because they put the burden of upholding the globe delusion on our backs. We're paying for it. We feed into it.
Right. Well,
it's our thing, and I think that we can leverage that, or we could use that somehow.
Yeah, I put that on the cover of the Flat Earth Activist because what I see they've done is they have taken their old religion and put it into our new world order with the scientific trapping, and they replaced the cross that was used to hold man down to sin and to hold him responsible for the sins of the past. They replaced that with a carbon footprint where now the cross has been replaced by the globe. And it's not a coincidence. And it is a mockery. Being crucified on a cross, that's a mockery. Being pinned under the globe, that's a mockery. And in both instances, we have to get off the crosses, shrug the globe, ditch the reality filter. But you nailed it. That's exactly what they've done with it.
Right.
That's what Atlas Shrugged is about, man. Oh yeah, thanks for calling. I appreciate you calling in.
No problem, man. Appreciate what you do.
All right, have a good night. Yeah, Atlas Shrugged, if you haven't read it, has a subtext. And when I read it, I recognized what it was. I didn't know how deep it went, but it's absolutely a blueprint for the flat earth revolution. Democ says, yes, I'm tired of talk with no action. Yeah, I can relate. I mean, I put out this book and I need to do some edits. There's a few sentences I got wrong or whatever, but I didn't know. I was working at Walmart and I was having to take out loans and stuff just to keep things going because my artwork wasn't selling as well because my Amazon store, I sold it. Things just weren't working out. And I wrote the book because I didn't want the information that I was coming across, the stuff I was thinking about I didn't want to not contribute to this thing. And so I put the book together, but the powers that be decided that it would be better if I was actually here working in front of the microphone here and talking about this stuff all day. And so I became a vehicle and decided to do this full time. I'm a conduit for this. And that's what I'm dedicating myself to. The Southern Ontario Flat Earth Rally, Niagara Falls, July 1st. Contact Johnny at flatearthhamilton@gmail.com. Awesome. By the powers invested in Beak. I could conduct a wedding with that. Actually, that would be good, wouldn't it be? By the way, July 5th, X Day. I'm thinking about combining the two. Combining or conflating or invading X Day with penguins. It's sort of a dry run for what we're going to do. A dry run for what's going to happen just a few weeks after that. Now, I would wear a tuxedo, of course, if I was going to conduct such a wedding, with the requisite penguin beak. There are people who are scared of penguins right now because of us. There are people who've been in Flat Earth for years, been making videos and talking about it, who think that the Blue Wrench Squad that wear the next brown shirts, and they're afraid that a bunch of people with blue shirts and wrenches and penguin masks are going to come kick their asses. Like, that's what they think is happening here. What do you think about that? Actions speak louder than words, says Democ. Absolutely. Absolutely. Birds eat frogs. Yeah, I want to get hey, by the way, I'm glad you brought that up, Interest in Hero. I need to talk to someone who does games for a living. I want to see how much it would cost to have a Pac-Man game remade. You know, you buy these Flash games templates and you just replace them. I want to replace Pac-Man with Fepe, with his head, and I want to replace the little pellets with little green frogs. And you just run around chasing frogs, and then instead of ghosts, I don't know what you'd have. Probably like anonymous masks or SJWs chasing you around. Who is John Galt? Quite possibly that magnificent penguin. Yeah, Fepe Pac-Man, you got it. It'd be an app. And listen, you make an app on a game like that, the amount of money we could sell it for, that would buy Billboard after Billboard or whatever. If you can make it, man, please, please, please. If it costs money, let me know. If you can do it on your own, let me know. But the idea is out there. Do it. Use the fear. Expand the fear, the wrench, the penguin gang. Don't play. Yeah, exactly. Well, you know what? A lot of people do fear change, and we are going to change. And listen, if it comes to it, well, we shouldn't talk about that. But, I mean, well, we have the right to do what we have to do to protect our rights. You know, the government doesn't give us our rights. These aren't privileges from a king. They come from our creator. And if they get in the way of that, yeah, the wrenches might have to come out. And the penguins will hit the streets, but it's not like that. This is a peaceful transition of power. And these people who are afraid of what they may be seeing here developing are afraid because maybe they intuit what's coming. The big change, the big transformation, the reversion, by the way, it's a reversion. We're not knocking things over. We're not throwing chairs through the windows of storefronts and burning gas stations and shooting cops. That's how they roll. No, we put things back together. Road FFM, email me at infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com. I'm totally down with that. Isa says, penguins are masters of the pen. The penguin is mightier than the swordfish. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. It's flat, now what? Well, there's a lot. Fepe eats little globes. Oh, that'd be a good one. No, how about this one? Okay, Fepe runs around eating little green frogs, but the big power-ups that make him turn invincible, those would be globes. And when he eats a globe, then he can run around. Flat Earth Subgenius says, IPS, there have been a huge surge of subgeniuses converting to flat earthers. See, I hope that would be the case. I hope that would be the case. Yes, Total Cult, I've read all of her magnificent books and all the books by Leonard Peacock. What's his name? Is it not Leonard Peacock? Leonard, whatever his name is, her heir? Let me find it. Ayn Rand. The guy tried to do, oh yeah, Peacock. It is Peacock. I read all of his books as well, all of her publications. I've listened to all of her interviews. I was obsessed with Ayn Rand for a long time. I think it's important to embrace objectivism and then move on from there, because she didn't go far enough. But you do have to be connected to objective reality to experience cognitive harmony. And it does. Hey, thank you again, Tri Forrester. I appreciate you helping me out with that, because this is going to be a big month, and we have some big plans. We are going to shake. We're going to shake the confidence that they have in their scientists, in their media, in their authorities. We stopped SpaceX from sending a rocket up on time. PGC West says, subvert a curvert. Come Alive says, when he eats a globe, the sound of a pear shape is triggered. Why not endorse Anthem? Yeah, everyone should read Anthem. I have endorsed that one. Because, yeah, you can get the idea that goes into the bigger novels by reading some of her shorter books. Read Anthem, read Virtue of Selfishness, because that teaches you about how the collectivists, like the Globies and the environmentalists, want to program you to be a pathological altruist. Look, if you're on the cross, you're a pathological altruist. You don't need to be a sacrificial lamb for anybody. That's the lie. If you're under the globe, you're a sacrificial lamb. You don't have a carbon footprint. You don't need austerity. You don't need to pay carbon taxes. You don't need to feel bad because you breathe. It's okay. You can inhale and exhale. You're not a tumor on the side of a planet. They're such misanthropes. And these men, bear pig types, the Al Gores, you know, they're like, the guy's air conditioning bill is like $15 trillion a year. And he's telling us to walk so we don't burn up too many fossil fuels. These people are so hypocritical, and it's because they're elitist scum. And they believe one set of rules for us, one set of rules for them. Fepe Pac-Man, he goes around the maze eating Bill. Yeah, see Neil Tyson and Bill Nyes. That's right, all the ghosts. You have Tyson and Nye, Josephine Rogaine. The ghosts, you just need 4 or 5. Flat Earth memes, Ty Gorton, thanks for the link. Oh, it's a Facebook group with Flat Earth memes. Excellent, we could use that. Yeah, the Subgenius, the Church of the Subgenius recognized that you need to stop giving your authority away to the priesthood. That you need to stop thinking that the guy with the big hat and the special robes in the altar is closer to the creator than you are. And so the Church of the Subgenius meant, okay, I can pay $30 and declare myself a pope, and it's legit. I am equally as much a pope as Pope Francis, that Jesuit communist scumbag. He is no higher than I am. And if you think he is, you've been brainwashed. They brainwash you so you accept the idea of royalty and of people who are better than you. Celebrities are no better than you. Jimmy Vincent's asking if this is live. Nope, this is not live. It's just a very bizarre coincidence that somebody else named Jimmy Vincent several hours ago asked if this was live, and you tuned in at just that moment to think that we were talking to you. Talk about synchronicity. Brian Blazer says, when is Josephine Rogaine's Bigfoot romance novel? Oh yes, that's right, that's right. You know what? I got to get that ball rolling. Before I did this, I was doing a lot of publishing, and I found that there are so many niches out there you wouldn't believe. I mean, some stuff, and there's a lot of people, there's a lot of money to be made if you can ghostwrite. And so what I used to do is I'd pay ghostwriters to write stories, and I would always do different stuff, not stories, but I'd do info products. But other publishers I know would be like, dude, you got to get into romance. I'm like, it's not my thing. And like, it doesn't have to be. Just get other people to write it and publish it. There's money in it. And some of the stuff that people write is so hilarious. And so I'm going to commission for $50. I found someone on Elance, and she's going to write a romance novel between Josephine Rogaine and Bigfoot. And the name's going to be Josephine Rogaine, but you all know who it's going to actually be about, right? Yeah, it's not going to be paranormal romance. This one's just going to be Bigfoot. And I'm going to read it on the air. Yeah, romance novels are the best selling. Honestly, if I wasn't doing Flat Earth, I would probably have a whole line of romance novels or something published because there's so much money in it. And I can't believe how twisted it gets. But the Bigfoot and Josephine Rogaine, that's going to be something. I mean, give me a break. I don't know. It's going to be read online. It's going to be hilarious. Because we have to destroy these idols. We have to destroy them with spells, with symbols, with icons. Interest in hero, do I sense that people like Alex Jones and Mike Cernovich are turning to a new priesthood? Oh yeah, hey, they're the new establishment. Cernovich is fake. Fake wife, fake dog, fake baby. Too many steroids. That guy's ridiculous. I liked him during the election year because I thought he was real. Then I figured out that he was a created character, and we triggered him bad. It's pretty funny if you didn't see it. He gave me a good shout out. In fact, let me bring up his little meme here. He gave us a little shout out. He actually said some truth. If you didn't know, Mike Cernovich actually, even a broken clock is correct a couple of times a day. And Mike Cernovich was correct. And this is an actual direct quote from this globe cuck, Mike Cernovich. The earth is flat, NASA lies. He said that. He said it, and he gave me a shout out. Come Alive, who's writing the Joe Rogan book? I'm commissioning a freelance writer I met on elance.com, and she's going to write it. I'm just giving her the storyline, and it's going to be about Josephine Rogaine going on a hike and meeting up with, hey, Democ, you're saying you are all bullshit. I don't know who you're talking about, but that's a worthless comment. I mean, I hope you're still on our side. I'm going to leave it up to the penguins. You've been tossed to the penguins. Your wrench has been taken away. Democ's there. Open season. Apparently, he doesn't have anything constructive to say. Thank you, leads roles. Good shot. Good night, Democ. Go to bed. Good shot. We don't deal with that. And he's been banned. Oh, okay, good. He got hit by 2 people at once. How did that happen? Good work. We got to maintain quality control. This is, Total Cult is our Tyler. Do you know what a Tyler is? I.B. Henriksen says, repost. We need an airplane banner that reads rockets or helium blimps. $3.50 an hour. Hey, that's not bad. That's not bad. Ruben Holcomb, it wasn't sarcasm. What happened was I went over to his chat room and a few people posted a number of things about his on the super chat, and he read the super chat and he was like, what the hell am I reading? But that was great, a double ban. This guy was banned by 2 people at once. Yeah, the Tyler is the guy that stands at the door of the temple with a sword, and you don't get past him unless you know the call and passphrase. Rusted Soul says, Tyler's the name of the globe we have been battling. We are all Tyler Durden. Well, I'll show you what I mean. Okay, here is an image of a Tyler. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Just so you know what you're dealing with, those of you who are coming in here and you don't have the blue wrench, you don't know what's going on with the blue wrench or the blue squad. Let me show you a Tyler at work. I'll find a good picture of one. Okay, here we go. So you're not getting into our closed meeting unless you get past this guy here with the sword. Let me find an instant. Okay, here's a better one actually. Okay, so if you were going to try to infiltrate a lodge, you would have to get past. This is Total Cult right here. This is Total Cult guarding the door. Lodge is in session. So that's how that works. Now you know. We are all, let's see, let's move on. IPS, what does the monolith mean in the Stanley Kubrick space movie? Good question. In fact, a lot of my synchronicity started with the number 237. Only Freemason and Illuminati are welcome here. That's true. Can I call up the Morgile? He's an unnamed celeb and has a new map. Yeah, give me his number. What's up, Joseph Green? Post a link to your stuff when we're through here because we're going to go to your channel next. Okay, I'm going through your comments. Oh, yeah, okay, so here's a few things that they're going to be coming up very soon. Did I watch Pitch Perfect 237? No, I did not. I did not watch it. I'll have to check that out, actually. I'll write that down. So we have a billboard that's up right now, for those of you who missed it. So we have one that's already up, and that's going to be up until Wednesday. That one's in Philly. There's a news article about it, linked right there, the top link. The next billboard is going up. It says, Research Flat Earth, and that's by Brother Bubba. And that's going up at 6006 Kennedy Avenue on I-78, New York City, New Jersey. So it's right next door. That's going to be up for 1 entire month, and that'll be up in a couple of days. We'll have some pictures. Then we have another one that just got funded, and this one's going up in Salem, and this one's going up sooner. And then we have another one that's being funded right now. Ace McLeod and his crew's behind that one. That one's in Denver. So we have, like I said, dominoes. We have dominoes. We one after another, after another, after another. And when this stream ends, we're going to go to Joseph Green's. That's next. It's going to be in Salem, Oregon, not Salem, Massachusetts. I had that wrong. Salem, Oregon, which is great. I mean, Oregon. So many globies. It's so brainwashed. But I'm going to wake some of them up. And the billboard is going to be the thing that's going to be. See, you can't ignore a billboard, and it becomes a news story. It becomes a monument. And it's a testament to how much people believe in something. Don't personally have Skype. Let's see. Yeah, unfortunately, I think the Morgile was one of the first ones to get banned from my chat room. So I need to go ahead and unban him. Somebody just let me know. And I remembered that when I first started chatting. I think I was like, get rid of him. If they mentioned the Bible, like I was like pretty harsh about it. Not so much anymore. And if I missed your email, I should have responded to you. I responded to all the emails I had, but if I didn't respond, I will tonight. And David Weiss, Anton, yeah, he's got one set up. It's at it's at GoFundMe.com. /Flat Earth Billboard. That one's for David Weiss. He's the one who got me started on this billboard kick. He convinced me of the merit of it. Oh no, the Morgal's great. The Morgal coined a new word that I want to start using. Instead of saying atmosphere, atmosplane. All right, Joseph Green, we'll see you at your place. We're heading over there next. Be sure to sub to Mr. Dozeman, will do. Jay Lona's Chin says, we are all leaders. We beat millions of sperm to the egg. Ty Gordon, print advertising. I can get a sweet deal for advertising in 14 newspapers. Email me, infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com, and we will do that. So many other things coming up this month. The Globe, listen. The deception, its days are numbered. And we're going to shake things up here. Look, yesterday, just 2 or 3 penguins went over to go heckle Katy Perry and got her to talk about flat Earth inadvertently. We can reach anybody, anywhere. You want a penguin in the White House? We'll get one there. I mean, they can't stop this. If you want Pepe to make a guest appearance there in some way, some form, he will show up. Pepe can show up there. Do you remember when Hillary Clinton was reading about alt-right? She was giving her famous alt-right speech, and she said, the alt-right has this symbol of hate, and they've emerged, and they're scary, be afraid, they're deplorable. And some guy in the audience screams out, Pepe. Well, that's going to happen with Pepe. He's getting in. This is serious memetic infiltration. Interest in Hero says, fly a drone in a crowded area. Ooh, good one. Good one. Not to worry about. That's a good one, actually. Flat Earth Subgenius, Katy Perry deleted your video 4 times. See, we need to go ahead and get a copy of that video and spread it everywhere. Everywhere. A drone. I like that one. Flat Earth Fireman says, I get lost sleep since I found IPS. Yeah, honestly, you know what? No sleep till Flat Earth. No sleep till Brexit. I have actually, someone made me a shirt. It's on Teespring. I got to order a copy of it. It's the old Beastie Boys shirt, no sleep till Brooklyn, but it says no sleep till Brexit. We can do projectors on buildings. Good one. So we got drones, projectors. We got the weed strain. I'm going to have to watch. Okay, that's another one. You have the Katy Perry link. Let's watch this really quick, just so you can see what we're talking about if you haven't seen it yet. Okay, here's Katy Perry. There's now a flat earther.
Somebody said the Earth is flat. Wow.
Yes.
Somebody said the Earth. Somebody said the Earth is flat. Wow. Somebody said the Earth is flat. Wow. Somebody said the Earth is flat. Wow.
That was just yesterday. Like I said, there's nobody that can't be reached by this thing. And the penguin's just going to drive it in faster. Good job saving that video. We can't let them hide that. We can't let them bury it. Neil deGrasse Tyson went and talked to, no, he didn't. Did Neil deGrasse Tyson just go talk to her? Is that guy seriously? No way, that can't be. They sent the oblate spheroid to set her straight. Like, you said the F word. You said the F word. Now you have to go visit Jimmy Kimmel at the Hollywood Masonic Lodge where they filmed Jimmy Kimmel Live and tell him that you were just kidding and that anybody who thinks that is stupid. Like, these people are so controlled. I mean, just think for yourself, people, but they can't because they're actors. Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous. Did you hear that, Flat Earth Subgenius? Neil deGrasse Tyson went over there. Oh, they have more damage control. What is this about? Let me look at this one. So we're going to take a look here at this next video pertaining to the Katy Perry fiasco.
Can I get a witness?
So have a seat.
Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh.
It's called Star Talk.
Star Talk.
Oh
yes.
my gosh. And how long have you been doing the show?
So for many years, we first started with a grant from the National Science Foundation because what we found was there were people who we know like science, so they'll just tune into any science show at all.
Hmm.
And with that, how about the people who don't know they like science?
Right.
Or better yet, the people who are pretty sure that they don't like science.
Why don't people like science?
I don't know. They might fear it. Maybe they didn't do well in school.
I think they're scared of it. Maybe.
Yeah, it's exactly.
Scared of the unknown.
It's what we do for.
Sounds like a couple of Scientologists trying to pitch it. Like, why don't people like Scientology? Because it's a freaking cult. And they're talking about scientism anyway. So they sent that oblate pervert out there. He got out of bed for that. Yeah, he put down the pizza and then the cheeseburger and the hot dog and the donuts. And he's like, yeah, let me go over there for a minute and set her straight because she said the F word. These people are so ridiculous. What is that F doing here? This is just pathetic. Yeah, exactly. What a piece of garbage. Anyway, I can't watch the whole thing right now, but I'm just like, I see this pervert, this oblate spheroid, and I can't even listen to him. Seriously. No, it's a fact that he is an oblate spheroid. I've seen him. I've seen his profile. And he's just a New World Order sock puppet. He's a globe cuck. He's a pervert. He's also in favor of neo-feudalism. What a scumbag. You called the Trailer Park Boys awesome. You called it, oh, look at this. Flat Earth Subgenius. I called the Trailer Park Boy Ricky being a flat earther 6 months ago. Nice one, because he just talked about it. Now, he didn't have all the answers, but he knew enough to know it's true, which was good. They gave you a copyright strike. Ooh, see, now we know we're getting into serious territory. Listen, if a video of someone like Katy Perry saying Earth is flat, kind of muttering it quietly, if that's going to get you blocked 4 times on YouTube, how controlled is this? You can't tell me that this isn't a fundamental threat to everything they're about, where they get the high priest of the oblate spheroid to make a personal visit because she said the F word. It's like in Hollywood, if you say the word flat earth, his ears perk up and he runs over there to do damage control. I mean, this is ridiculous. So we're going to have to mirror that video on other platforms. Seriously, hey, listen, that just gave me a good idea. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have to get that video and other videos, and we're going to weaponize them on the day of the penguin attack, the tsunami that's going to come. And hey, by the way, if you don't have a Twitch account yet, set one up. I'll be getting more into detail about this. Like I'm gonna space it out. But starting next week, every single week we're gonna have a different objective when it comes to organizing D-Day or the flappening. The flappening, that's what we're gonna call it. The sound of a million penguin wings flapping that's gonna cause the world to turn and look. So when we point to the rocket, they know what it means. It's flappening, all right. Okay, wait, Flat Earth Subgenius says I have to find a new place to live in 2 months because of flat Earth. Well, what if the Earth goes flat in less than 2 months? Then you get to kick out the Globey, so just relax. Relax. Mad Mike Hughes is to the rescue. 62 miles up, he's gonna show what's up. It's gonna rain down red pills on everyone. And then you will be totally fine where you are. In fact, you'll be like, hey, sorry, Globey. It's flat, so you gotta bounce. So rest assured. Tengri3 says, sad pedos work so hard to have their own planets. You must be talking, oh, you're right. Hey, you know what? That's heavy. You know how the whole Mormon thing is all about how if you're a good Mormon, you get to have your own little planet and get your own little, like 50 wives and 1 million babies or all that. Maybe that's what they're planning. Maybe that's what Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and everyone else is doing. Where they're going to build little planets, which is nothing more than what? A plantation. They're going to build a whole bunch of Truman Show enclosures, and they're going to stock them full of mind-controlled slaves to be ruled over by the elites. Just like what we have now, but each one will be the size of a city. Just like the movie The Giver. That is exactly what they're doing. Just like the Mormon religion thing, but it's more high-tech. Same goal, where you serve the beast matrix, you get your own. I mean, this is what they're doing. That's exactly what's up. Hate the FEMA reference. It stands for Flat Earth Mental Awakening. Yeah. Or it could be Flat Earth Mental Asylum. But the thing is, if they put all the Flat Earthers in an asylum, what would happen is it would be so much fun, it would be such a riot, such a party, such a renaissance, that we would probably invent the means of our own liberation in a matter of weeks anyway. And even if we didn't, everyone outside of it would want in, so they would defect from the globe. There'd be so many globies becoming flatties that there wouldn't be enough room in the Flat Earth Mental Asylum that they'd have to tear down the walls. And just, we would win anyway. It's inexorable. It's unstoppable. It's already happening. We got the ball rolling. It's going to fall off the cliff. It's flat. It's just a matter of putting the final nail in the coffin. And that's going to happen. The artist formerly known as says 320 penguins are watching and singing. Come Alive says, I have seen the future of cities and they're in domes. I really think that's it. In fact, I know that's it. I know what they're doing. That's their plan anyway. We have to stop playing ball. I was watching a basketball game tonight with family, and I was like, you know, that's all hypnotism. And then I realized who I was talking to, and I stopped talking about it. But here I could talk about it. The countdown, the clock, the numbers, the colors, it's all hypnotizing you to keep your eye on your cage. Chase the cage. Run after the cage. Keep your eye on the cage. Slam dunk the cage. Pass the cage. Take the cage to the goal. Worship the cage. And if you're really good at keeping everybody focused on the cage, they'll give you a big trophy with a cage on top. Because that's what it is. The globe is a cage. And they want you to play ball. Eyes on the ball. Focus on the ball. But no, we're not playing. We're stepping out of their arena. IPS, autism is on the rise to Sky Hunter. They'll turn them back into the globes eventually. That's their goal. Hit the like button, folks. There's 33 thumbs down. We know who that is. There's 187 up. Yeah, it's 187 because let's see, 311 watching. I'm surprised. It's already been 3 hours, 3.5 hours. We've covered a lot of things. We have a lot of things in development. I'll keep you posted tomorrow on which new signs are up with the pictures. And if you haven't gone and read this article yet, just so you know, this is the first time that the Flat Earth has ever received a decent news report. First time it's ever been actually given fair coverage, objective reporting. And so this is monumental. So here's the link. And this meme was sent to me by the dailyplane.com. It was inspired by my conversation today with Bro Sanchez. And Bro Sanchez has this hashtag flat power. You'll see it's coming up right now. Thanks, Joseph Lynch. Thanks for hanging out. And by the way, all those videos you're sending me, I might put them onto a live stream. You know, when we have the 24/7 music stream I'm setting up, those will go into it. So those of you who have the resources or an extra computer and you want to get into doing a 24/7 live stream, we're going to be doing a group setup, like a tutorial, and we're going to make this thing replicate. It's just starting, but Tangri says, you know it's real from how they report Flat Earth as a joke. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. This meme though was sent to me today, and I think it's fantastic. It's like I want that. I want that on a poster for the art show. A lot of these really good ones I'm having printed up. Lusty McButt. It's not a spanner, it's a wrench. You can call it a spanner because that's what you call it where you're from, but we call it a wrench because of how we use it. But here, you get one, but just don't break our rules. Don't make me reiterate them at this late hour. Trust your own eyes, not NASA lies. That's a good one. Now that would make a great poster, wouldn't it be? And there's another one I like here as well. This is another one. Just to keep in mind that we got our eyes on you. Fepe Bravo. That's who he really is. No, I mean, he really is. He's a flat earth person. And we have our eyes on him because he's been made useful as a tool for the globe for very long, and then he kind of woke up, and now he's actually contradicting it, and he's getting flack from all his friends. He has to deal with a lot of crap from Josephine Rogaine, but we think that he's more red-pilled than not, and that he will join us, especially here at the tip of the beak when we get down to the streets and do our March for the Cure. We are going to cure globitis. And yeah, Pepe Bravo wants to speak out. Then there was something else here. Oh yes, this is one of my favorite ones. It was just sent to me. Begin the countdown. Throw a spanner in the works. Okay, we could use that. Wrench or spanner. He's not going to play, bro. He's on the other side. Could be. Could be. Oh, yes. Let's watch. No, I'm not going to put this on. I found this video someone sent me, but I just don't want to watch it right now. It's this NASA guy eating coffee or drinking coffee, and he's spraying the coffee into the air in space, or pretend space. So it's like this ball. I don't even want to play it. Do you guys want to see it? I'll go over it tomorrow. It's deplorable. All right. So I will see you all tomorrow with some more updates about the signage, about the weed strain, and all the other important stuff that's going to be going down in the next month. Bravo, I think he's I think we can reach him. I think we can reach him. And all we got to do is make it known. As soon as I think what's here, we got to do this. Here's what we got to do. That Mark Twain quote. I'm going to have to read this again because this is what we need to convey to people who are on the fence. In the beginning of change, the flat earther is a scarce man and brave, to be hated and scorned. When his cause succeeds and the timid join him, it then costs nothing to be a flat earther. And that's kind of the case. Like these people who join us after we've already broken the globe, like I'm not going to be like, cool man, that was brave of you. I'm like, who are you? Get thee behind me, Satan. All right, peace, love, brothers and sisters, says Disco Party. Fepe will find one leak with his beak, says the artist formerly known as. Flat Realm, thanks for that link. I'll go ahead and put that on my collection here of things to look over tonight. And all these meme links and everything, they're all going to be consolidated at the Flat Earth Consortium once that site is up and running. Right now, it's just a blog, but it's going to be built up. Hangnail. Oh, it's 3:25 in New York. You're going to have a billboard up there very soon, by the way. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out, Will Netrick. And hey, post links to your channel so others can follow you. Right now, I want to go give some subs to Eco Mouse, who's doing her first live stream in a couple of days. So here's where I'm going. I'm going to this page, and I'm going to sub. Peace, love, and beaks. Exactly. All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you. Okay, I'm going live early. They took down the article. They took it down. And I don't know why. I don't really care. At this point, it's not relevant. I don't know if any of you had taken the time to download it or print out a copy. Any of you? Yeah, they took down the article. Those of you who read it, just so you know, they just took it down. So I'm hoping somebody made a copy of it. Yeah, they took it down. How many of you read it? Okay, so this article covered everything. It had a CGI composite globe, and then it had a flat picture of the Earth at the end. I'm not going to wrench you. Don't ask right now. I'm focused. So basically, they took it down because I think it had something to do with the troll, the J-Trig tard, Tim Osman. He went over there and he hit it. He hit it up. He complained about it, and they took it down. If you don't have a wrench right now, I'll get you one tomorrow, or email me and request one, but I'm not going to distract from what I'm focused on right now. So they took it down. Did anybody get a copy of it? Did anyone get a copy of it? They had to correct the record go out there. It was getting commented on like crazy. It was literally like, did anybody save a copy of the article? I'm going to see if anyone copied it. The article covered everything you should expect it to. It covered the rocket launch. It covered the fact that we want to end this quote-unquote debate. One second, I have some complaints. Is my sound good? Is everything fine? I'm going to wait a few seconds. Just respond if everything's fine. Okay, can anybody tell me, if the article's up, download a copy. If the article's up, download it, and let's repost it in many different formats. The original URL was right here underneath the description. Because I think someone just got the URL wrong. Yeah, I still see it too. Okay, so keep sending the links there then. Okay, so here's the thing. If you have here you go. Yeah, actually, I need you to have wrenches today, actually, now that I think about it. I can't really wait, because I need you to share these links. What we need to happen is, we got a bunch of trolls heading over there. I got some messages about this. The guy from the newspaper article? Yeah, exactly. Hey, yeah, somebody's contacting this guy and saying that I'm lying or misleading the public. And he called me up, the newspaper reporter, and he feels like he's being questioned as to his integrity. And I told him, hey, listen, this is a very contentious debate, and you're going to have a lot of people mad that we've taken it out of the YouTube echo chambers, and that they're going to come over here and they're going to try to discredit the thing. So, okay, good. I'm just making sure you left it up. Excellent. Thank you, Hoosier Flatty. There's the link. So not only go over there, but comment there. Comment the heck out of it. Okay, excellent. We need to keep that thing active and shared. We're trying to get it to spread around. Young Levelet, reboot your screen if you don't hear anything. If you don't hear something, refresh before you say you don't hear anything, because I'm not going to pay attention to it unless I get 3 or more people complaining. But the article, basically, I'll go over it with you really quick, because this is, I think this is a game changer, because on Big Brother UK the other day, some guy attacked a co-star of the show because she was talking about flat Earth, and that guy got wrenched from the scene. And so I'm thinking that the debate is kind of shifted a bit. And if people are looking into it, we want them to see this article. And here's why. Let's go over the article. Okay, good. Just making sure we got string shots, because I'm not going to let them get away with taking back the reins of this thing. Because this here, I think, is a PR victory. Okay, it starts off with a composite image at the very top. Then you scroll down to the very bottom, and he ends with, hold on, it's being flooded with memes, which you can post images here, so we're going to keep doing that, post images. But it ends with this. So, a flat horizon as seen from a high altitude balloon flight, flat Earth addict. So it ends with this, after showing us this, which it says, this is a composite image. So here are the high points. It starts off by saying, here we go. For the past week, he and his like-minded brethren, or penguins, he should have said, have challenged the Philadelphia motorists and passengers to consider what many armed with millennia of perceived evidence write off as a fringe conspiracy theory. It's an electronic billboard on I-76, says research flat Earth. has a link to the actual GoFundMe account that describes what we were getting. Has pictures of the billboard. And this thing's been retweeted like crazy. Look, 91 here. But anyway, it goes on to say, to hear Osmond tell it, as I did, over the course of a couple of rather interesting phone interviews in recent days, the goal was simply to get people to think about an issue that they may have written off as lunacy, but one that he considers legitimate. And it started with the intentional placement of their cohort's first billboard. People are getting off airplanes at high altitudes and seeing a perfectly flat horizon, he said. If there's any time to get them thinking about it, it's that time. What does it mean when you're at 5,000 feet but see no discernible curve? In other words, if air passengers see no evidence of Earth being anything but flat from the skies, why not nudge them to consider the possibility the planet is actually flat? And this is a pull quote. All we're saying is research it. If you can debunk it, please do. The sooner the better. We're not going to be mad. Goes on here to say that the flat earther community is a fractured one. Some look at it through a Christian, biblical literalist lens, while others follow a New Age doctrine or ponder it from a scientific perspective. Each camp has its own leader, and the intercamp sniping gets intense. So here are 4 different videos which show the intercamp drama. The sniping often results in accusations that people are government shills or plants. Plants, huh? I wonder where he got that from. But this does not derail Osmond from breaking down his take on the issue. He told me he went down the flat earth wormhole after watching YouTube videos about media hoaxes and false flag instances. Quote, I've always been suspicious of media and how it controls our minds. He said, noting that he believes the powers that be staged deaths to spark anti-violence votes. Knowing this, should we trust their maps as well? It's a deception on a big scale. They're hiding land, resources, the elite write our history, and they're colluding to hide land from the masses and have been for years. Goes on to say that in convincing the masses that the world is round, the elites are hoarding land to protect their status and power. And they've done so since the time of the ancient Egyptians. And he believes that Antarctica is the key to the whole equation. Antarctica is not a continent, but a cold region outside the range of our small local sun. And we don't know what's beyond there. We posit it may be other worlds. Says that he came out of the flat earth wormhole after watching videos to see, to find himself questioning how much he actually knows versus how much he thinks he knows. Goes on to say that in declaring NASA imagery fake, he believes that no man landed on the moon and there are no legitimate photos, only CGI composites of a round Earth. Then it talks about bubbles in space at the city council meeting, which Mark Sargent did. And then he goes on to say, we back these claims, noting that a flat earther of a couple of years by the name of Mad Mike Hughes will be sending a rocket 62 miles up. So we may invest money into Mike so he can put a flat earth message on the rocket, which will either prove or disprove flat earth for good. The council meeting, it goes on to say there's other billboards, Colorado, Phoenix, Michigan, and Portland. And I'll post the link to the Colorado one, by the way. He also noticed that the next billboard, and this is the one that's going up thanks to Brother Bubba in New York City, 6006 Kennedy off of I-78. That one's going to be up for 4 weeks. But anyway, here you go. Let's make the debate public and put some money where our mouths are. We will extend it if the slot's open for the sign. But it ends with saying, Osmond launched into a lengthy explanation of why he believes the world is flat, but he said the billboard intentionally did not make that claim. Rather, it was just to get people looking into the possibility. Finally, it says here, all we're saying is research it. If you can debunk it, please do. And the sooner the better. And we're not going to be mad. We invite the discussion, but we're not going to go away until that happens. And that's really the final point. You know, we're not going to go away until this happens. What's up, Aaronus Plain Truth? Yep, exactly. Tip of the beak. Globe exit. Thanks for the support here. Yeah, hey, we need this though. We need this article. We need these talking points out there. We just got to make the claim here that it hasn't been proven. And look, how much better of a juxtaposition of or demonstration of the disparity between what we're talking about and what they're showing us. We're showing them a flat horizon. They're showing us a composite. The picture on the bottom that I showed with the flat horizon doesn't say composite. That's actual video. The big stupid ball they showed us is a composite. I think this guy knows. I think he knows. I think that the author of the article knows something. I think because otherwise he would have just attacked it. What's up, Decker? Which triplet? I'm number 1. Number 1 always totally sounds tired. Number 2 always sounds like he's overexcited. And then number 3 sounds drunk or something. There's 3 of us. Hey, Bob Julian, you're asking for a wrench. If you're asking for a wrench, you should say, I need a wrench, and then tell us how many kids died at Sandy Hook. That'll speed up the process. Sounds like the writer of the article has been converted. I agree. 100%. It sounds like, well, at least he knows something. He knows enough to say that flat earthers aren't stupid. And he looked into it too. He investigated it. See, he was going to call me up and it was just going to be like a one shot, one kill. But after we talked for a bit, he's like, all right, man, I'm going to stay up tonight. I'm going to watch some videos. And I'm like, all right, man, I hope you can sleep. So he actually investigated. This is like the first investigative journalist that I've heard cover the subject so far, and he's on the ground floor of it. Spiritual North is posting a message here. Author's name, Hickey at phillyvoice.com. Let's all send him a nice email. I agree. Let's send him a very nice email because that's what I call reporting. You know, I've been saying that we have just fake news, that there are no reporters, there are no real scientists. They're all just a bunch of prostitutes and prostitutes. Well, this is a real journalist. You know, this is objectivity and entertainment. This is what I would call reporting. I mean, I've never seen it before. Hey, thank you very much, Carly Sunshine. I appreciate that very much. And I appreciate you dealing with that person in my chat room today who was calling me out as a Illuminati, Jew, CIA, transgender reptilian plant. I mean, this guy was going off. He was throwing everything at me. And we're like, hey, listen, let's go ahead and get rid of the deception. And then if you still feel like you need to go and track down some individual and do a blood test and find out what their heritage is, by all means, go for it. But we just think that by the time we've torn down the deception, people's priorities are going to shift. It's going to shift away from a lot of things. It's going to shift away from political identity groups, from dependency on big government, from narcissism, and from all of this divide and conquer that they've used to keep us divided and conquered. The guy's on one of my channels just spamming me. Anyway, what's up, Leslie Beckwith? Your first time here? Okay, well, here you go. Benefit of the doubt. Here is your mod stat. Post links, share your channel so we can subscribe to any of your videos. We have some basic rules here, which I'll lay down here in a minute if I need to. If anybody breaks them, I will. Otherwise, I'll just assume we all know what to do. And that we police ourselves, just so you know. Deep inside the rabbit hole, emailed you the new info on the billboard. Excellent. Excellent. And some other things have come up. I've got some good information. Someone has a neighbor who has a flat earth display in their front yard. So I'm going to talk about that later on tonight once I've see if I can get a hold of that person. What they did is they have all these signs. They made a big display in their front yard. I mean, we could get the media to go over there. All we need to do is I want to call the person and get their permission today. And then I'm going to call their local media and say, hey, my neighbor's got this flat earth display and it's really upsetting us. Like, you know how every time somebody has like a Christmas display or Halloween display that's out of hand and the news goes? Well, we're going to do the same thing. We'll have them go check out this flat earth display and we'll do that later today. And listen, if that works, whether we have to faux outrage or if it's just a funny story, if that works in one city, it'll work in every city. And then everyone's front yard suddenly becomes a flat earth display. So that's going to be something. Yeah, as far as the trolls go, they're going to be irrelevant, you see, because right now we're focused on something, and the article mentioned this, that we've got someone doing a private rocket test that will confirm or deny, because there's not going to be a curvated GoPro lens. And so we'll see. We'll see. Wade 57, neighbors, a surveyor says correction lines are to adjust for the Earth's curvature. It's the other way around. The correction lines are to impose curvature where there is none. Geodesy does nothing more than what Google Earth does. It takes the flat plane and it rounds it out. It's a big scam. It's a pseudoscience. And if you look at the big geodesic surveys, they're all done by NOAA, the National Aeronautic or National Atmospheric and Oceanic Administration, pretty much like the BFF of NASA. And they're the ones who tell us that we're going to be flooded and the ice is going away. And the name NOAA is not a coincidence. Their logo is a dove flying over the sea, the same symbol as Noah, the other person that warned us about the flood if we don't curtail our behavior. All fake. All fake. We know it. In fact, we're done. We're done kicking the dead globe. We are done kicking the dead globe. There's no point. You know, there's no debate. It's like, we're going to settle this thing once and for all once that rocket goes up. And James Spencer, you're right. The trolls are losing. In fact, let me see if I can pull up a picture here. Someone just sent me a really good image, and I'm going to bring it up because this is good. It's one of the best things I've seen yet, because I was talking for a few weeks now about how I want to set up a globe recycling center. Well, someone just sent me this meme over Twitter. Time to take out, let me go ahead and get it centered right so you can see the whole thing. The trash. What do you think of that? Geodesy is applied mathematics. Yeah, also, but it has a built-in cognitive bias. Hey, IPS, just got out of work. You're able to check out the Philly Voice interview. Hey, they covered everything. And in the article, I mean, this is what I'm saying. This guy here proves, you know, I used to say there are no real journalists there are no real journalists out there. It's all fake. They're all compromised. They don't report. They just write from the outside. Well, we've actually found a reporter. This guy not only called me several times and asked for in-depth information, but he spent his night watching video so he would know what he was talking about. You never see that. You see these journals say flat earth. Wait a minute, I'm programmed to scoff, and they scoff. This guy was like, WTF, I got to watch some videos. I'll call you back. Like I'm telling you, this subject is not a room clearing subject. This isn't something that raises eyebrows and makes people walk out of the room. This is a subject that's intriguing and entertaining. Watch what happened on the UK on Big Brother. The show Big Brother, some woman brought up flat earth. The other guy attacked her. Now he's off the set. So they're not sending the message right now that, oh, you can actually attack flat earthers. No, that's been taken away. You can't get away now with globe thumping and being a bigot, really. It's bigotry when you know, that kind of prejudice against us, any certain type. Doesn't matter what their belief is. Chad Stevens, we're not saying gravity's not real. Also, well, here we go. Someone answered chat. I took physics. Okay, we'll start with that before I read the whole sentence. You took physics, meaning you read from a reality filter provided for you. So I took physics and I was taught how to mathematically predict eclipses. Right, that's like saying I went to seminary school and I was taught Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Using the gravitational constant and how it works. It's like saying, learning about God and how he works. How is that possible if gravity's not real? That's like saying, how is anything in the Bible possible if God's not real? So you say you're trying not to be condescending and you're not, but you're making an argument from a book. So one of our rules here is no Bible thumping, no globe thumping, no Mein Kampf thumping, no advancing the goals of communism, no naysaying, basically no advancing any agenda. And when you make an argument from a physics test, or you're making an argument from what you were taught about mathematics by the people who are using these books provided for you by the government, what you're dealing with here, government scientists, government science, fake science, agenda-driven science, you're thumping a textbook from reality. Your reality has been filtered, in fact. For all intents and purposes, you're making the argument that a religious person would make to defend their own book. So I would say, not throw out the book, but you have to be more objective. What's up, Wendy Blank? Here's the link. If you have any articles to share, here's your wrench. Go ahead and post links. But, you know, again, mathematics is just a language, and we have to understand how language can be compromised, and a lot of stuff's compromised. And when you make an argument with a built-in assumption, you're gonna be coming from a place that's not exactly connected to reality. A lot of people, for example, say, how can the Earth be flat if it's night and day on different sides? And it's like, well, you're starting with the assumption that the sun is a gas giant 93 million miles away, and that the Earth is a disk floating in space. See, we're not doing that. Our assumption, rather, we don't have an assumption. What we have is our observation that the sun is a localized light. Doesn't have a terminator line. It's obviously a localized light. Moreover, we do know too that because it's local, it doesn't have to cover the whole thing at once. We're not on a ball. And so there's all these, like another one, the stars. We don't go with the assumption that the stars are trillions of light years away. We don't. From what we can tell, you could maybe make that case, but you could also observe them as being localized. But the distance, we don't know. But our answer isn't, just because I don't have the specifics doesn't mean that the other model is correct. We're not replacing something. I mean, what we're doing actually is we're just, we're starting from inductive reasoning, inductive logic, what we can observe. And so we don't have the answers, but neither do you. Your model hasn't been scientifically validated if you're pushing a globe. Well, that trash that you see on the screen. Daniel says, oh yeah, exactly. You know how that works. Hey, all I want to do is get the truth out. And if we can get people to the right information, to the most compelling descriptions of it, the most intriguing descriptions of how someone came to learn it, that's what we do. I know how I came to the information. I know what convinced me, and that's what I'm directing people to. That's all we're doing. What we're doing is we're taking away the control of the narrative that the media had, and we're taking over because